The yin-yang Taoist was impermeable to fire and water, as if his body was entirely made of metal. A single will would travel through the universe, and not even time could cut him down. His flesh was powerful to the extreme, yet right now his body was disintegrating. One of the willow deity's hands pointed towards the heavens while the other pointed towards the great earth, forming a magical imprint that seemed to have been made by heaven. They slowly merged together and swirled with the unmatched energy of the great Tao as they blasted him apart. One has to understand that the yin-yang Taoist had cultivated for endless years, a member of the oldest generation still in existence. His power was incomparably great, leaving all great sects feeling restraining fear. In the end, however, he was killed just like that. Scarlet, multicolored light scattered. A black and white little figure rushed out to escape. This was the yin-yang Taoist's primordial spirit. It was wrapped within both yin and yang energies and was unexpectedly not immediately obliterated. However, regardless of how immortal and difficult he was to kill throughout the endless years, right now he was like a fish inside of a dried-up lake. As soon as he leapt out, he fell again. His body began to crack apart. The power of Willow Deity's magical imprint was still there. The shockwaves of the attack continued to ripple outwards, and in the end, this struggling primordial spirit exploded on the spot, scattering into black and white energy. A grudge held against such a powerful figure ended just like that. Both his body and soul were wiped out. The moment his flesh exploded, this result was already set in stone. Everyone was trembling. The yin-yang Taoist that had shocked the people of both past and present fell just like that, dying in the lower realm. No one had expected this result. In that instant, several people took action, rushing forward to snatch the two-layer pagoda. That was a supreme treasure that was now without an owner. The little pagoda was furious. This was part of its own body that had been lost during the archaic battle. It was now a good opportunity to merge with it again, so how could it let others get their hands on it? It lightly trembled. Its pure white pagoda body became bright and translucent, and chaotic sword energy swept out towards those individuals. Trying to seize its pagoda body was the same as fighting to the death against it. A golden body emerged. A hand slapped downwards, colliding with the chaotic sword energy. Dang-dang sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. Everyone was greatly shaken. This was the Xianxia golden body the Western sect master cultivated. He reached out a hand and grabbed towards the two-layer pagoda body, and as a result encountered this chaotic sword energy. One has to understand that a single one of these sword energies was enough to slice open the wasteland region. Chi! With a sway of the little pagoda, chaotic sword energy rushed into the heavens. Stars beyond this region were hacked down. They fell down one after another, creating an absolutely astonishing scene. Chi! Several dozen black feathers emerged and shot up into the heavens. These enormous and incomparably sharp feathers turned into the shape of swords to resist the chaotic sword energy. This was a black little bird that was only a foot long. Dark light swirled about it, as if it was a black sun. The divine feathers it activated were incomparably sharp. When they collided with the chaotic sword intent, ear-splitting kung-chong sounds rang through the air. Black gold sparrow. The little pagoda roared angrily. This was a rather strange bird. It didn't have a flesh body, but was instead an existence that was born from black gold, or it was an extremely powerful spirit that was born from heaven and earth, and its power shook the higher realms. The black gold bird rushed up and reached out a pair of claws to grab towards the two-layer little pagoda. The little pagoda was shocked and furious. It lacked the power to overtake the Xianxia golden body right now. The Western sect master, one of the most powerful individuals of the higher realms, was blocking its path right now. Pong! The black gold sparrow and Xianxia's golden body clashed. A claw and palm collided, both of them wishing to obtain the two-layer pagoda body. Ferocious power exploded between the two individuals and flourishing radiance erupted. Western sect master emitted the energy of the great Tao. His entire body was burning with golden light as he towered in the sky like a great sun. Meanwhile, the black gold sparrow was releasing an ear-splitting cry that sounded like metal being grinded together. It flapped its wings with all of its power, sending its black feathers flying outwards. The sword energy around them streaked across the sky like rainbows. However, it still suffered a loss in the end and was blasted away by the Xianxia's golden body. The black gold feathers were damaged and blood flowed out. This was without a doubt a chaotic battle. They weren't the only ones that were taking action. The others were going to make their moves as well. Hong! Chaotic energy surged. A magical artifact suppressed downwards, releasing endless light that surrounded the two-layered pagoda body. Another great figure joined the fight. It activated a divine disc, and even though it was damaged, its power was astonishing. This object was a supreme treasure, and it wasn't the first time it made its appearance. In the Void God realm, Hao had once fought a great battle against the male wrapped within flames. The treasure he possessed was a corner of this disc. When the great calamity descended for the first time, this disc had also made an appearance, suppressing all living things with its power. It really was mysterious and powerful. Even though it was quite damaged, it was still enough to make powerful figures feel apprehensive. Reincarnation disc. The little pagoda was startled. It knew that the indistinct figure was definitely not a simple figure. The disc it held could open a world of life or death and make all living things experience reincarnation. It was extremely terrifying. It trembled lightly. Tens of thousands of creatures appeared on the pagoda's body. For example, the Taotai, Golden Crow, Pishio, and others. They all turned into Dao traces before pouncing towards that indistinct figure. It knew that no matter who ended up getting their hands on this two-layered pagoda body, it couldn't be the one that possessed the reincarnation wheel. If it did, it would sink into a state of reincarnation and become completely unrecoverable. At this moment, a Taotai roared and devoured all living things. A golden crow took to the skies and shone like a sun. The little pagoda was going mad. It shook off the black gold sparrow and leapt past the Xianxia's golden body. Hong! It smashed together with the reincarnation disc, and the two of them were shaken endlessly. Inside the chaotic energy, a golden crow roared. A Taotai roared angrily. They confronted the figure that held the reincarnation wheel. This place erupted with chaos. The willow deity wasn't watching from the side with folded arms. It was being blocked by a few individuals right now. An expert that was riding an ox slowly descended. On his back was an immortal sword that was surrounded by auspicious multicolored light. He emitted an incredibly intimidating aura. The ox was moving quite slowly. It had its projected image cut down during the last battle. The individual on its back didn't take action, and instead released a strange aura that was extremely powerful. In addition, immortal heavenly deities remaining 3 true bodies moved as well. It was as if 3 experts were attacking together as he made his move. This time, he wasn't in a rush to end the battle quickly and began to hinder his opponent. Of course, there was still another great threat, and it was the great bell that emerged from the 9th heaven. It took aim at the willow deity and suppressed downwards. The magical force of this bell's owner was matchless. You have to understand that during the Great Calamity, it had killed many giants from the higher realms, all for the sake of obtaining some supreme precious blood to water the spiritual root. It was the owner of the higher realm's first spiritual root. Just its identity alone was enough to prove its might. It was definitely one of the most powerful creatures here. The bell released ripples outwards that contained primal chaos. A tremendous pressure quietly surrounded this place. At this moment, the little pagoda had already went mad. It had already erupted with all of its power and became similar to a taboo emperor that controlled the heavens. It led the Taotai, Golden Crow, and others to viciously attack the reincarnation disc. Suddenly, the boundless chanting of sutras rang through the air. The Xianxia's golden body pushed aside the black gold sparrow and rushed forward, grabbing the 2-layer pagoda with a single motion. The other individuals immediately released soft grunts. The black golden sparrow attacked the skies and swooped down murderously towards the Western sect master. Meanwhile, the indistinct figure that controlled the reincarnation disc also took action. It abandoned the little pagoda and gave chase as well. The little pagoda could see its own body before its eyes, yet it couldn't recover it and merge with it. Anger stirred within it. It shattered the void and pressed forward. Apart from this, the others were also moved. The ox-mounted expert drew his sword and hacked outwards. The great bell in the sky rang in a long and drawn-out manner before releasing a beam of resplendent divine light. Western sect master was shocked. That two-layered pagoda body actually broke free from his grasp, preventing him from capturing it. Yin and yang energies surged with incomparable power. If not for his golden undying body that was known as one of the world's sturdiest and most powerful body techniques, his palm would have exploded just now. The two-layer pagoda body had a spirit, and it quickly slid out from his palm. Return! The little pagoda was astonished. It began to call it back. However, the pagoda body's will didn't listen to the summoning. With a ferocious tremble, it shattered the void to escape. Dang! Suddenly, 5-phase mountain flew over and suppressed downwards, striking the two-layered pagoda body. At the same time, the other experts also took action, releasing their natural laws towards the pagoda body. They wanted to wipe out its will of resistance and take it for their own. The yin-yang Taoist had already died. This supreme treasure was a masterless object, so now was a good time to seize it. In that instant, 6 streaks of light landed on its body, finally scattering the resisting will. No matter how powerful it was, it still couldn't endure this attack. The little pagoda wasn't worried, because that wasn't its will anyway. When that part had separated from its body, it stored its true spirit inside its 4-layered pagoda body. That will should just be a soul that the yin-yang Taoist nurtured inside of the pagoda. Now is the time. The willow deity transmitted. It was going to lend its assistance towards the little pagoda. The 2-layered pagoda's true spirit had been scattered, so now was a great chance to merge with the pagoda. However, right now was the most chaotic time as well. Everyone took action, and even the great bell in the sky descended. They possessed the power to reign supreme for tens of thousands of years. Hong! The willow deity pushed aside all those beside it. Its entire body shone, and then spheres of light emerged one after another. 3,000 worlds surfaced and countless voices of sacrifices being offered sounded. These were paths it had walked before, as well as the Tao it had previously experienced. When these were merged together, the power that resulted surpassed both the ancient and present. Battle clothes fluttered about. Willow deity directly slaughtered forward. 3,000 worlds surfaced and burned with undying immortal light. They supported its body into the heavens, bringing it above everyone else. The most powerful fluctuations began to diffuse from the willow deity who was at the center. They reached towards the 2-layered pagoda body to help the little pagoda. However, there were a few others that were extremely powerful as well, for example, the Xianxia golden body and owner of the Reincarnation wheel. They were extremely terrifying. Of course, the one that posed the greatest threat right now was the Great Bell because it was the closest. The bell's opening shone, and it was about to absorb the 2-layered pagoda body inside. Willow deity's white clothes fluttered about. It reached out a hand and struck outwards, sending out sparkling white palm imprints one after another. They were like true palms as they landed on the bell's walls. Dang! Bell ripples dispersed outwards, releasing astonishing sounds that made everyone tremble endlessly. This wasn't a normal bell, and it was currently the supreme treasure in the best condition. His background was astonishing as well. Willow deity's sparkling palm smacked outwards, and all of them landed on that bell's body. What was frightening was that the surface of the great bell began to cave in again and again, and these were all traces of palms. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This extraordinary and indestructible bell was unexpectedly damaged by someone until its surface became uneven. This was just too horrifying. Willow deity's power exceeded everyone's expectations. They all began to reassess his strength. The bell's body was attacked, leaving it incomparably shaken. The ripples that it released possessed supreme natural laws. Around it, many people backed up in retreat to avoid being swept through. Dang! The ringing of the bell shook the world. Its fluctuations traveled beyond this region, crushing a few meteorites into pieces. It was a terrifying scene. Fortunately, even though there were depressions on the bell's surface, Its shape was restored again soon after, and it didn't suffer damage. The walls of the bell could still be restored. With a Hong sound, heaven and earth swayed. A figure descended from the heavens and landed on the bell's body. The individual activated the great bell and suppressed downwards, collecting the two-layered pagoda inside. Two characters appeared on the great bell. One of them was a distinct nun character. Intimidating rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. A few individuals backed up in retreat, feeling great fear towards this bell. Willow deity's white clothes danced about. The style was unmatched as it walked forward. The foot-long lush and green divine tree that suspended above its head released several dozen branches into the bell's opening. Hong! Under the intense trembling, the willow deity seemed to be stealing food from a tiger's mouth as it directly seized the two-layered pagoda body from within the great bell. Fuse with it, the willow deity returned it to the little pagoda. The little pagoda became extremely excited. Sparkling white splendor scattered down, merging with the two-layered pagoda body. Hazy chaotic energy flowed about. Wait until I merge with it. Then, let's see who dares to oppose me. Even though the spotlessly white pagoda was a type of bone in nature, it was sparkling and translucent like jade. The two pagoda bodies began to merge together. The areas where they made contact became white like fine jade. They became somewhat viscous, and then they ultimately merged together. This type of transformation was slow but firm. Even though they had been separated for many years, they still combined into one. There was a type of instinctive connection between the two pagoda bodies that made them extremely close. Everything was heading in a good direction. However, the black gold sparrow reincarnation will Xianxia's golden body, and the others were still present. How could they watch calmly from the side? They were definitely going to interfere with this process. They all took action separately. The little pagoda became worried. It chanted a few scriptures. The pagoda body flowed with precious light, and then large amounts of symbols flew inside of it. It was absorbing the pagoda body that had been grasped by the yin-yang Taoist for so long and increasing the fusing speed. The willow deity was naturally offering its support and resisting these individuals. An incomparably intense chaotic warfare immediately broke out. The reincarnation will moved. An expanse of mists flowed towards the willow deity. This was life and death energy that could send one into reincarnation. It was strange and powerful. Above the willow deity, that little tree shone in a sparkling and translucent manner. It began to neutralize the mist and cause it to scatter apart, preventing it from reaching the willow deity's body. Then, the reincarnation wheel's owner didn't seem to be in a rush to attack. It chanted sutras, and then within its palms and fingers, 6 types of natural laws became faintly discernible. It was as if they were opening up the heavens as they erupted together. The 6 streaks of divine light were astonishing to the extent that others began to gasp. They all moved out of the way in fear of getting caught up within. What a pity it is that it is damaged and not the true 6 Tao profound mysteries. The willow deity was shocked at first, but then it became calm again. Its hands formed an imprint, and then in front of it appeared a golden Kuan Peng. It erupted with resplendent golden light before rushing over to blast apart those natural laws. Chi sword energy swept out. Immortal heavenly deities' 5 elements magical bodies arrived again. Among them, the metal element magical body held a platinum sword in its hand that illuminated the skies. When it hacked down, sword energy sliced into the heavens. Dang! Willow deity released a palm outwards. It quickly enlarged and even caused the space around it to collapse. When it landed on that sword, the platinum sword body trembled violently and a large amount of the sword energy symbols were obliterated. Its radiance grew dim. The black golden sparrow cried out. Its entire body shone brightly. Hundreds to thousands of black feathers flew outwards. It was the most powerful spirit that was produced by this world, an existence produced by essence gold. Its feathers were naturally extremely sharp. Within clanking sounds, Tao traces appeared all around the willow deity's surroundings, crushing apart all of these black feathers. In that instant, the willow deity confronted several experts and met everyone head-on. causing the battle energy of this place to surge into the heavens. It shook even the world beyond this region, leaving behind an utterly astonishing sight. If it was another existence in its place, they would have fallen a long time ago. After all, it was facing several giants simultaneously. Dang! A clear and cold bell-ringing sound descended from the ninth heaven. The large bell was covered in symbols, and they sparkled brilliantly as they suppressed downwards. This was an extremely great threat. An indistinct figure stood atop the bell. Its eyes were deep, but when they opened and closed, sharp divine radiance shot out like electricity. It was clear that it was going to release a powerful attack. Just now, Willow Deity had stolen food from the tiger's mouth, seizing the two-layered pagoda from the inside of the bell. How could it have any good intentions towards the Willow Deity now? This individual was extremely powerful, making quite a few giants feel restraining fear. When they saw how powerful and vicious it was, quite a few of them backed up in retreat and chose to watch the battle for now instead. Voila! Above the Willow Deity's head, a foot-tall little tree shone. It was emerald green and replete with moisture. It reached out hundreds to thousands of branches to face the great bell. Hong! At this moment, what rang wasn't a clear and melodious bell sound, but instead a thunderous explosion. The two collided intensely, as if a great flood was surging into the heavens. The hundreds to thousands of branches struck the body of the bell. This was a ferocious confrontation of power. They were like countless green divine spears. Blazing radiance erupted and kung-chong sounds filled the air. Indents appeared on the bell one after another. Everyone began to tremble inwardly. That was a legendary supreme treasure, yet it was struck until it ended up like that. One could see how terrifying the magical artifact, the little tree, was. It could actually confront the unmatched precious bell. Symbols appeared on the bell's body, and the sounds of scriptures rang through the end. The depressions continuously bounced back out, restoring it to its original state. It wasn't destroyed. At the same time, the great bell released a long and drawn-out sound. Ripples diffused outwards one after another. They were even more terrifying than a heavenly sword and could hack down the stars beyond this region. However, when they landed on those willow branches, they didn't bring about the type of result everyone was expecting. The little tree swayed. Hundreds to thousands of branches retreated. Every single one of them was shining so brightly that they were almost transparent. The inch-tall little tree suspended above the Willow Deity's head. It was surging with vitality and releasing chaotic energy. It seemed to be engraved in the void. Immortal light continuously diffused from it to resist the fluctuations of the bell. Was this a supreme treasure that was comparable to the great bell? Everyone became fearful. Dark light flickered. The black gold sparrow cried out. It beat its wings, bringing chaotic energy with it as it rushed towards the little pagoda. Meanwhile, the others also took action. When they saw that the one that possessed the first spiritual root had stopped the Willow Deity, a few giants took action together to seize the pure white pagoda body. The little pagoda cried out, "I'm almost there. Help me stop them." When this most critical moment was reached, it couldn't escape or evade. It could only suspend itself in its original location, so it was in extreme danger. A wung sounded. The foot-tall little tree flew over. The emerald green branch was tender and swirling with brilliant radiance. It descended, protecting the little pagoda within. Everyone was astonished. The Willow Deity was currently in confrontation with the great bell and its master, yet it decided to abandon its supreme treasure. This truly was a type of great confidence, but it would definitely be in danger now. As expected, the great bell that rang incessantly began to quickly enlarge. It suppressed down from the heavens. In addition, right at this moment, the indistinct figure on the bell sat down. It activated the bell to have it collide with the Willow Deity. The sound of a great storm erupted, a noise brought about by symbols. This entire world was collapsing. The sun and moon began to tremble back and forth. The bell grew increasingly large. Multicolored light erupted, surrounding this place. It turned into a great domain of isolation, trapping the Willow Deity within itself. Is there going to be a result? Many people cried out in astonishment. At the same time, they shivered, sighing in admiration inwardly towards how haven-defying the great bell's owner was. They all felt fearful towards this individual. The great bell descended, completely surrounding the willow deity. It released all types of symbol light and began a refinement process to kill the willow deity. It released terrifying fluctuations and shook the lower realm. Everyone could clearly feel just how formidable that bell was. An expanse of scriptures appeared on the bell's surface. It was going to refine the willow deity. Once one was surrounded by this bell, all would fall without exception. However, this time an exception appeared. A mysterious force circulated within the bell. The figure within was so bright and resplendent that even the walls of this bell almost became transparent. An undying force erupted. Dang! Everyone was greatly shocked. They could see that palm imprints appear one after another on the bell walls. Willow deity was brandishing his palms on its surface, and the divine might it released was without equal. The chanting of scriptures and sacrifices the bell released was immediately interrupted. The bell's body continuously deformed. There were palm imprints and finger imprints everywhere. It was as if its walls were starting to become soft. This was a supreme treasure that flew out from the mysterious area. Could it be that it is going to be destroyed? There were some that were incomparably bewildered. In the higher realms, there were countless races, but these millions and millions of creatures only took up a tenth of the vast and boundless higher realms. The mysterious area occupied 90% of the higher realms, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to even set foot inside. Countless years ago, this bell had flown out from that mysterious area. There were too many mysteries and unknown things about it. There were two characters on this bell's body that contained the meaning of the Tao. One was none, and the other was too indistinct to make out. All right, this great one has recovered. With a great shout, the little pagoda rushed up. It surged with endless divine radiance and shook free from several giants. At the same time, the little tree above it began to sway as well. Its green surface turned golden and flourished with incomparable brilliance. Then, branches rushed in all directions to attack everywhere. The inch-tall golden tree erupted with endless symbols. This place erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the great bell was blasted to the side by the willow deity, freeing itself. It called over that little tree, and it began to suspend itself over its head once again. In that instant, the situation quickly changed. Black Gold Sparrow, since you dare go after my true body, see how I deal with you, the little pagoda cried out. Its body released symbols and chased after the black gold sparrow with incomparably great power. The base of the pagoda was empty like a mouth. It unexpectedly began to pursue and tear at the black gold sparrow with kengchi sounds. This left everyone stunned. After the little pagoda merged with its two-layered body, it truly became powerful. It possessed extreme speed and controlled space. No matter how the black gold sparrow fought back, it was always surrounded again. Woo-woo sounds shook through the skies. The black gold sparrow was furious. It did everything it could to resist, but it was still not the little pagoda's match in the end. In addition, it couldn't even escape. It fiercely flapped its wings. A single flap of its wings could directly take it outside this region. Yet right now, it was as if it had sank into a swamp. This was the little pagoda's power, space restriction. It binded the black gold sparrow and continuously chased after it while frantically biting down. The giants were stunned. Was this still a pagoda? The little pagoda feasted on it. Black feathers flew everywhere as kungxiang sounds rang out continuously. One has to know that this spirit was born from black gold, or so its feathers and other materials were all exceptional divine materials. For the little pagoda who was crazy about divine materials, this was simply a great gift. Soon afterwards, half of the black gold sparrow was devoured, and most of its feathers had fallen off. Its body was pitch black, leaving it furious and humiliated. This was extreme shame and humiliation. When the willow deity saw this scene from the other side, it felt free of worries. It erupted with unequaled divine might. That great bell was suppressed. It was directly blasted away by the unrivaled magical imprint made of one hand pointing at the heavens and one hand pointing at the great earth. Bell fluctuations surged like a tsunami. Meanwhile, the existence on top of the bell jumped up. It suffered a tremendous amount of pressure as well. Its sleeves turned into ashes and its body trembled. Its expression immediately changed. From a certain perspective, this bell was even more important than the giants. Its origins were mysterious and it was matchless in power. It was hard to destroy and known as a supreme treasure. If ranked in the higher realm's most powerful weapons, it would at the very least be within the top 3. Western Sect's master slaughtered over. Its entire body was golden as it reached out 1,000 hands. They all moved about, forming the 1,000-hand golden body. This scene was just too frightening. The willow deity's body shone. Golden willow branches surged to withstand it. It formed 1,000 divine chains of order and erupted with endless light. It blasted that Zhang's 6 golden body backwards in retreat. In the heavens above and earth below, I am the sole sovereign. Western Sect's master chanted the true speech. One hand pointed towards heaven and one towards earth, forming its most powerful magical imprint. It was similar to the matchless imprint the willow deity formed not too long ago. Hong! Willow deity took action. The hand movements were similar, but the great Tao was different. The two individuals confronted each other with great power. Western Sect master's golden body grew dim, and he began to stagger backwards. Chi! A streak of sword light rippled over. The ox-mounted expert hacked down with his immortal sword. This attack was incomparably terrifying, containing great divine might as it hacked down. Dang! Willow deity's fingers moved. They were like 10 rainbows that pierced through the moon. The divine rainbows were brilliant and resplendent as they interweaved with the immortal sword. With a chong sound, the willow deity's pure white fingers struck down on the sword's edge. A nick unexpectedly appeared on this chaotic magical artifact. Everyone was astonished. They knew that this sword was ranked 11th within the weapons of the higher realms. The green ox roared loudly. It received the shockwaves of this attack which caused one of its horns to be smashed apart. If not for the middle-aged expert riding on it doing everything he could in defense, the green ox would have inevitably been blasted apart. Everyone was shocked. During this series of confrontations, the willow deity's bravery was unmatched. It continuously blasted apart 3 great experts. It had the unequaled attitude of standing above the 9th heaven. The 4th individual attacked. The leaves around the willow deity fluttered about. The endless willow leaves turned into divine blades that shone with incomparable brilliance. They were like stars as they flickered about and hacked over. Ah! That individual cried out loudly. He wasn't that lucky. The space between its brows was pierced through, causing it to die on the spot. On the other side, the black gold sparrow cried out loudly. After having half its body devoured by the little pagoda, the remaining half wanted to rush out and escape from this place. The willow deity reached out a finger, and then a streak of divine light flew out. With a pu sound, it was blasted to pieces in midair. Black gold fragments scattered downwards, causing the little pagoda to cry in pain continuously, feeling that it was truly a waste. Chi immortal heavenly deity appeared again. In the end, willow deity took the initiative to face him head-on, and both sides quickly crossed swords. Then willow deity's fingers and palms flew past, and with a pu sound, a head flew outwards. Another one of immortal heavenly deity's 5 elements body was killed. Immortal heavenly deity was incredibly scared now, turned around and immediately fled. It didn't wish for its life to end here. A golden divine vine emerged that took root in the void. It curled around willow deity and erupted with the energy of the great Tao. Everyone was astonished. The sun god vine had unexpectedly arrived as well. This was an extremely powerful figure from the higher realms. Yet in the end, it wasn't the willow deity's match. With a wave of the willow deity's sparkling white palms, the golden vine was snapped with a pu sound. Miserable screams sounded. The sun god vine backed off and directly returned to the higher realms. When the willow deity attacked, its bravery was unmatched. The indistinct figure standing on top of the mysterious great bell stood up. When it raised its hand, symbols covered the void. Formation banners fluttered about. Hong! Immediately afterwards, chaotic energy in the surroundings surged. A boundless great formation appeared, suppressing heaven and earth. At the same time, two giants took action as well. They brought out formation banners to complement this formation. They wanted to trap the Willow deity and kill him here. Fourth killing formation. The little pagoda cried out in astonishment. The Willow deity opened up an area in the void. A hazy primordial gate emerged to resist the power of the fourth killing formation. Everyone, please return to the higher realms. There is no need for me to send you off again. The Willow deity said. Please return to the higher realms. There is no need for me to send you off. The Willow deity was calm, but its words were extremely overbearing. Those giants from the higher realms' expressions immediately changed. Their faces were incomparably overcast. Primordial gate. The appearance of this gate made the eyelids of these people jump even more. They were deeply startled and shocked. Even the legendary giants that were at the end of their lifespans showed a moment of hesitation. This gate carries crucial information. After this battle, we can research it together. The most important thing is to cut down this individual first. Someone spoke and pointed towards the Willow deity. Fourth killing formation was activated again. Once trapped, how many people would be able to escape? This was an incredibly vicious and great formation that was specifically used to kill individuals like themselves. Even these powerful giants felt restraining fear. This formation wasn't activated by a single giant, but by multiple individuals working together. Regardless of who it was that ended up inside, things would not end well for them. The primordial gate surged with chaotic energy and immortal light. It became more and more hazy, but there was a mysterious type of fluctuation rippling outwards that resisted the power of the fourth killing formation. The scene immediately became quiet. Great profoundness could be seen between the opening and closing of these giants' eyes. They all stared at the Willow deity. Since none of you are willing to leave, then I'll invite everyone through this gate. The Willow deity said. With a wave of its sleeve, the spiritual essence of the experts that had fallen surged like a river and poured into that mysterious gate. That gate became even more indistinct. A chanting of scriptures that seemed hidden and imagined sounded. It was ancient and mysterious, distant and indistinct. The giants here began to feel rather restless, acquiring an urge to comprehend this Tao. What invitation! You've stayed inside the lower realms for so many years and must have obtained the transcendence piece or other types of natural luck. You must hand it over today, or else you can forget about leaving, someone said. At this moment, the fourth killing formation was activated. Chaotic energy surged, immediately making this place indistinct, turning into one of the most terrifying ancient killing domains. The little pagoda's expression became grave. Just this encirclement of giants alone was already an extremely terrifying thing, and now that even the fourth killing formation was here, once it erupted with power, the consequences would be inconceivable. It turned into a sphere of light and suspended around the Willow deity's shoulder, ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, the void split open. Leaves emerged one after another, the sparkling green leaves fluttering about and releasing precious light. They turned into formation banners and whistled through the air. There's another killing formation? Someone's expression changed. This was a formation that had been arranged previously, and none of them had detected it before. Chi! Green leaves fluttered down. A streak of holy light emerged, surrounding the individual that spoke. Symbols lashed out like chains, shackling him within and making it difficult for him to escape. Kill! Someone shouted and began to take action. Since the Willow deity dared to take action even while inside of a formation itself, they weren't going to stand around either. They erupted with power to eliminate this terrifying existence. In reality, every single person felt that since the Willow deity stayed in the lower realm for so many years, it must have obtained one of the heaven-defying natural opportunities they were looking for. The magical formation shone. Symbols poured out endlessly. This area of space seemed like a piece of heavenly bone, a bone with endless enlightenment recorded upon its surface, and right now they were all activated. Incomparable power immediately poured outwards. The primal chaos surged. Green leaves danced about, erupting with resplendent light and displaying their power. The formations confronted each other, and the experts took action. This place was in absolute chaos. The willow deity and little pagoda were at the primordial gate side. Killing lights shot over from all different directions, and all of them entered that Tao gate before completely disappearing. None of these attacks were able to injure them. The fourth killing formation's name wasn't in vain. It shook the past and present, and if not for the primordial gate, its power definitely wouldn't have been neutralized so easily. Could slaughter everything. Ah! A cry of alarm sounded. The individual trapped by the formation willow deity laid down could not break free, and as a result was captured. Chi! The willow deity pointed out with its hand, causing his body to shake violently. A rain of light emerged in his surroundings, and great Tao symbols covered this place, wrapping him within. Then, these symbols flourished with even more brilliance. They formed green and gold divine chains to trap him. Then he was tossed into the hazy gate, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared. Tao brother, please go on your way. These were the willow deity's words. Even though they weren't spoken with much emotion, it made everyone's bodies go cold. One of their formidable experts disappeared from this world just like that. In an instant, everyone stopped their attacks, and even the experts controlling the fourth killing formation became quiet. They looked at that Tao gate, wishing to see what kind of result there would be. A strand of blood silently flowed out from that gate. It released waves of light and began to look more and more holy, as if it could purify the souls of every giant here. However, quite a few individuals felt their minds go cold. That strand of blood's aura seemed extremely familiar. It was precisely the heart blood of the expert that was just tossed in, and right now it was actually trickling out from the gate. He seemed to be struggling and trying to break free, but then he became detached from this world. This blood actually released this type of strange fluctuation. Then it became completely dim. Its essence scattered, and then it once again entered the gate. A vague and indistinct chanting of scriptures that sounded distant and detached from this world sounded once again, clearing the minds of those outside and making them enter a state of Tao comprehension again, once again igniting their cultivations that had stopped advancing for so many years. The blood of a giant flowed out, and it made this gate even more holy and divine. This was a terrifying transformation. Everyone's eyes rested on that stellar sea of unpredictable changes. This place sank into a state of silence. I have already laid down the fourth killing formation, so how can you escape? The figure on the great bell spoke. He was seated atop the magical artifact with chaotic energy swirling around him, making him look rather unreal. His voice seemed to be sounded from the past. I never had any intention of escaping. Now I will invite everyone into this gate. Who is willing to journey with me together? The willow deity asked. Since they didn't want to leave, then they should enter the gate together. This was the willow deity's intention. It was spoken calmly, yet it made others feel great restraining fear. It was too difficult to assess the willow deity's methods. Once the formation confronts each other, it will be difficult for the innocent to escape harm. Why don't we select a different place? The willow deity spoke again. In the sky, numerous willow leaves danced about. These leaves that shone as resplendently as stars then began to burn, bringing everything here with them as they surged upwards. Rumbling sounds ran through the air as this area entered the cracks of the void and entered the primal chaos. Everyone hesitated. It was trapped within the fourth killing formation, yet it seemed to be bringing the entire formation with it into the primal chaos. Should they follow it? Go! This world immediately became quieter. All of the figures here disappeared, following it into the crack. They definitely didn't want to miss out on this opportunity and wished to see this to the end. Even if they didn't go into the gate, they could still watch from the distance. That primordial gate was extremely strange and terrifying, but it possessed great opportunities as well. The large cracks in this world began to disappear, because these were all irregularities brought down on this lower realm by the higher realm's giants, and right now they had vanished. The blood-colored thunder and lightning in particular disappeared into nothingness. The wasteland region immediately became peaceful. The world became bright and clear, with the great red sun once again visible. On the great earth, the pressure all creatures were experiencing disappeared. Regardless of whether it was cultivators or mortals, they all released a breath of relief. Many people couldn't see the truth, but they could still instinctively feel these changes. The world had cleared up. The dark clouds scattered, but Xianxia still felt as if his heart was empty. He felt extremely sad and dejected. They left just like that. The willow deity and the little pagoda would never return again. From here on out, separated. They might never meet again for all of eternity. Others might not be able to see the battle that had just taken place clearly, but that wasn't true for him. It was because through the dual pupil he was able to see the entire scene for himself. His mind was greatly shaken, yet he was still feeling such sadness right now. Was what laid behind that gate truly opportunities? He feared that the willow deity was throwing itself into flames and that he would never be able to see it again. He stood quietly on the imperial palace's high platform alone until the stars and the lonely moon appeared. He still did not move. Only when the sun had risen again and the multicolored rosy clouds of morning cast down its splendor did he sigh softly. He walked down from the high platform, allowing himself to be bathed into the warm and holy golden multicolored radiance. 1 day, 2 days. There were still no signs of news or activity. He had no idea what ended up happening in that battle. The undying existence did not reappear. Could it be that this battle did not end yet? Xianxia said to himself softly. The final battle was an extremely major event, and its effects were far and widespread. Even if the sect masters descended into the lower realm, they still couldn't stay for too long. Xianxia was full of questions. Why did he still not hear definitive news? Those undying great sects were also quite quiet. It was clear that they didn't learn of the results either. Everything was extremely peaceful during these few days without much activity. For several days in succession, regardless of whether it was the wasteland region or other places like the mysterious region, it was as if they had entered the most peaceful period of time. There were no disturbances from anywhere. Your Majesty, Fairy Yu-chan has appeared. P28 came to give a report. He was someone who understood the inner details. He had been under orders to carefully investigate and be on guard about the heaven-mending sect fairies' activity, because this was a great enemy. Now that he brought this type of information, Xianxia's attention was directed away from that final battle. Where is she? She is inside of Stone Country's national border, on top of a mountain. P28 replied. She is truly brave. Is she here to fight against me again? Xianxia asked. At the same time, he began to think to himself. Did the outside world all know that the willow deity and little pagoda were gone? If that was the case, trouble might be stirring about. There were some who bore ill will against him, so they would definitely start moving. She isn't the only one. There are others too, for example, that which has followed as well, said P28. Xianxia was stupefied. Then, he seemed to have understood something. P28 gave a detailed report, and it confirmed his suspicions. Not only did Yu Chan's main body appeared, there was also Xianming, Bai Gu, Lan Yu, Shui Yu, and the other disciples from the higher realms. They all entered Stone Country's borders together. To be more accurate, they were moving about the 8 regions, and they had ended up in Stone Country's borders. A white crow flew into Stone Capital while carrying a letter. It arrived outside the imperial capital. A small piece of void beast bone? Xianxia was astonished. This was truly quite the extravagant style. This type of material was priceless. The white crow was sculpted from this type of beast bone and could pierce through the void. If it was used to send letters, it would be the quickest method. However, doing something like this was truly extravagant. It seems like I still can't run from this gathering, Xianxia said after looking through this letter. P28 advised against going. Right now, the outside world was dead calm, but a crisis might be brewing. It was unknown if the final part of the great calamity had truly ended, and too many things were still unknown. Since it's the great calamity, what difference does it make where I am? I believe in the willow deity, and I guess that fellow, the little pagoda, in the god-sealing battle too. Xianxia said. If you want to go, where wouldn't you be able to go? These were the willow deity's words, but it was because it was powerful enough and didn't fear anything. However, Xianxia couldn't act like that. However, the other party arrived in Stone Country and the distance from the imperial capital wasn't far. After inviting him like this, if he still didn't go, then he truly would be a bit lacking in boldness. Who am I scared of? Xianxia's expression became calm and indifferent. Before leaving, he obviously would bring a few things with him. Even though he wasn't scared, that didn't mean he should go without preparations. There was no way he would willingly suffer inside the trap of another. Xianxia left the imperial palace and proceeded for the mountain. Perhaps he might be able to understand a bit more about the secrets of this great calamity from the mouths of Shen Ming, Shui Yu, the witch, and the others. Only Yu Chan's main body was at this gathering as well. It was unknown if they were going to face each other with smiles or if they would face off with swords. Something was definitely going to happen, however. The corners of Xianxia's lips curled upwards, exposing a grin. Crane Mountain wasn't especially famous, but the view was still beautiful. Could be considered a Taoist mountain range. This place wasn't that tall, especially the mountains, which should be more accurately described as hills. However, there were many boulders lying about, and a mountain spring was moving about, creating a rather peaceful scene. There was a small Taoist temple at the top of the main mountain, but it had long been abandoned. This mountain experienced its greatest fame during the ancient era. It had once produced a deity, but even the most splendid inheritances would fall one day. Xianxia arrived. He observed the inscriptions made on the cliffs and experienced the various details in this place. He even found some wall carvings that left him feeling rather shocked. There was a tree engraved on top called the demonic cattail tree. When he was in the 100 Shattering Mountains, he had heard legends of the demonic cattail tree and learned a bit about it. During the ancient era, many divine existences had to work together to bring it down. Could even be said to be without equal. It was shaped like a dandelion, yet it was a tree. When its white fuzz fluttered about, the holy saints withered and divine existences backed up in retreat. Ha ha! Brother Xianxia, you came. Inviting you to our gathering really isn't easy, making us come all the way to Stone Country. If you didn't come even then, we would have gone to the imperial palace to seek your presence. Someone laughed loudly. This was precisely Baigu, who happened to see him observing the inscriptions on the cliff. He called out loudly to Xianxia. His build was rather sturdy. He had dark green hair, and even his pupils were green, making him seem a bit sinister. Right now, his mood was rather good. Before, I mistook you for capturing Yu Chan and keeping her at your side. I want to apologize for that. Baigu laughed and said, being from the higher realms as well, he had already expressed his zeal for Yu Chan and his desire to meet her. When he hurriedly saw the woman in Xianxia's heaven and earth pouch when they were inside the sun god tree's chaotic palace, he had felt some doubt inside. Not a problem, Xianxia smiled. However, he didn't know how the heaven-mending sex fairy would act or what kind of expression she would show when he met her later. Baigu led Xianxia into the mountain. The amount of space Crane Mountain occupied wasn't small, and the depths of the mountain range was quite beautiful. There were a few ancient traces left behind in this place. The demonic cattail tree fell here. There are some rumors circulating, claiming that it didn't really die, and that it was reborn as a seed. We were quite curious and decided to make a trip here, said Baigu. Xianxia was stunned. How many years ago did this happen? Even if there was a seed, it would have been discovered by others a long time ago. This place only served to provide a look into the past now. I never expected the demonic cattail tree to be famous even in the higher realms. It really is somewhat surprising. No, you're mistaken. The demonic cattail tree originated from the higher realms to begin with. For the sake of avoiding disaster, it decided to cripple itself and flee to the lower realms. Baigu shook his head and said. Xianxia was stunned. There was even this type of hidden information. That tree isn't simple. Rumor has it that it was a seed that flew out from the mysterious area. Baigu said. After saying so much, there was no need to say any more. Quite a bit could be inferred from those words alone. Those great figures would definitely be interested in the expert that emerged from that seed. Wu, it is actually quite difficult to kill. They all say that it fell during the ancient battle, but some believe that it was too difficult to completely destroy and that it is waiting for a chance to be reborn. When Shihao heard this, he thought of a little tree that he had seen before. Is the demonic cattail tree powerful even before it fully matures? When it is born, it wouldn't be too powerful. However, it will become more and more powerful. It can grow on its enemy's body and obtain all of their abilities. Baigu said. Just this alone was already heaven-defying. It possessed astonishing learning ability, and the longer it lived, the more ridiculous it would become. It was simply undefeatable. Brother Shi came. Someone greeted. Above Crane Mountain Peak, ancient trees were everywhere and clear springs ran on top of rocks. This really was a quiet and elegant place. At this moment, the sound of a zither could be heard. It was sweet-sounding and beautiful as it blended naturally with the sounds of the moving streams. Together with the fragrance of the grass and trees, it made this place seem even more serene and harmonious. There were quite a few people he recognized, like Lan Yu, Shenming, Shuiyu, Hong Huang, and others. There were a few youngsters he didn't recognize as well. The males were heroic-looking, while the females were beautiful. They were all extremely outstanding. After some introductions, Shihao learned that some of them came from the higher realms as well. They didn't travel together with Baigu, Lan Yu, and the others and only met up again not too long ago. There were some that were disciples from the 8 regions. These individuals were all rather stunning and their backgrounds not small. For example, Lady Qian from the mysterious region, a Buddhist monk named Xianxia based on the Western tradition, and others. These individuals all looked over. Right now, the little stone's reputation had truly spread everywhere. He was like a sun in the sky. Previously, he had overturned the Immortal Mountain and shaken the 8 regions. Who didn't know about him? Who hadn't heard about his accomplishments? Most of them were rather enthusiastic with intents of roping him in. They came over to chat and become friends. However, there was a portion of individuals, even though they concealed it quite well, whose hostility was sensed by Shihao. His expression was calm and he didn't pay much attention to them. Has Brother Shi thought about what he wishes to do? Are you willing to follow us through the heavenly road? Lan Yu had a smile on her face. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. A thin mist and screen of light surrounded her body, giving her slender and moving figure a rather soft and gentle appearance. This place is too dear to me and I cannot let all of this go. Shihao shook his head. He was going to enter the higher realms, but he didn't wish to enter with them. Cultivation is a process of asking one's own heart. Perhaps it is not time yet. There will be a day when Brother Shi will tread on your own path and enter the higher realms to search for your true self. Someone spoke. From what they said, the natural laws of the lower realm weren't complete and the great Tao here was deficient, making it hard to realize one's true self. He couldn't make his Tao perfect down here and was instead trapping himself. Shihao earnestly asked for guidance, asking a bit about the circumstances of the higher realms. This time, he finally understood why the little pagoda said that the higher realms land was steady. He thought it was just joking, but now he was shocked. Based on what these people said, the great Tao of the higher realms is perfect and the world was eternal. Everything was natural and steady. In other words, the lower realm was a bit fragile. One could move mountains and seas in the lower realms, but in the higher realms they might not be able to do so. If one from the higher realms with enough strength came down, with a wave of their palm, they could turn the highest mountains into ashes and dry up the greatest rivers. Meanwhile, similar fighting prowess couldn't be displayed in the higher realms. When they came down to the lower realm and had these types of experiences, they were just experiencing what it felt like to possess the strength of higher cultivation realms ahead of time. If they were to return and cultivate again, they might be able to obtain unexpected benefits, and as a result smoothly break through. Shihao was speechless. He didn't know what to say. The higher realms is boundless. There are heavenly geniuses everywhere, and there are even other extraordinary talents. That is the place where one can truly rise to power. Brother Sure, if you continue to stay in the lower realm, it truly is like covering a pearl with dirt. When you enter the heavens, only then can you contend against others for power and carry out a self-transformation. Up there is where true opponents lie. Shui Yu said. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Silvery white clothes fluttered about around her, and her body was surrounded by faint white light, making her look holy and detached from worldliness. Sure Hao smiled bitterly and said, "If I go to the higher realms, there'll probably be people there who will immediately think of a way to kill me." He had overturned the immortal mountain before. Since even something like this was done already, if he went up, it naturally wouldn't be peaceful. No harm. If Brother Sure enters the higher realms, just come to my Zhulu Academy. Someone spoke up, immediately expressing goodwill and reaching out to him. The little stone was definitely an extraordinary talent. He had a unique and unmatched heavenly bone within him. If he was properly nurtured, even in the higher realms where there were endless geniuses, he would still be extraordinary. In the higher realms, heavenly geniuses emerged in large numbers and outstanding talents often confronted each other. Even though there were many powerful individuals, they were mostly separated. The higher realm was just too big, so there was no way they would be crammed together. With the little stone's natural talents, once he rose to power, he would definitely be able to contend against those types of figures. Even though he came from the lower realms and suffered from an inherent weakness, the stronger and the weaker could only be determined after a battle. For individuals like this, Zhulu Academy was naturally willing to step in and protect. Sure Hao was stunned. He felt his heart stir restlessly and longed to head up. It was because from their tones, even people like himself would meet their match, and those opponents were all terrifying as well, to the extent where there were some who were even more heaven-defying than him. During these past few years, he always forced back his opponents. Apart from the big stone and fairy Yuchan, how many others could threaten or injure him? He wanted to find a true opponent and fight to his heart's content. The higher realms was extraordinary after all. It was vast and boundless with hundreds of thousands of races. The heavenly talents of every race would confront each other, and there were even outstanding talents that rose up. They were like comets that illuminated the heavens. Brother Sure, if you are willing to enter the higher realms, my Life Academy can guarantee your protection and allow you to quickly change. The young lady Yinging spoke. They had been acquainted with each other before. The geniuses of the 8 realms were inwardly shocked. These people from the higher realms were all proud and arrogant, yet they were all getting off their high horse and trying to rope in Sure Hao. Sure Hao learned that the noble women and geniuses that invited him all came from great powers whose ancestors didn't build up an inheritance in the lower realm. You don't even need to think about where to go. If Brother Sure comes to the higher realms, just head straight for my Scarlet Phoenix Palace. After cultivating in the lower realms for more than 10 years, you need to undergo a transformation before you can complete the Great Tao. My Scarlet Phoenix Palace's Nirvana technique is the most suitable for that, Hong Huang said. She loudly spoke while patting Sure Hao's shoulder, appearing rather straightforward and almost a bit too bold. However, this scarlet-clad young lady wasn't some simple character either. Earlier, her relationship with Sure Hao could still be considered good. They tied some good karma in the sun god tree, so she naturally had the advantage in roping him in. This made the geniuses of the 8 regions speechless again. They felt rather gloomy. I feel that entering the heaven-mending sect is better. The saying that friends aren't formed without fights really is quite true. A sweet and pleasant voice sounded. Everyone turned around. They saw a young lady that was like a sprite walk over. She wore black clothes, making her snow-white skin appear even more sparkling, beautiful, and otherworldly. There were several snow-white foxtails behind her that lightly moved about. It gave her an extremely unique type of charm. This woman was incomparably elegant and exquisite. There was a soul-seizing temptation to her appearance. Her lively eyes blinked about. Her bearing and character could all be changed with just a thought. Which? Sure Hao's eyes narrowed. Inside the pine forest, the zither sounds stopped. A white-clothed woman walked over, untainted by the world of mortals. She possessed exceptional beauty and looked like a fairy that had entered the human world. The two women looked at each other face to face. Sparks flew from their eyes. Everyone was silent. They really were completely opposite of each other. Even the noble ladies and geniuses from the higher realms were inwardly shaken. It was because they all knew that these two unmatched beauties came from the higher realms and had astonishing identities that could not be offended. Today's gathering can include discussions regarding the Tao and exchanging of pointers. However, do not take action against each other, or else the friendly atmosphere of the gathering will be ruined. Lan Yu spoke. She was also extremely beautiful, and the words she spoke were gentle and warm. Many people nodded in agreement. Right? You two cannot face each other with life and death intentions today. Shui Yu, Hong Huang, Ying Ying and several other young ladies walked up. They were all quite beautiful, and they had smiles on their faces. The atmosphere was immediately eased. How could that be? We were just showing appreciation for each other. Fairy Yuchan said with a smile that was like a bright moon, pure and divine. Right? Who said we were going to fight a decisive battle? The witch smiled. Her teeth were sparkling white. She waved over at Hao and said, "Little stone, why aren't you hurrying over here?" When everyone heard this, they all revealed strange looks. The witch said while smiling, "There was a rumor going around not too long ago that you suppressed Fairy Yuchan and kept her locked up to keep at your side. You really carried this black pot on your back for such a long time. Now that Yuchan appeared, we can finally wash away your injustice." When Baigu heard this, he laughed and said, "Right. I almost misunderstood Brother Shi. It really is shameful. I should take a drink as punishment." The young geniuses all laughed. They all shook their heads, feeling that the rumor was too baseless. Who could blaspheme against the high and aloof holy fairy? When Yuchan's true body appeared, all of the rumors were shattered. Me and Yuchan have always had a rival relationship and can drink together. Little stone, even though you have fought against her, you should still drink a cup with Yuchan, the witch said with a smile. The misunderstandings are cleared up. Let's all drink. Baigu laughed loudly. He admired Fairy Yuchan greatly. This was something many people knew. "Fairy, I'll share this drink with you." Hao smiled. With a ding sound, his cup made contact with Yuchan's main body's cup. He had a brilliant smile on his face. Yuchan smiled. She raised up the jade cup and took a sip. Her bright and beautiful self remained smiling the entire time. Pine trees filled Crane Mountain, accompanying the clear springs that flowed through this place. The sound of water running through the rocks rang through the air. The scene on top of the mountains was quiet and elegant. Yuchan had a smile on her face as she stood on the opposite side of Hao. Not a single bit of hostility could be seen as she chatted with everyone else here. Her voice was gentle and beautiful, carrying a type of magnetism that made the hearts of others beat faster. When Fairy Yuchan travels through the world, she is as white and sparkling as a moon. Who would be able to restrain her? Someone praised. However, there was a bit of an abnormal tone to this voice, as if there was a bit of provocation directed at Hao. It was because many people had heard about this rumor before. Now that it was proven false, it was the same as undermining Hao's strength. Even though quite a few people were trying to rope in the little stone, there were a few people who didn't approve of him and carried hostility inwardly. This was especially true for the geniuses and noble ladies of the inheritances left behind by those giants in the lower realm. Hao continued to smile without minding it much. Words like this only served to humiliate and infuriate Yuchan's true body more. As a result, he felt extremely joyous and relaxed. If he could add a few sentences of provocation, that would make this even better, but then it would make things too obvious and be over the line. Doing something like that would easily raise public anger. Regardless of whether it is magical power or temperament, Holy Lady Yu is a rarely seen individual. You are like the divine moon in the sky that cleanses the minds of those who gaze upon you. Another individual spoke. Does even this need to be said? Chon'er is the lunar goddess of this world. She is sparkling and brilliant. Her radiance illuminates this world. The corners of the witch's lips curled upwards as she spoke. Her Highness is intelligent and spiritual. untainted by the world of mortals. You are a fairy produced by heaven and earth. We all admire you greatly. Someone spoke to the witch and expressed their sincere admiration. There were others who nodded in succession. The witch's personality was indeed outstanding, carrying a type of enticement within her craftiness. She was a rather eccentric individual that could be said to be a beauty comparable to Fairy Yuchan. The witch didn't seem to pay them any attention and instead giggled while saying, "Little stone, you were misunderstood for so long and made a scapegoat for a long time. Didn't you feel rather miserable?" Everyone's expressions were strange. Rumors had it that Yuchan and the sky-severing sex Holy Lady were a pair of natural adversaries. It seemed like this really was the case now. This was just a rumor, and after exposing it, that was that. However, she brought it up to talk about it again, as if to stir up more trouble. She truly did wish to see the whole world in chaos. Xianxia sighed and said, "I was left helpless too. You know? The rumors were so vicious, and I truly feared that everyone here would join up to ask for the fairy from me. Fortunately, everything is already in the past. I'm not going to lie. When I heard these news, I really had the urge to rush over like that. Fortunately, the rumors had already been broken through, so those plans were never carried out." Baigu laughed and said. The witch smiled extremely sweetly. She looked at Yuchan's main body, and the corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows carried a strange expression, as if she was extremely happy. Xianxia was extremely calm and collected. He shot Yuchan a glance. Yuchan's main body was incredibly beautiful. Her beautiful black hair scattered gently down her white neck. Her large eyes were quick-witted and dazzling as she looked around. Her temperament was gentle. When she looked at Xianxia and the witch, she could still smile naturally, only no one knew what she was really thinking inwardly. She's not going to lash out at me after being unable to bear it anymore, right? Xianxia secretly thought. I must ask the Holy Lady to grace us with another song, someone said. Yuchan's main body was calm and graceful. She carried a moving smile as she nodded in agreement. Her curves moved about as she walked over, and after sitting down, her hands began to move across the zither. Pleasant music began to sound as if they harmonized with the heavens. The most shocking thing was that along with the passage of time, there were unexpectedly streaks of stellar radiance that descended from the sky, as if strand after strand of spirits were flying over and revolving around Yuchan like stars around a moon. Her body underneath the pine trees and next to the clear spring was surrounded by a pure white mist. This was holy splendor flowing about, making her look otherworldly. The zither music became more and more beautiful, as if it aroused the force of heaven and earth and harmonized with the Tao. In an instant, the surrounding plants began to flow with life force and quickly grow. Many flower buds bloomed, releasing their fragrance into the air. When the sound of the zither rang through the air, hundreds of spiritual birds were chirping in response and dancing about in the air. It immediately left many people amazed. This music is harmonizing with the Tao. I've gained quite a bit from this experience, and comprehended some unclear parts of my cultivation. Someone sighed in admiration. This is the true meaning of the gathering, to learn from one another and advance in our cultivation paths. Xian Ming said in praise. Then, everyone began to discuss their cultivation insights and chat about the difficult questions they faced while cultivating precious techniques. Everyone gained some benefits. This was true for Xianxia as well after conversing with everyone else. He was able to learn a bit about the higher realm's meticulous research in symbols from Baigu. Baigu said, "This is an important path, one that pursues the pinnacle and abandons all else. For example, when researching power, one would observe the Vajra ape, giant demonic elephant, golden giant and other creature symbols and shave away all types of transformations until only the patterns regarding strength remained. Then use that to continue one's research." Xianxia nodded. This was a path worth exploring. He felt like he had neglected some things. By only focusing on the supreme precious techniques like the Kuan Peng technique, he overlooked everything else. There were countless creatures in the world and numerous types of symboled bones, so there were naturally endless transformations and inexhaustible profound mysteries. Meanwhile, the Kuan Peng, true phoenix, and others were well-known ones that stood at the very peak. However, this didn't mean that the primordial symboled bones of other creatures were useless. They carried their own Tao, and as long as they were properly researched, one could use them to create their own path. It was to the extent where, after the bones of hundreds of races were studied, one could form a unique path of Tao. Western sects Zhang's sixth golden body was developed after studying the Vajra ape, mountain ant, silver vine, and other creatures that can't be considered to be too powerful, said Lan Yu. Right, the earliest ancestor of the rumored beast sea, had lived a solitary life for hundreds of years just to observe the bone texts of the lowest insect beasts. However, through this research, the 100 beast scriptures that shocked the higher realms were produced. Ying added. Sure Hao was astonished and continuously nodded his head. He felt that his gains this time were rather plentiful. Lan Yu, Shui Yu, Hong Huang and the others were all exceptionally beautiful and stunning. When they chatted with Sure Hao here, it naturally drew quite a few gazes. Bai Gu was also included here. He was someone from the higher realms, and it naturally wasn't unusual for him to be in this group. Sure Hao was the only one from the lower realm, so his presence in this group of beauties naturally drew attention. Older sister Yuchan, I hear that you care quite a bit about the True Phoenix's precious technique. Why don't we exchange some of our insights? Hong Huang smiled as she dragged Fairy Yuchan into this group. Lan Yu's temperament was gentle and soft. She also included the witch into their group. These beauties were all stunning, leaving quite a few young men's eyes feeling dazzled. Their eyes continuously flickered about. Older sister Yuchan, it seems like you are returning to the higher realms. You are definitely the greatest beauty of the eastern region. Hong Huang sighed in admiration. Her Highness is definitely the number one of the greatest beauties of the Kuan Sea. Lan Yu sincerely praised. She praised the witch's exceptionally enchanting appearance. Sure Hao's skin was naturally thick beyond belief. He made his way over and earnestly sought guidance from Yuchan and Hong Huang regarding the True Phoenix's precious technique. You've even researched something like this and obtained this type of ancient technique? Hong Huang was shocked. Just a thing or two. Sure Hao nodded. The expression of Yuchan's main body changed slightly, but she didn't act out. She participated in the discussion regarding the different forces of the True Phoenix, but she rarely touched upon its core transformations. I wonder how the battle between the giants ended? Finally, Sure Hao couldn't hold back anymore and asked everyone. When these words were uttered, this place immediately became quiet. Many people's expressions changed. We still do not know. Rumor has it that they fought into the primal chaos. Shui Yu said. The battle between giants is something that we best not talk about. Xian Ming nodded. They all felt rather fearful. Brother Sure is worried about that bone pagoda. Am I correct? Yuchan's smile didn't falter as she spoke. Everyone knew that he was quite close to that pagoda. He had borrowed its strength to overturn Immortal Mountain. That pagoda is finished. Rumor has it that the fight resulted in its entrance through the primordial gate. It no longer exists in this world. Right at that moment, someone curled up in black mists walked over from the distance. Is there new information? Everyone was astonished. This was an extremely handsome man with a white complexion, but a rather sinister temperament. He carried a smile on his face that was a bit cold and evil in appearance. Black mist swirled and supported his feet as he quickly arrived. Yuchan, I heard that this lower person and yourself do not get along and that there were even disputes. There were even some rumors of him detaining you. I will kill him in your place today. The sinister-looking male spoke, his tone of speaking rather carelessly and clearly casually expressing malice. He didn't conceal anything as he opposed Sure Hao. All of those in the lower realm were called lower people by him. His eyes flowed with purple radiance. The black mists around his body became more and more dense, scattering out a deathly aura. Everyone became astonished. They all knew that his background was astonishing. This was someone who had dealings with the dark side. The chaotic corpse from another piece of underworld Earth fell not too long ago. So the underworld Earth this youngster belonged to would become more powerful and have their territory increased. What kind of thing is this? Sure Hao calmly asked. He didn't become angry or act out. The strength of a lower person like you isn't bad, but your fate wasn't all that great. I find that you are rather unsightly in my eyes, so I want to kill you. It could be said that this underworld individual was aggressive to the extreme. He was extremely direct, to the point where not much reasoning could be found behind his actions. You really are aggressive, Xianxia sighed and said. An underworld individual was formed from the intermarriage of an outer world existence with a corpse that had developed intelligence and developed spiritual wisdom, resulting in them possessing an innate portion of yin energy. They were all extremely powerful. With the death of a chaotic corpse, the pieces of underworld earth in the higher realms were likely going to merge, making the unrivaled underworld master behind this underworld youth more powerful. This would create long-lasting effects that would leave all sides feeling apprehensive. That is how I am going to act. I am going to kill you right here. Can you even defend yourself? The corners of the underworld youth's lips curled upwards into a sneer. He was acting more and more overbearing. Underworld Earth really is reaching out their hand too far. He still carries a portion of Immortal Mountain's blood within him, so there is no need for you to deal with him. At the edge of the horizon, 5 elemental multicolored clouds emerged. Another young expert hurried over. He wore a 5 elemental battle armor that swirled with the energies of the 5 phases. This was another extremely powerful higher realms individual that hurried over. Ha ha! The underworld youth laughed loudly and said, "That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. He clearly overturned your Immortal Mountain, yet you still say he is one of you guys. He is guilty, which is why I am going to capture him and bring him into the higher realms to have him dealt with," the young expert wearing the 5 elements armor said. "Laughable. I'm not as fake as you all. I will directly state that I am killing him to seize his heavenly bone. Meanwhile, you hypocritically use the reason of being from the same clan to punish him, but in the end, aren't we the same?" The underworld youth sneered. "What the punishment actually entails will be my Immortal Mountain's internal matter and unrelated to your underworld earth. Do not misunderstand." 5 elemental energy curled about as that young expert spoke coldly. A divine flame throbbed weakly behind him. A powerful figure revealed himself. There was unexpectedly a terrifying expert at his side. "Since I said that I would kill him to take his heavenly bone, I naturally can't leave empty-handed." The underworld youth laughed coldly, revealing his cold, snow-white teeth. An indistinct figure emerged from the black mist behind him. It was a human-shaped skeleton with a pair of wings behind it. As it moved about, dark underworld flames burned. They erupted with power. This was a show of strength. Empty words without action would only draw mockery. There were unexpectedly individuals that lit their divine flames behind these two. They were clearly these individuals' seniors. The wind whistled as it blew through the pine trees. The atmosphere of the mountain was extremely tense. Existences that had lit their divine flames had unexpectedly arrived here. Underworld Earth and Immortal Mountain were sharply opposed to each other as they stood in confrontation. One of these two existences was a skeleton with a layer of black skin that tightly bound itself around its bones. It looked like it was in the shape of a human, yet there was a pair of gray wings behind it. A dense aura of death surrounded it. Its appearance caused many people to cry out in alarm. Burning light flickered inside of its skull, which was its sole light. It shone through the holes of its eye sockets, giving it a rather sinister appearance. However, it had already ignited a black divine flame, so in the eyes of a few individuals, it could be considered a deity already. Black underworld flames surged out from inside of its body and jumped about around it. A black mist was already surrounding its body, and now that there were faint underworld flames as well, it formed an extremely strange scene. Its thin and dried-up figure was situated within this darkness. "Don't get in my way, or I might eliminate you by accident. It'll be too late to regret it then," said the underworld youth. His complexion was white, and he had an appearance that was quite handsome, albeit rather sinister. His eyes flickered with a purple radiance. He had confidence in his backing. With a deity by his side, he could naturally suppress everything and move unhindered in this world. I already said that the blood of my clan flows through his body. Regardless of whether it is to kill or punish, it is not up to you. He is going to follow me. The young expert from the higher realms Immortal Mountain denounced. The individual behind him was completely different. This was an expert that was shining. He was wrapped within brilliant five-colored flames and full of holy aura. This was an individual made of flesh, and the divine flame that was lit was naturally not an underworld flame. It carried five-elemental radiance that was auspicious and grand. The fluctuations of energy it released were astonishing. Once experts like this one took action, it would be a serious problem. Even though these two parties were opposing each other rather harshly, there was still some mutual apprehension. This was especially true when these deities stared at each other. The light inside of the eye sockets of the underworld race skeleton expert shone with brilliant and penetrating radiance, yet there was an aura of death within it as well. In that instant, two strange fluctuations were released that were accompanied by divine flames. They stood in opposition, and then both of their bodies became indistinct, facing each other silently. If you don't back up now, don't blame me for being impolite, the underworld race youth shouted. His expression was grave and stern. Then just come and try me, the Immortal Mountain youth responded. His gaze was ice-cold, unwilling to back off. We are going to seize the bone ourselves and tear it off. The underworld race youth carried a faint smile that revealed his snow-white teeth. Energy pervaded the air, giving him a rather cruel appearance. The thin and dried-up figure behind him walked over, and its pair of gray wings moved about. Black mist diffused outwards and underworld flames surged. The gloomy and cold aura accompanying it gave off a great intimidation. Its divine flame was extremely cold and not red-hot. On the other side, the expert wrapped within five-colored flames pressed forward to stop the underworld earth deity. Five-element flames burned. This flame was completely different from the other parties. Chi the skeleton opened its mouth, releasing a ball of underworld flame. It seemed rather gloomy, yet it burned the surroundings until the space around it began to distort. It possessed astonishing power, and right now it was quickly rushing over. The deity on the other side extended a palm. A silver little disc appeared and slowly moved about, unexpectedly scattering the underworld flames and erasing them from this place. Pong! The void trembled. The black skeleton waved its hand, and then a golden magical staff emerged in its palm. With a gentle wave, blood-colored lightning interweaved and filled this place. The face of Immortal Mountain's expert changed. The silver disc in his palm violently trembled and quickly enlarged. It then scattered the lightning before suppressing forwards. The skeleton chanted incantations. The golden magical staff in its hands took to the sky and collided with that silver disc, causing endless shockwaves to erupt. This was an extremely astonishing clash of divine might. Fortunately, they were fighting in the skies, or else this mountain region would have ceased to exist. Ho! A loud roar sounded. On the back of that skeleton, a vast white sea of bones emerged. They were made up of skeletons from all types of races, and many of these skeletons of the dead reanimated before slaughtering forward. This was a domain that had been summoned. There were many bone spirits, and they all rushed up murderously. It was as if an underworld had descended. Vast and mighty underworld mist flowed about. Immortal Mountain's deity released a grunt. He began to chant scriptures, forming another type of domain. Fiery light surged and magma roiled. It poured forward to purify the domain of death. Everyone below was shocked. There was no way they could join this level of fight themselves. Only by summoning a similar deity would they be able to fight. Your situation doesn't seem to be that good? The witch walked over. Her large eyes blinked as she looked at Xianxia. With a giggle, she said, "What are you going to do?" "Obviously run." Xianxia spoke self-confidently. He didn't seem embarrassed at all. He looked all around and prepared to escape. "Will you be able to escape, though?" The witch was astonished. "Does not being able to beat them mean that I won't be able to escape?" Xianxia asked, putting on an incomparably self-confident appearance. Everyone around him was stunned. He was so confident in himself even when escaping. If it was anyone else, they would definitely feel that it was shameful and rather lowly, yet why did he seem to act so superior when saying those words? Hao's lips revealed a grin. He cursed inwardly. They really did think quite highly of him, sending two deities at once. It seemed like his recent fierce and outstanding reputation made some individuals feel rather restless. Flee? How humiliating is that? You are the glorious human emperor, yet you aren't going to fight and instead choose to run. The witch asked. Then why don't you lend your deity-suppressing bead to me and see if that makes my strength great enough to kill them all? Hao said. The witch nodded and said, You have a point. I want to test out how powerful it really is from the lowest to the highest level of power, so how about we start with you? Your adversary is over there. Hao pouted, hinting for her to look at Fairy Yuchan. At this moment, Yuchan's main body was calm and indifferent. There was a hazy light around her body. Her eyes were flowing with radiance and unpredictable changes. Not good. Could it be that the heaven-mending sect sent a deity over too? The witch's eyes began to move all around. Hao was eager to get into the action. His eyes were deep with divine radiance, revealing a wave of powerful aura. He looked like he was going to join a great battle. Unfortunately, he released a loud shout, saying, This emperor is running! Everyone was speechless. This glorious and illustrious little stone truly was hard to see through. At the end of the horizon, a black sun emerged that cut off the road ahead. A powerful fluctuation diffused outwards as it said, You cannot leave. A figure flashed. A black-clad female with a pretty and crafty appearance emerged. With a smile, she said, I heard the little stone's magical force was extraordinary and your precious techniques were astonishing. So I came here to specially gain some insights and seize that heaven bone to have a look. There was a black sunflower behind her. The flower was like a black sun as it released dark light. In addition, the entire plant was filled with life force and rippled with a divine flame. Everyone gasped. This young woman was still not too difficult to deal with, but the sunflower behind her was a plant-type expert that had its divine flame lit. Hao was puzzled and said, Do you have some kind of grudge against me? None. The female shook her head. There was a faint smiling expression on her face as she said, However, I adore your precious technique and wish to see it, so I need to borrow your precious bone. She spoke casually and without killing intent, yet her words made everyone shiver in fear. Seizing the symbol bone of another as she pleased was even more excessive than just killing. A person from demonic sunflower garden. A few individuals' expressions changed after discerning her identity. That was a piece of demonic earth in the higher realms with sun-like demonic sunflowers growing all over. These existences were full of demonic nature. They did whatever they pleased and often took the lives of others off of a random urge. I adore your head. Can you remove it and hand it to me? Hao asked. Not giving it over, because you don't have the strength. The female was still smiling. Her black pupils stared into Hao's chest, as if she was looking at a treasure. Behind her, that plant-type sunflower expert flowed with dark light. This divine flame jumped about. Divine energy pervaded the air, distorting the space around it. It was going to take action against Hao. The thick-skinned Hao originally wanted to flee, because he wouldn't stupidly fight head-on against people at this level. However, he then trembled and revealed a smile, staying in his original spot. Meanwhile, at this moment, the young disciple of Underworld Earth and Immortal Mountains expert separately walked over. The battle between the Underworld deity and the deity with 5 elemental spiritual essence swirling around him stopped their battle as well. Demonic Sunflower Garden, Underworld Earth, Immortal Mountain. These 3 powers each occupied a spot and confronted each other. They all wished to obtain Hao. Apart from them, there were a few other individuals whose eyes flickered. It seemed like they were using secret methods to contact others in the distance. The atmosphere immediately became quite strange. Some people wanted to rope in Hao, for example Shui Yu Honghuang, and the others having him enter their sect because he had a supreme being bone. He could rise up in the higher realms and look down on a region. However, not everyone shared this opinion. Some of those that carried hostility against him were quite direct. They wanted to capture him and nurture his heavenly bone to seize his natural luck. What are you called again? Sure something how? If you don't want to suffer too much, then just walk over yourself. The underworld youth seemed quite lazy, and his way of speaking was rather rude, but it carried killing intent. He swept his gaze towards Sure How. Am I supposed to go over just because you are telling me to? I feel like you should crawl over instead. Sure How said. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this fellow going to run? He was acting so self-righteous just now, so why did he decide not to leave now? Bring him over. I'll deal with him personally and gouge out his bone. Underworld Earth's young expert coldly ordered the skeleton behind him. Everyone was shocked. He was ordering instead of asking the skeleton. It was clear how extraordinary his identity was since he even had a divine servant. That's out of the question. Everything related to him belongs to Immortal Mountain. The youngster wearing 5 elements armor spoke and asked the deity behind him to take action. Why is there a need for such action? The 3 of us don't need to take up arms and can instead sit down to discuss this through. Why don't we work together to seize the heavenly bone inside of him? The demonic sunflower garden female smiled. At the same time, she asked the terrifying plant behind her to prepare for action. You know, all of you really are treating me like some dish on a platter. All of you are acting like that show-off second baldy. Aren't you all just standing next to a few individuals that have just lit their divine flames? If you have the skill, then just come over yourself. I can beat all 3 of you down with a single hand, Sure How said. His eyes flickered brilliantly and his spiritual essence surged. This type of power left quite a few individuals shocked. When these words were spoken, the eyes of the 3 individuals immediately became much colder. He dared to shoot off his mouth even with deities present here. It stirred up their killing intent. Even though a lower person like you is unordinary, what kind of status do I have? If I wanted to seize your bone, I can have others do it. I don't even need to take action to kill you. The underworld Earth youth coldly spoke. He continued to call the inhabitants of the lower realm lower people. Haha, I can't wait anymore. I truly wish to see the bone inside of you. The female from the demonic sunflower garden licked her bright red lips and revealed a smile. We also wish to see the heavenly bone. Right at this moment, fluctuations emerged in the distant sky. Several other figures flew over. Bai Gu, Lan Yu, and the others' expressions changed. There were those that called over the high-level experts of their races over as expected. They wanted to have a share of the spoils too. Sure How laughed indifferently and said, I can't wait either. You guys came later, so just wait on the side for a bit first. After speaking, he rushed into the heavens. Demonic Sunflower Garden, Underworld Earth, and Immortal Mountains people feared that he might flee and rushed up together. Sure How didn't seem to be in a hurry. He suddenly stopped moving, and then he pointed towards the skeleton. Deity wrapped in 5-phase spiritual essence, and the black sunflower one after another. Lock, lock, lock. Something shocking happened. There were no fluctuations of the natural Tao, no waves of divine might. The 3 experts with their divine flames lit were locked in space. They maintained their original stance and could not budge an inch. Sure How flew down quickly, and with great power, he gave them a step each to the face. Loud sounds rang through the air, and they were all sent flying. Fraud deities, just lit their divine flames, yet they still dare to call themselves deities. All fake deities. Sure How muttered. Everyone became petrified. They were completely dumbstruck. Sure How released a loud shout. He activated his own heavenly bone and displayed its precious technique. In that instant, he carried out an attack that didn't distinguish between its targets. It surrounded that black-clad woman, Underworld Earth's young expert, and the youth who wore 5 elemental armor. These 3 were currently in shock, so they were naturally all swept through. They cried out loudly as their bodies quickly shrunk. Pung sounded. Demonic Sunflower Garden's black-clad woman dropped to the ground. She seemed to have immediately aged several hundred years. Her hair was as white as snow, and her face was covered in wrinkles. Her vision was blurred, and she could only call out with a weak voice. This woman was incomparably scared right now. Then Immortal Mountain's youth fell next to her. He had deteriorated to an unbearable level and was shouting with everything he had. Sure how descended from the sky, his 2 feet separately trampling down on each of their bodies, almost splitting their bodies into several pieces. He carried the Underworld Earth young expert in his hands, but of course the current Underworld Earth disciple was white-haired and old. He was also roaring angrily and finding this hard to accept. Sure how stretched out his neck. Without saying a word, he first delivered a slap to his mouth, blasted his mouthful of teeth loose, and then sent blood flying from his face that was as pale as snow. The Een energy scattered. Sure how struck down viciously while carrying him. Sharp and clear pi-pa sounds ran through the air. This beating made the Underworld youth see stars, and his ears were ringing with wong-wong sounds. Blood trickled out from his mouth and nose. Calling those of the lower realm lower people, "Do you feel like you are someone high and mighty like some saint?" Sure how asked. He began to add more force, sending slaps carrying tremendous power down on his face. The Underworld youth's lips swelled and turned into a dark purple. Bruises covered his face that had been slapped to a deformed state. All of his teeth had been sent flying together with strings of blood. He was absolutely furious. When had he been beaten up like this before? This wasn't just a pain of the flesh, but instead a suffering of the spirit. It made him feel incomparably sullen and humiliated. With his background, how could he have ended up in this type of state? "You better stop," he roared. His eyes were full of bitter resentment and flames of anger. Still not giving in? Sure how didn't say anything else and delivered a strike to his mouth. Even the bridge of his nose caved in from the beating. His mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. His face was completely ruined. The Underworld youth descended with even a divine servant to protect him, yet he ended up suffering this type of humiliation. He was so angry he was about to go unconscious. "You will pay the price for this." His mouth had long swelled to the extent where it looked like a steamed bun. These words came from his throat, sounding like the roars of a wild beast. He knew that it was useless to even ask for forgiveness. After falling into the hands of this murderer, he was doomed to have a layer of skin shed. It was possible that he wouldn't get out of this alive. "You are still acting like that? Do you really believe yourself to be infallible? Do you think that you've cultivated the Xianxia golden body and your thing is 3 foot thick? Are you not afraid of getting beaten?" Sure how spoke while slapping down. Pi-pa sounds continuously rained down on everyone's ears. Everyone was stupefied as they watched. This was just too lacking in elegancy. This was a battle between cultivators, and normally one would always directly cut an enemy down, yet today it reached this state. Everyone felt pity for the unfortunate underworld race cultivator. Of course, there were some who were discontent as well, such as the Western sex people. What was he using the Xianxia golden body for? Were they supposed to tolerate this? But it was still better to endure it, right? This was just too cruel. This beating of his mouth undoubtedly stunned everyone. Learn some discipline. Don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because you are from the higher realms. In reality, you are nothing. Look at your weird, not sure if you are a ghost or human-looking ass. What is the difference between you and some random thing dug out of a grave? Where do you even get all your confidence from? Why do you have to look down on the lower realms so much? In my opinion, it seems like you haven't completely evolved yet. Sure how continued to thrash downwards while speaking. Right now, even the underworld youth's eyes were red. Only the pupils were purple, making him look extremely sinister. His anger had reached the peak. The underworld race, through yin and yang, comprehended the changes between life and death. They possessed a powerful innate superiority that made their cultivation speed fast and their comprehension deep. They were a powerful race in the higher realms. However, right now, the underworld race was being looked down upon like this and treated worse than a zombie. This truly injured his pride. "You are crying?" Sure how was astonished. When the underworld youth heard this, his rage ignited. There truly were tears, but it wasn't because he was crying, but because his lacrimal glands had ruptured. causing his tears to flow on their own. However, what it looked like to others was that he was crying. Everyone revealed strange expressions and looked in this direction. At this moment, the underworld youth truly wanted to cry. He was treated too unjustly. This was just too much of an embarrassment. He tightened his fists and truly wanted to smash them down on the person in front of him. However, his current state was incomparably terrible, to the extent where even his eyes were muddled. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back. You are an underworld person and can also be called a ghost, yet you like crying so much. You really are a crybaby. Xianxia muttered. What kind of atrocious name was that? The underworld youth wanted to eat him. Xianxia's final slap descended, breaking his underworld bone, and he tossed him onto the ground, because he felt that there wasn't much time left. If he continued to stall for time, the other two would recover. He looked towards another individual and said, "Even though you don't have any kind intentions towards me, you didn't say as much and weren't as annoying, so just stay off to the side for now." Xianxia trampled down on the immortal mountain youth, fracturing a portion of his bones and eliminating his fighting strength. Then, he picked up the black-clad woman and revealed a smile that exposed his snow-white teeth. "You kept on saying again and again how you wanted to borrow the bone in my body to take a look and acted like everything you said was how it should be. I really don't know where you get such confidence from. Was it all from that fake deity that just had its divine flame ignited? Without a doubt, with the little stone's nature, he would never let himself be wronged, and there was even less of a chance of him holding back his grievance. Only after he lashed out with both his left and right hand did he release a breath of satisfaction. The black-clad female from the demonic sunflower garden was shaking, because she was still in her elderly state and couldn't move her arms and legs properly. She was so angry she coughed out blood and screamed angrily. She was extremely humiliated, and she felt even more fear. She was a wonderful young lady, but she was now in an aged state. All of the skin on her body was wrinkled, and she was in a senile state. For a woman, this was even more unbearable than death. She truly feared that she would forever be frozen in this state, because that would be an absolute nightmare. Then, she suffered another beating in front of everyone's faces. Being dealt with like this naturally made her even more angry. Acting all arrogant and bossy, while pretending you are high above everyone else. Do you think you were some green onion or something? Xianxia ridiculed and gave her a slap again before continuing. Your skin really is thick. Even my hand is turning numb. No wonder you dare to say all those things. At that moment, the reincarnation form scattered and the time limit had arrived. The underworld youth and immortal mountain youth had their bones shattered and could not retaliate. They continued to remain trampled under him. Meanwhile, the black-clad girl in Xianxia's hands quickly grew younger and recovered her divine force. Her wrinkled body began to sparkle and become more powerful in a flash. Her dark hair scattered about, and her eyes were like large black suns as they released astonishing dark light. An ear-piercing scream sounded from her mouth. Her head of black hair shot upwards and pierced towards Xianxia's head. In addition, roots began to emerge from her body that wrapped themselves around Xianxia's flesh to absorb his flesh's essence. She came from the demonic sunflower garden, so she was an existence that was formed from a sunflower. Right now, she received her innate skills. A hong sounded. Blazing radiance emerged on the surface of Xianxia's skin. Symbols flickered about one after another around him, as if he had put on a set of stellar battle clothes. They were splendid and divine. His flesh was extremely powerful and even tougher than the Buddhist Vajra unbreakable body. Its sturdiness exceeded that of metal and stone, and together with the protection of symbols, those prickling roots couldn't pierce through at all. Xianxia's flesh shone as resplendently as jade. At the same time, he put on the imperishable golden clothes, causing these attacks to release metallic sounds as they landed on his body. His arm fiercely reached out, and with a pung sound, he grabbed the black-clad woman's neck before raising her up. Go to hell! Even though the black-clad female was on the defensive, at a disadvantage, and in an extremely sorry state, her eyes flickered with dark light. The chilliness they released was bone-penetrating. She seemed to be extremely confident in herself. Her entire body erupted with solar symbols. She activated her precious technique. A black sun emerged, surrounding her body and attacking Xianxia. Xianxia continued to stand where he was. His right hand turned into a golden color, filled with the symbols of the Kuan Peng. His flesh was powerful to begin with, and now that it had the Kuan Peng's power added, it truly could be called incomparable. Unless the one he faced were those exceptional talents from the higher realms or the heavenly talent of a race came down, it was impossible to defend against. Kabiye. When this noise sounded, many people shivered inwardly. That black-clad female released a miserable cry, and then her neck laid crooked to the side. It was directly twisted apart. This made those present suck in a cold breath of air. The little stone's physical strength was too terrifying. He broke through the demonic sunflower girl's precious technique, blasted apart the great black sun, and then twisted her neck. It was just too intimidating. Of course, the black-clad female had not died yet. Her head was still there, and her primordial spirit had not been extinguished. As such, there was still hope for her to continue living. With a slap from Xianxia's right hand, symbols emerged in large amounts and entered her body, sealing her and forcing out her original body. Where her body originally was, a black sunflower emerged that flowed with dark light. Its leaves were bright, the flower was glorious, and its roots were strong. There was a powerful divine force rippling out from her body. Xianxia carried it in his hand. He revealed a look of joy and said, "Natural luck." His hands and feet quickly moved about, removing the sunflower seeds in a delighted manner. His saliva was about to flow out. The noble ladies and handsome youth were all speechless. This fellow was truly hard to see through. Only the young geniuses of the 8 regions, such as Lady Qian, Xianxia, and the others understood what was going on. After all, they had heard rumors of the little stone's savageness. Soon after, a handful of sunflower seeds appeared in Xianxia's hands. They were pitch black and brilliant like black jade. A type of glossy luster flowed through their surface. In the past, he went from beast milk to various types of descendants, pure-blooded divine birds, and other creatures. He never felt any fear. Now that there was a demonic sunflower in front of him, he immediately opened his mouth to bite it. With a caw sound, the shell was removed, revealing the snow-white seed inside. A wave of fragrance immediately wafted through the air. Heavens! It really is a rare delicacy. After eating the seed, he immediately cried out in amazement. He had a joyous expression on his face. This really was crude. Everyone watched with shock and speechlessness. Xianxia's movements were extremely fast. He quickly removed the sunflower seeds, seemingly extremely happy as he did so. Even though the black-clad female had returned to her original form, she could still cry out. She was driven mad. What was happening. Calling it a humiliation wasn't enough. Her lungs were going to explode from anger. "What are you being so noisy for? Wasn't I just eating some seeds?" Xianxia muttered. "I am going to kill you." The black-clad female was going crazy from anger. However, what could she do? Her sunflower body's magical force was sealed, making it impossible to do anything. At this moment, Xianxia experienced a wonderful feeling. That pitch-black and sparkling sunflower seed contained great divine force. If one's spiritual essence was exhausted, 3 or 4 of them could quickly replenish it. Natural golden Dan. Truly good stuff. He continuously praised again and again. "My demonic sunflower garden will never let you go." The black-clad female screamed with flusteredness and exasperation. "Is demonic sunflower garden a place that sells seeds?" Xianxia asked. His eyes shone and he said, "Are there divine-level flower seeds for sale?" The black-clad female collapsed, and her body began to wilt. She felt like she was truly going to go mad if she continued to scream. In the surroundings, everyone's expressions were strange. They all didn't know what was the right thing to say in this situation. Xianxia tossed the black-clad female away and rushed into the heavens towards the stalk of demonic sunflower that had lit its divine flame. Its body that was radiating dark light was currently frozen in the air. The aura of this existence was extremely astonishing. What are you trying to do? The demonic sunflower was horrified. Even though it was frozen, dark light continued to flicker like a black sun. A female voice sounded. Hao wiped his saliva again and again. His eyes were burning intensely, as if he was staring at an exceptional beauty. I could tell with just a look that you are extremely delicious. This powerful demonic sunflower immediately fell apart. Was there still natural reason? This truly was bullying while it was down. The glorious expert of a generation that had its divine flame lit was actually going to have its seeds eaten? Hao leapt up towards the sunflower. His hands moved quickly. The sparkling black jade like flower seeds fell down with pili-pala sounds. All of them were collected into a jade cauldron. Everyone became stunned. What kind of place was the demonic sunflower garden? It was one of the higher realms' demonic earth, a place that was frightening. They were the plant-type overlords of an area, yet when they came down to the lower realms they ended up in such miserable states. Hao was perfectly content. He turned around and looked at the other figures in the void. There was naturally no lack of experts who had their divine flames lit. He immediately saw another plant-type expert, and his eyes immediately shone. Wow! Grapes, where are you going? Leave the grapes behind. Everyone in the distance trembled. Some of them were even backing away, because they couldn't see through the little stone, feeling that he was too strange. How was he able to lock down 3 experts that ignited divine flames? However, when his final sentence sounded, a green vine swayed back and forth. It was extremely angry. There was a divine flame throbbing inside of it, yet it was being provoked like this in this realm. It was too hateful. They naturally could tell that the little stone's true cultivation couldn't fight against the experts here. So exactly what did he rely on? Was there a terrifying supreme treasure on him? Could it be a secret treasure that has bizarre deity sealing symbols? Someone said in a low voice. In the world of cultivation, there were talisman seals made by ancient supreme beings circulating about, like the body-locking talisman and space-restricting talisman. They possessed boundless might and were extremely powerful. Only these items were incomparably precious and rarely appeared. They suspected that the little stone might have possessed a few and used them to lock down the 3 experts. As such, even though they felt restraining fear, there were some who didn't want to back off. If they backed off like this, it would be too humiliating. However, there were some who were extremely careful as well. They decisively turned around and flew towards the horizon to no longer involve themselves and watch the situation first. Chi! The grapevine swayed gently. A sphere of light that was like a purple golden pill flew over. It erupted with resplendent symbols and exploded in midair. It was going to kill Hao here. He was immediately startled and quickly moved out of the way. The Kuan Peng technique was used to its limit. After shifting out tens of thousands of zhang outwards, he saw that the purple light there overflowed into the heavens and scattered the clouds in the sky. What powerful strength! He was greatly shocked inside. Even though it had just lit its divine flame and only begun its divine path. So it wasn't a true deity yet. Its power was similarly terrifying. It really is a grape. Even your attacks are grapes. Hao muttered. In the distance, someone cracked a grin and laughed silently, not daring to utter any sounds. That green vine was furious. Green flames immediately overflowed into the heavens. Symbols scattered out from all over its body, taking root in the void to derive divine force. It then erupted with divine might to kill him. Lock in place, Hao shouted. He raised his hand and pointed. Everyone was astonished, and they immediately retreated. Even this grave vine shivered inwardly, feeling chilliness inside. Quickly made its way through the sky to avoid being struck. Yet in the end, nothing happened. No one was locked down in place. Everyone's eyes focused on him with flickering expressions. Hao scratched his head, and after putting on a calm expression, he said, "There are accidents sometimes." Again, he pointed outwards, aiming at the grapevine. He softly uttered the word lock again, but once again, there were no changes. It still shocked the divine vine until it dodged thousands of zhong in the air. Lock again, Shihao pointed out. This time, the grapevine didn't dodge at all and coldly stood in place. In addition, the other great sect's powerful individuals that had their divine flames lit were also like this. They suspended high in the air while coldly watching everything. Shihao immediately began to sweat. With a forced laugh, he said, "I just learned this technique, so it might still need some more practice. Let me think about how to use it." This joke was a bit cold. Everyone became cold and killing intent pervaded the air. They all slaughtered their way forward. A black sparrow sneered. A streak of black lightning shot out from its mouth as soon as it opened it. It shot forward with thunderous noise as if it came from dark clouds. This was a spirit that followed the black gold sparrow into the lower realm. It wasn't made from flesh but instead black gold. Even though it had lit its divine flame, it was still far from the black gold sparrow the willow deity struck down. However, for Shihao, it was a disaster and not a proper opponent to fight. His arms trembled, forming Kuan Peng wings and weaving through the skies to avoid this attack. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Voila! A green vine extended outwards, quickly lengthening into the distance. It was long enough to surround a mountain peak. It wanted to bind Shihao. The grapevine had taken action. Green light flickered and symbols filled this place densely. Large amounts of divine flames rippled outwards. For a supreme expert, this was a divine might that simply could not be defended against. It followed the sun god vine down into the lower realm. After that ancient golden vine had a part of it hacked off by the willow deity, it directly retreated back to the higher realms and didn't bring it along. Green colors overflowed in this area. Leaves fluttered about in the air with walala sounds. Shihao quickly rushed into the air. But the mountainous green plants surged upwards, covering the word and submerging him within. Was this the disparity between them and himself? After igniting the divine flame and heading onto the path of divinity, one could completely look down on supreme expert-level cultivators. Their powers were boundless. Body-locking talisman, Shihao shouted loudly. A yellow talisman seal emerged in his hand. It moved downwards, and ferocious fiery light immediately began to burn. Everyone was shocked, and even the grapevine was shaken. A vine immediately began to burn, inflicting damage upon it. However, that was all. That paper talisman burned up and couldn't truly inflict damage on the grapevine. It could only burn through a few of its leaves. Yuchan's main body could see what was happening clearly. Her sparkling, charming face carried a faint smile, and her eyes were deep. She naturally recognized that this was something she left behind. When she had been seriously wounded by Shihao previously, all of her treasures had been lost. Multicolored light surged. A group of experts formed spirit bodies before rushing down with extreme speed. There were 4 individuals that had divine flames lit, and right now they surrounded Shihao. Their expressions were cold and killing intent was surging from their bodies. "Everyone, if you have things to say, we can talk it out. Don't be so in such a hurry. We are all cultivators here, so why is there a need for something like this? We can sit down and find answers through theory instead of practice." Shihao grumbled. "Even a mere formation arrangement realm cultivator like you dares to act so impudently?" Someone said coldly. The grapevine in particular became even more cold. It had been ridiculed by Shihao earlier, so its killing intent had long been stirred. Its green divine flame throbbed as it said, "Your innate talent truly isn't bad. But if you aren't allowed to grow up, you will never become anything. I want your bone. We can study and observe this bone together. Everyone, be careful to not have him self-destruct when seizing the bone." That black gold sparrow spoke. These were spirit bodies and not true bodies. In reality, even though they surrounded the little stone and seemed like they could kill him at any time, they still felt restraining fear. They still made their preparations to back off. After all, he had locked down 3 experts that lit their divine flames in the beginning. "I am coming to seize your bone." The grapevine reached out a vine to tear through Shihao's chest. "I will assist you." The black gold sparrow spoke. His entire body shone with light. Even though it was a spirit body, it was similarly powerful. It didn't feel confident in the green vine and followed along. In the distance, Lan Yu, Baigu, Hong Huang, and the others were all astonished. The situation was changing so quickly. How did it end up like this? You all really are treating me like a pushover that you can crush however you please. Do you all really think of me that easily bullied? Sure how calmly spoke. Then he secretly transmitted sound. Undying big bro? Did you fall asleep? My mind wandered. A message transmitted backwards. There were no fluctuations in his voice, as if it was an ancient well. Sure how looked like he was driven mad at first. Then, he continuously shouted to those around him, "Lock, lock, lock, lock." The spirit bodies of the 4 experts immediately froze in place. However, their true bodies' divine flames were still burning. They all brought out formation platforms and directly pierced through space to immediately depart into the distance. Not even divine kings would be able to stop these fleeing methods. They could definitely escape. However, something unexpected happened. The individuals that had their divine flames lit were stupefied. They were grabbed back out by someone. Even their souls began to tremble. They weren't the only ones. Everyone else felt great fear as well. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to be in disorder. Golden radiance surged, and it was as if a world-changing demonic lord had revived. The entire world seemed to be trembling and quaking in response. A large golden hand emerged. It was unknown just how many times larger than the clouds it was. It filled the sky and released an undying aura. Golden light erupted endlessly. Symbols poured outwards in torrents, and a golden misty energy pervaded the air. The claw shattered the heavens to drag those individuals back out. This scene seemed to shake the entire world under the heavens. Everyone shivered inwardly and felt their souls pounding, feeling an urge to get on their knees and worship this existence. It wasn't just these 4 individuals. Even the 2 existences with divine flames ignited and a few other relatively weaker individuals that had fled into the distance earlier were dragged back. They couldn't flee at all. In fact, one person even used a space-shattering symbol a long time ago to flee tens of thousands of li into the distance. However, they were still restricted and pulled back as they struggled in that large golden hand. With a turn of the large golden hand, several experts with their divine flames lit fell downwards. Then they were arranged side by side just like the skeleton and demonic sunflower, locked in midair. Everyone became horrified. They raised their heads. The undying creature towered in the world with chaotic energy and golden light around him. A pair of golden wings rested on its back. It looked down on this world. Everyone felt their scalps turning numb. It were just too powerful. Who could resist this power? Undying existence. Immortal Mountain's deity trembled, felt incomparably pained. This expert had an undying body and seemed impossible to kill. He was powerful to the extreme. With him taking action, how many people could even stop him? From today onwards, the lower realms will be without deities. The undying existence calmly spoke. He erupted with incomparably terrifying fluctuations. Golden, multicolored lights diffused outwards to cover the world. He opened his mouth, and with a breath, underworld earth skeleton, Immortal Mountain's expert, demonic sunflower, black golden sparrow, and the others all entered its mouth, thus disappearing from this world. Only their divine flames flickered about in his mouth, as well as the resounding unwilling roars filled with fear. Sure how cried out miserably as if his heart was splitting and his lungs were tearing. Grapes, my grapes! Everyone became terrified, but at the same time, they stared blankly, especially Shueyu, Ying, and the others. They felt as if this fellow was truly heartless. They couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Of course, there were some that didn't see it this way. For example, Shenming, Lan Yu, and the others felt that this fellow was too dangerous. He could actually walk so close to the undying existence. Sure how didn't stay still. He moved forward, his arms shining like the golden peng wings. Tens of thousands of zhang streaks of divine radiance were emitted, hacking forward and releasing pu sounds. The undying existence only devoured the individuals with their divine flames ignited. There were still others left, and right now they were all killed by him. With a wave of his hand, that underworld youth and black-clad woman that had turned into a demonic sunflower had their heads sliced off, ending their lives here. "I'll spare your life." Finally, he released the immortal mountain youth. After considering that he might be from the higher realms, he feared that this individual might have some blood relationship with his mother. It was mainly because this individual's words didn't bring him too much disgust. The scene was completely silent. Only when the golden figure up in the clouds began to fade did everyone feel the pressure lessen and become a bit more bearable. Sure How thought of something. He pointed at Fairy Yu-chan's main body and said, "Lock!" As expected, there wasn't any use. Yu-chan's main body was still wonderful, and her jade-like hands fixed the hair that had gathered in front of her forehead. Sure How secretly called out to the undying existence, but he only received a single reply. "I am going to seal deities." Perhaps as a supreme being, his cultivation realm was too high, so there were only deities in its eyes. Nothing else mattered to it. Up on the mountain peak, whistling sounds could be heard as the wind moved through the pine trees. No one spoke. After a long time had passed, Sure How chuckled and said, "Was just joking. Not funny at all." Yu-chan's main body coldly replied. Everyone stared with a dumbstruck expression. Dark lines emerged, especially on the foreheads of Baigu and some others. They admired Fairy Yu-chan greatly, and they had previously misunderstood Sure How and apologized. However, they were now left speechless. However, everyone was still greatly shaken. When other people called down their experts, individuals with divine flames lit descended. However, when the little stone called out, an unmatched supreme being came. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. This fellow's backing was truly strong. He could even invite the undying existence. Forget about Lan Yu, Hong Huang, Shen Ming and the others. Even the witch and Yu-chan's main body found their hearts beating greatly. This fellow was becoming more and more savage. That day, an existence with an indomitable spirit appeared in one region after another. Primal chaos curled up around it, and golden light continuously diffused from its body. It now officially began to seal deities, leaving the world under the heavens trembling. The undying existence arrived in heaven-mending sect. With a wave of its hand, chaotic energy surged. Several figures were grabbed upwards. He reached out his hand again, and a deity that had been formed from a mountain entered his hands. Then he appeared outside Western sect. He opened his mouth and inhaled, sending several golden bodies into his mouth. This was a shocking transformation that raised uproars throughout the world. The entire world was shaking greatly. That day, the lower realm was greatly shaken. All sides were quaking in fear. The undying existence towered between heaven and earth. As its wings moved, golden mists overflowed into the heavens and chaotic energy surged. It was as if an unmatched demon lord was moving about, one that no one could stop. On a short mountain rested an ancient temple. The sound of a bronze bell rang for 100 li, and an auspicious light rushed into the heavens. This was an old Buddhist temple that clearly did not reside within the Western sect's territory. However, it was still discovered. The sound of scriptures was ear-splitting, and the aura of deities filled the air and surged into the ninth firmament. A large golden hand reached down. The deity that had just descended from the higher realm and was looking for rest became furious. Even though its magical force was heaven-reaching, it still couldn't avoid this hand. The large hand closed, grabbing him upwards. It struggled unwillingly. However, this place erupted with brilliance, and only ruins were left behind as it entered the undying existence's mouth. This world was greatly shaken. All sides were trembling, and the creatures of the 8 regions were quaking in fear. That day, an indomitable giant hunted deities. Underneath a swamp rested a 9-layered cave with each layer being darker than the last. A large foot descended, splitting apart the ley lines of the earth, collapsing this dark and gloomy earth. A deity flickering with underworld flames rushed upwards. He came from the higher realms and descended from the underworld earth. He was resting here and waiting for an opportunity, yet in the end was discovered by the undying existence. That large hand searched outwards, covering heaven and earth and trapping him within. He was then tossed into the undying existence's mouth. This expert with his divine flame lit howled as he was devoured. Overseas, on top of an island sat two figures inside of a special formation. They flickered with divine radiance. They were hiding here and wanted to return to the higher realms. It was because these two already knew that the undying existence was annihilating deities, but they still couldn't immediately leave. A pair of golden pupils emerged in the sky, overlooking this place. There were thick mists swirling about this figure. He opened his mouth and sucked inwards, and like rivers into the sea, they were both devoured. Outside this region, there was an ancient temple that floated between meteors. This was an isolated courtyard that belonged to the heaven-mending sect. It was hidden quite well. The peacefulness was broken. An expert that was hiding within cried out loudly and did everything it could to rush towards the dark outer space. However, it was still useless. An enormous figure appeared from the rear. His wings lightly moved, sending golden ripples outwards. He was restricted, and then his body began to split apart inch by inch. He was absolutely terrified as he watched his body shatter apart. This was a great disaster, but it was targeted only at those of the higher realms. The undying existence's enormous body traveled through the 8 regions like a devil or god that had existed since the opening of this world. Nothing seemed impossible for him, and no one could defy him as he hunted down experts that had their divine flames lit. His targets were carefully selected, mainly focusing on the Immortal Mountain Western sect and other great powers experts that had tried to suppress him before. He roamed about this world in search of divine auras. The deity sealing he was carrying out today wasn't to kill to the last one and leave the lower realm in wastes, but instead to sweep through the large sex men and completely sweep through the experts from the higher realms. This was the true meaning behind this action. The world under the heavens was greatly alarmed. The entire world was quaking in fear. The atmosphere of the gathering on Crane Mountain was ruined. Everyone was greatly shaken up. The changes that took place today were completely unimaginable. The expressions of everyone became strange whenever they looked at Xianxia. They all felt complicated emotions. This fellow's backing was so tough. How did he reach this state? Finally, a few hours later, everyone absent-mindedly left in a hurry towards different places. They secretly sent messages to their sects to ask about what happened. Hong Huang, Shuiyu, and the other sects were comparatively more relaxed. They didn't have inheritances in the lower realm, nor did they encounter any disputes. When Xianxia returned to the imperial palace, he naturally received reports. That day, news were arriving from everywhere, to the extent where a few ancestral altars were going to explode. The undying existence's methods truly terrified everyone. He's targeting the higher realms, so that's naturally a good thing. In the central heavenly palace, Xianxia told P28 to relax and that he didn't need to worry. He understood inside information and naturally knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried. The amount of creatures that had their divine flames lit was limited. Most of them came down from the higher realms, and their numbers were limited. If they carefully hid themselves, it would be quite difficult to find them. Xianxia frowned. He was a bit worried that those who escaped the net might come looking for trouble. I asked the sect master to descend and protect the sect. Prayers were being made in every region, especially at those undying inheritances. After suffering this disaster, they all felt great fear. They were looking for ways to contact the higher realms and sought the unmatched giant's protection. They all feared the undying existence sweeping through everything, because they had absolutely no way of defending themselves. However, none of them received any replies. Everyone had a feeling that things were not looking good. The giants of the higher realms had fought for several days and disappeared along with that primordial gate. Perhaps their time was up and they returned to the higher realms. This prediction left the world uneasy. If this really was the case, didn't this world basically belong to the undying existence? From here on out, heaven and earth had, without a doubt, been separated. That enormous figure was still moving through this world, searching through the 8 regions to continuously hunt down deities. A thick mist surrounded it, and golden light flowed about. A world-shocking aura diffused outwards. The great calamity descended not too long ago. The giants of the higher realms all took action, seizing the powerful existences of the 8 regions, only leaving behind their own people. The first reason was for picking medicine, and the second reason was to allow their own inheritances in the lower realms to thrive. Meanwhile, now that the undying existence took action against these great sects, unstoppable as he swept through everything, it could also be considered the destruction of their inheritances. This left behind great after effects. Several days later, the undying existence appeared inside Stone Country imperial capital, making every hair on Hao's body stand on end. This fellow really was quite the character. He seemed harmless when he didn't display his power, but when he did, the entire world was shaken. Those giants? Hao asked. Their time is up. They had no choice but to return to the higher realms. The undying existence replied. Right now, he had reverted to the size of a normal person. His body was no longer as dried up and withered as it was when he first emerged into the world. A mist of radiance wrapped around him. They had surrounded the willow deity and little pagoda to try and seize their natural luck. The willow deity revealed a sparkling fragment that left many people shocked. It was one of the natural opportunities they were searching for, and as a result, they surrounded and attacked it. There were giants that left as well, because the willow deity told them about a place with natural luck in the lower realm. After hearing about this, a few giants immediately hurried over. Did they obtain anything? Hao asked. He knew that the willow deity did this to use up their time. I do not know. The undying existence shook his head. After their time was up, those giants had no choice but to hurriedly return to the higher realms. In the end, the willow deity entered the primordial gate together with the little pagoda. The undying existence also entered, sending a spirit body through the hazy gate. Everyone previously thought that his true body had entered. I just wanted to experience it a bit. It truly is a terrifying place. The undying existence sighed and said. His spirit body wasn't even able to see much after entering before it immediately turned into a pool of blood and flowed outwards. It was to the extent where he didn't even know what caused its death or what even happened. What about the willow deity and the little pagoda? Hao trembled inwardly. He was extremely nervous. They are quite powerful. They sent a few sacrifices in and another 2 or 3 giants before entering. The undying existence spoke with an indistinct expression. He didn't know whether the willow deity's blood was included in the blood that flowed out. The battle that broke out there was incredibly intense. The primordial gate then vanished, breaking free from the willow deity's control and sinking into the depths of the primal chaos. There is still more for me to do. The undying existence got up. There was a sparkling piece that was snow white like jade in its palm. It glistened with radiance. What is that? Hao asked. Primal chaos mirror. The undying existence replied. This was precisely the sparkling piece the willow deity revealed. It was a miraculous treasure that, once completed, would allow one to view the world above and earth below, penetrating through the 9 heavens and 10th earth. This piece alone already possessed astonishing divine might. Could allow one to inspect all 8 regions. That was why the giants went crazy. They wanted to obtain it and then join forces and activate this supreme treasure together to observe the lower realms mountains and rivers for great natural opportunities. In reality, it was just a fragment, so it was nowhere near as astonishing as they thought. Perhaps it might be able to search for living creatures, but searching for great natural opportunities was too difficult. I'm leaving. The undying existence rushed into the heavens. He brought this shining fragment the willow deity left with him before heading into the void. That day, a streak of divine light penetrated through the heavens above and earth below, appearing in all 8 regions and shone in all directions. The undying existence activated this snow-white fragment and traveled everywhere in search of creatures with their divine flames lit. The results were quite good. Even though he couldn't find the temple buildings of supreme beings, Finding cultivators that were weaker than itself was too easy. Inside of an abyss hid a ghost vine. It was trembling with fear. Even though it had ignited its divine flame, it was extremely scared. Chi! A white light scattered down and swept through it, illuminating its true body. A large hand reached down, shattering the abyss and grabbing it. It was directly devoured. Inside of a volcano, scarlet and scorching magma surged. A scarlet flood dragon was hiding here to avoid the great disaster. After coming down from the higher realms, it had originally thought that it possessed unstoppable power and could do whatever it wanted. Yet in the end, it ended up choosing its place of death. An expanse of holy light scattered down, shining upon its body. Oh! It released a shout of terror and leapt into the air. Unfortunately, it was all futile, and the undying existence instead directly took it into its enormous mouth. With the separation of heaven and earth, the main result was that creatures of the higher realms couldn't come down anymore. Meanwhile, there were several areas in the lower realms that could still ascend into the heavens and enter the boundless higher realms. The natural laws allowed lower-level creatures to enter higher-level domains, but it was extremely difficult for powerful existences to descend into the lower worlds, as they would receive restrictions. This was, perhaps, a way that the great Tao protected the lower realm. Only those paths had been temporarily closed by the undying existence. Even though he couldn't reverse the natural laws of this world and they would reopen soon, they were definitely closed right now. There were experts that frantically attacked at these restrictions to return to the higher realms. Unfortunately, it was too difficult for them to do so. Even though you are undying, you will face tribulation for going against the heavens like this. Our ancestors will definitely join up to suppress and kill you, some powerful individuals roared. Noisy! The undying existence's eyes opened wide. Golden light flickered about, freezing these individuals in place. Then, with a slap, they were all crushed into nothingness. The deity sealing actions had come to an end. Heaven and earth became clear and peaceful again. The terrifying disaster had come to an end. I am going to leave. The undying existence returned to Stone Country Imperial Palace again. His words were concise as he told Sure how that everything was finished. If nothing unexpected happened, from this day forth, no one else would disturb the lower realm. There would be an extremely long period of peace, and perhaps this might bring about a flourishing period where saints struggled for power. If deities were to appear, then they would still be natives of the lower realm that reached that level of power. Senior, can you stay here for a bit longer? Sure how urged him to stay to ask for guidance. I cannot wait any longer and will leave soon. The undying existence's golden pupils shone, and its snow-white teeth were intimidating. It was clear that he was going to the higher realms to stir up a disaster. After being suppressed for so many years, there was a great flame burning within him. The undying existence had endured bitterly for too many years. He wanted revenge. Once he left, it would be too difficult to return. The natural laws of this world similarly suited him. It was easy to ascend, but hard to come down. Regardless of whether you enter the higher realms or not, it is best if you do not borrow my name. Otherwise, you will bring down endless disasters on yourself. The undying existence reminded. Sure how sighed. This troublesome ancestor was going to overturn the heavens. He could imagine the heavens being thrown into chaos already. Senior, take care of yourself. He could only say this. Even though the undying existence was powerful, he had many enemies as well. It was unknown whether his decision to go up was good or bad. It was quite likely that he was walking right into a trap. The undying existence was extremely straightforward. Without saying any extra words, it directly broke through the sky and left. The sealing of deities ended. The world under the heavens erupted with noise. Sure how never expected that things would end up like this. It was completely different from what he had anticipated. There weren't any astonishing desperate battles, nor did the sky and earth collapse. It was just a single undying existence that swept through this world to capture cultivators that ignited their divine flames, remaining unstoppable to the end. All 8 regions were discussing among themselves. For the rest of this world, The disturbance this time was too great. Someone actually captured all of the deities. His methods were heaven-defying. This was truly an inconceivable thing. He left just like that? It was a bit too ordinary. Xianxia stood in the imperial palace while gazing into the moon up in the sky and muttering to himself. He seemed extremely lonesome. P28 was leading Qingfeng around, helping him understand everything that went on in the imperial palace. When he saw this scene from the distance and heard him talking to himself, he felt a bit speechless. The outside was in an uproar, and the world was not peaceful at all. Yet His Majesty was feeling lonesome. Was different from what I had expected. Xianxia sighed lightly. The moonlight was chilly. He stood on the altar while gazing into the sky. He felt quite frustrated. He said his farewells to the willow deity, and he sent off the little pagoda. Would they be able to return alive to meet him again? From what the undying existence said, the willow deity and little pagoda both entered the primordial gate. Did any of the blood that flowed out belong to them? Were they now parted by death? Since the ancient times, every single supreme being that entered those gates never reappeared. When he recalled this, he couldn't help but sigh. Willow deity had given him too much, making him feel extremely reluctant. How could he not be worried? He felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Was there ever going to be a reunion again? When he thought of everything that had happened in the past, he felt extremely gloomy. Dark clouds floated past, covering the bright and cold moon. The world immediately became much darker. Higher realms, I will go there. Xianxia clenched his fists. I will explore the mysterious area. Willow deity, little pagoda, wait for me. I will definitely survive and fight my way up there. He firmed up his conviction. His eyes were flickering with radiance. Boundless races existed in the higher realms. Heavenly talents rose in large numbers, and every single race had peerless geniuses. There were even exceptional talents and otherworldly fairies. It was unknown just how many supreme youths and divine individuals there were in the great earth. They each occupied an area, dominating their region and creating their own legends. Xianxia longed to see the higher realms for himself. He wanted to step on his own path. Shui Yu and Lan Yu had spoken about it quite a bit. That was his real stage, one that was filled with hot-blooded battles between exceptional geniuses of his generation. It was a place where supreme beings competed and immortals stood against each other. Xianxia gradually calmed down, no longer appearing bewildered. His eyes became resolute. When he finished his stay in the lower realm, he was definitely ascend into the heavens and proceed into the greater world of the higher realms. He was going to jump out from this hole. Little big bro, is something the matter? Qingfeng walked over. He had already familiarized himself with many things under P28's instruction and had gotten used to life in the outside world. Apart from him, Dazhuang, who followed the War King, and Pihu, who was enjoying the mortal world, were quite satisfied as well. They adapted to everything quite quickly. One of them entered the military side, another traveled around everywhere, and the last one studied the precious techniques of the outside world. They all had their own benefits. I'm fine. Qingfeng, are you willing to rule Stone Country? Xianxia directly asked. Ah, little big bro, what are you talking about? Qingfeng was shocked as he looked at Xianxia with confusion. Could it be that his little big brother was going to go far away and leave the wasteland region? Xianxia didn't hide anything and said, in the eyes of those of the higher realms, the 8 regions are just a cage. I want to break free and search for a path of the great Tao. In reality, there were many others that thought of the lower realm as a cage as well. It was just too small and couldn't sharpen true dragons. Exceptional talents and immortals could only emerge and compete in the higher realms. Little big bro, are you really going to leave? If you do, won't we never be able to see you again? Qingfeng's eyes that were full of shock widened. Xianxia sighed. He patted his shoulder and said, don't worry. How could that be? Of course we will see each other again. He muttered to himself. He didn't want to disrupt Qingfeng's way of life. After all, he was still too young. Placing Stone Country on his shoulders would be too great of a burden. He still need to think more about this. Xianxia couldn't just walk away from all of his problems. there were still other things that had to be arranged. Stone Country, his parents, Stone Village, and even future aspirations could be dealt with now. Early in the morning, the eastern golden multicolored light blossomed in all directions. It was a brilliant morning. Inside of the 8 regions, all deities had died, and the world was completely shaken. This storm was much greater than what they had anticipated. Even though Xianxia felt rather calm, the outside world was discussing this fervently. After their initial shock, many people exulted, because normal inheritances weren't affected and instead received great benefits. Was this a prelude to an age of glory? Haha! From today forth, there are no deities in this world. No one can make trouble for us anymore. I already have a premonition that the age for hundreds of schools of thought to contend has arrived. The only ones that remained silent were the undying great sects. They had lost their advantage, and their losses this time were severe. Their gates had been trampled on by the undying existence, and all of their experts that lit their divine flames were captured. A wave of great darkness filled their sects. With all experts of that level withered away, this event could only be considered an absolute calamity. A few great sects prepared to seal up their mountains and go into isolation, because the present circumstances were extremely unfavorable. The after effects of this disaster were tremendous, and they emerged in many different places. There were originally a few king-level figures inside Stone Country that originally didn't accept Xianxia and refused him as their new emperor. However, after the great disaster ended, everyone felt great fear inside. Rumor has it that the undying existence had been called out by Xianxia himself, and before that, he even overturned Immortal Mountain. These events inspired great awe throughout the empire. Some king-level figures inside of Stone Country remained unconvinced, but that was because they had been influenced by the great sections. Now that the undying inheritances had all shrunk back and were going to seal up their mountains, it naturally left them feeling great fear. In just 2 days, Stone Country's nobility that were discontent with Xianxia's rule all offered their humble apologies. They entered the imperial capital one after another to ask for forgiveness. Xianxia sat inside the main hall while overlooking everyone. He didn't show any mercy, and towards those that caused serious problems, he directly executed them without holding back. Those that were still reasonable could be forgiven. Iron-bloodedness and appeasement coexisted. Stone Country was immediately shaken from head to toe. When the nobles that hadn't made their moves yet heard of this, they became even more cautious. Some quickly went to beg for forgiveness, while some directly fled, not daring to accept punishment. Towards the latter, Xianxia acted mercilessly. The War King and the others were sent out immediately to pursue them, and he himself also took action to slaughter the traitors. With his current power, how could king-level figures even resist? All of Stone Country was stirred up. All those that tried to stir up trouble kept quiet out of fear, deciding to behave themselves. The effectiveness was apparent. Xianxia's forceful methods left all sides shaken. Stone Country was finally without cracks and unified. It became a great country not only in name, but in reality as well. Great changes happened to the other countries as well. With the retreat of the heaven-mending sect, Immortal Mountain, Western sect, several countries revived and began to stand upright again. The ruins of the broken walls and rubble were incomparably bleak and desolate. Xianxia stood in the ruins of the heaven-mending pavilion. He immediately became lost in his thoughts. This place had once left him with deep impressions. He felt a sense of belonging here. Years ago, he brought Qingfeng out from the great wastelands. The first time he entered this school, there were cheerful chatter and cries of joy, but there was also sorrow and tragedy. Back then, he had cultivated together with many children around his age. As a youth that had walked out from the great wastelands, he was immersed in new and exciting experiences. Old ancestor Mu Yen taught him the lightning technique, and Elder Lu helped him perfect the golden pung technique. However, in the end, a large-scale attack arrived from the enemy, and all of those wonderful things were completely shattered. So many senior brothers and sisters died in battle, all for the sake of letting their younger junior brothers and sisters escape. There were also the elders, who, for the sake of holding the enemy off, stayed behind and self-destructed to help everyone leave. It was an extremely sad and tragic event. Unforgivable. How can I forget such a thing? Xianxia said softly. This was something that he had never taken care of. When the heaven-mending sect was wiped out, he had vowed together with some other youth that escaped that they would re-establish the heaven-mending pavilion and revive their sect. Today, he finally had the power to do so. Before leaving for the higher realms, he was going to complete these unsettled aspirations. He still remembered the faces of those invaders, those sinister expressions, arrogant laughter, as well as the blood trickling from their blades. He could still picture the heads of his seniors and juniors rushing into the sky. Xianxia raised his head, his roar resounding through these ruins. With a raise of his hand, he hacked off a stone mountain and carved it into a stele. Placing it upright in the ruins, he carved down the 3 words, Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Before leaving, I will complete a few things. I am going to re-establish the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Xianxia's roar resounded through the skies. Right at that moment, the broken black sword he carried on him released a light vibration that was clear and melodious like the cry of a dragon. It erupted with dark light and emitted a fluctuation that was several times more terrifying than anything it had released in the past. It seemed to possess its own spirit, breaking free from Xianxia's control and moving about in the void. It was as if a true dragon was rising into the heavens. Only after a long time had passed did it return to his hands. You actually had a spirit. You aren't going to blame me for taking so long to do this, are you? Xianxia lowered his head and looked at this broken sword. His power now was great enough to complete the tasks he wanted to do. That day, the stele on the ruins of Heaven-Mending Pavilion shone magnificently, shocking all directions. Xianxia weaved through the heavens and quickly moved about to search for people. He appeared near a large pond. There was an enormous tribe there. It was the Xiao tribe, a place with many inhabitants. It was actually a place with many different races that united together. It had long become a great power comparable to a small country. Ahead, there was a central tribe. The number of people here reached 1 million. If this number was combined with the populations of the other areas, then it would reach an unimaginable number. A youth was currently cultivating next to a lake. Silver light flickered about and symbols covered this place densely. Even the lake water was resonating in response as symbols engraved themselves densely in the air. In his surroundings rested fresh and clean grass and trees. They were also resonating in response, an embodiment of the silver-robed youth's connection with the great Tao. Right at this moment, a young lady ran over while gasping for breath. She called out loudly, saying, Xiao, you have a guest. The clan elders are all acting cautiously and respectfully around him, and they wish for you to hurry over. Who is it? The silver-robed youth stopped and asked with a frown. He was currently cultivating and wasn't willing to stop. I do not know, but the individual sitting there continuously praises how promising and brilliant you are, how you will definitely not be someone with no talent in the future. The young lady was quite charming and naive. She wiped away her sweat and spoke while blinking her large eyes. Promising and brilliant? The silver-robed youth repeated these words, and then he clenched his teeth, because this truly affected his mood. These words did not bring him any good memories. Inside the main hall of the clan, the great elders were all present. The clan's elders were all personally accompanying a youth with an unordinary bearing. They would laugh from time to time as they chatted. The silver-robed youth hurried over and recognized that pretty youth whose reputation had already inspired great awe. His heart was trembling violently. After so many years had passed, this reunion caused a wave of heat to surge up within him again. It was because they were friends that had bonds formed after fighting for the heaven-mending sect. Now that they met again after that great disaster, how could he not be moved? They both shared a similar type of deep emotion towards that incident. However, the youth on the other side revealed a grin. His words immediately made his face turn green and veins appear on his forehead. Xiao, it's been so long. You are becoming more and more promising and brilliant. In the future, you will definitely soar into the heavens. Shut up. Xiao clenched his teeth. Back then, This youth used a hammer to beat him until the bump on his head became outstanding, leaving him confused and disoriented. Even though that period of time was worth recalling and hard to forget, this particular segment definitely left him in tears. He would be driven mad even when he recalled it now. "What are you here for?" Xiao asked in a rather unhappy manner. "Follow me in overlooking the great wastelands and pushing back all enemies. We will reconstruct the heaven-mending pavilion." That youth had his arms behind him while saying this loudly. His voice resounded through this world. Just these words alone caused another wave of heat to surge in Xiao chest. How could everything that happened in the past be forgotten? Heaven-mending pavilion left them with an extremely wonderful memory back then, a period that was difficult to forget. However, everything was destroyed so ruthlessly. As pure and sincere youth, regardless of whether it was Hao or Xiao, they were all full of emotions towards that place. However, they watched helplessly as enemies descended and tore down their gates. Their companions, former senior brothers and sisters, were slaughtered just like that. Some of them were clearly still children. Their large eyes were full of innocence and fear before death. Their seniors fought to the death to stall the enemies. The normally strict elders self-destructed to stop the incoming enemies. And that old vine that used its life to protect heaven-mending pavilion. It all seemed to disappear together with that rain of light. How could they forget? Good. I believe you have the ability to achieve this. Xiao walked over and bumped fists with him. You mean we? Hao smiled. Right. We will rebuild the heaven-mending pavilion together. Xiao shouted loudly. For the sake of this dream, for the sake of letting out a breath of pent-up air. He had remained silent for many years while cultivating. His natural talents were unordinary, and even though his cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Hao, his ability was rare among his peers. Hao sought him out first. There was naturally past friendship between them. Even though he had struck his head until he had a huge blister that stuck out in an extraordinary manner, they had overcome their differences. In the 100 Shattering Mountains, they worked together to seize the Rain Clan's true supreme water and experienced that terrible event together. Apart from this, Xiao natural talents were extraordinary as well. When he entered the heaven-mending pavilion back then, if Hao wasn't included, then he was the #1 disciple. Go. I'll bring you to see a few people. Xiao lead Hao out, not acting overly courteous due to his changed identity. Inside the palace, several elders and clan leaders revealed serious expressions, and they revealed looks of happiness. Their clan's child being so friendly with the Stone Emperor was naturally an extremely great event. It's you. Hao revealed an astonished look. He immediately recognized one of the youngsters here. His name was Zhou Yuhao, a person who he was not unfamiliar with at all. He had beaten him up seriously before, with the most serious time beating him until all of his bones broke. His actions were due to this individual bullying Qingfeng. Don't hit me. Zhou Yuhao felt a shadow covering his heart when he saw Hao. Even though several years had passed, when he saw Hao raise his hand, he was still frightened and cried out. Aha! Those here all laughed loudly. Apart from several young men, there were 2 girls as well named Yan Xian and Piao Shui. Back then, they were also disciples of the genius camp. Hao had even swapped pointers with them before. Back then, when that great disaster descended, they parted ways. These people finally gathered together again. Are these the only people? Hao asked. There were many who withered away while they were still quite young. There are a few others scattered about in different places. Senior sister Xia Youyu is still alive, Zhou Yuhao said. He mentioned an important female disciple from the heaven-mending pavilion. Hao stared blankly. He naturally remembered this senior sister. When he first walked out of the Great Wasteland, he met her in Stone Country's western border and even obtained a symbol charm from her. Through it, he could directly become one of Heaven-Mending Sect's core disciples. Xia Youyu's status was extraordinary. She was one of the Heaven-Mending Sect younger generation's outstanding talents. She is currently in Zhulu Academy. Back then, she had been rescued by Zhulu Academy's war goddess. Xiao said. Everyone went on their way. With Hao's current methods, they could naturally move quickly. He steered an ancient carriage, one of Stone Country Imperial Palace's secret treasures, could speed along the great earth like lightning. Zhulu Academy was extremely large. Behind their monastery gate, numerous halls could be seen. It was quite imposing in appearance. Even though Hao had heard about its name for a long time, this was still the first time he came here. "It's you guys." Xia Yoyu was shocked, and then she revealed a joyous expression. She was covered in white clothes. Even though many years had passed, her appearance hadn't changed. She was still extremely beautiful. After chatting a bit, everyone became deeply moved. The various events that took place in the past were still vivid in their mind. The war goddess appearance was outstanding. She was extremely beautiful with fair skin. Shining golden armor covered her tall and slender figure just like in the past. Hao's impression of her was quite deep as well. After all, she had also invited him to Zhulu Academy before, even though he did not accept her invitation. Xia Yoyu and the war goddess were the two sect's outstanding disciples, and they were close friends as well. "You guys are going to restore that place and reconstruct Heaven Mending Pavilion? How can I miss out on something like that?" The war goddess laughed and said, "We will reestablish it right in its former location," Hao said. He told them that the guardian spirit would reappear. When these words were spoken, it immediately left everyone shaken. They could not forget about that divine vine. Each time they thought about it, they always felt regret and sorrow. Everyone discussed for a long time. Hao felt that they shouldn't reveal themselves publicly for now until he finished everything first. Then everyone would secretly rebuild it. How could that be? Are you trying to attract the attention of enemies? Xiao Tian shook his head. I do not fear them, Hao said. Moving like this was safer. After all, the great calamity had just ended, and not even he knew if there would be any unexpected changes. He appeared completely fearless. His name had already shaken the world, and he fought against all the different powers for supremacy. Even if there were people who bore hostility against him, it didn't really matter to him how many there were. Several days later, the rebuilding process began on Heaven Mending Pavilion's ruins. The rest of them weren't going to expose themselves yet. Hao sent some people to put up the gate and reconstruct the buildings. There are some grudges that need to be settled, some enmity to have revenge carried out on, Hao said. Back then, there were several powers that were the most hateful. Western Tomb Beast Mountain, Tuoba family, and Rain Clan were the main forces. Rain Clan had long been wiped out by Hao, but right now the other two were still free and unfettered. We cannot allow the blood that flowed that day to be for nothing. Even Xia Yoyu clenched her fists. Her beautiful pupils released killing energy. She had once watched powerlessly as her fellow disciples died miserably. Meanwhile, among the others here, which one of them didn't experience that disaster? They all saw blood fly before their very eyes, watching helplessly as the heads of their close ones tumbled downwards. Many of them hadn't even grown up yet. You all missed some. There are still Mount E and Southern Meteor Divine Mountains experts that attacked the Divine Vine. There is also the Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow and Xianxia, Hao said. During the battle that year, several powerful individuals appeared, and it was due to their actions that led to the destruction of Heaven Mending Sect. Only Xiao Tian, Zhou Yuhao, and the others weren't willing to raise this topic, because that would make them lose confidence. The Heaven-Swallowing Sparrow and Xianxia were extremely terrifying existences. Meanwhile, there was even less of a need to talk about Western Meteor Divine Mountain or Mount E. They were all extraordinary places known to have deities secluded within that had venerated statuses. Those creatures, Xiao Tian and the others hesitated. They felt a pressure weighing on their minds. Don't worry. All debts that have to be collected will be settled. I'll pay them a visit myself, Hao said. Everyone seemed to become a bit distracted. Then all of them trembled. The current name Little Stone shook the world under the heaven and resounded through the 8 regions. He had achieved too many ridiculous things. Even if he went to challenge the home of a deity, he still shouldn't suffer too much, right? Xia Yoyu and the war goddess were a bit baffled. That tender youth from back then had grown to this extent. It truly was astonishing. You must be careful. Those places aren't easy to provoke and are just as powerful as ancient countries. Xiaoyu warned. It is now a new era, and debts must be settled. Shihao spoke with a powerful voice. The name Little Stone has shaken the world under the heavens. We all know about this. There's no need to worry. Let's just watch his methods now, said the war goddess with a smile. The group of people continued along the way. The ancient carriage rumbled through the air and hurried towards a pure land like a streak of lightning. Tuoba family had towered for endless years without falling. If not for the clan's guardian spirit falling during the ancient era, they would have already started a great country. Could be said that this family was extremely powerful in the ancient times. Their first fight was right here. In order to achieve their aspirations and rebuild Heaven-Mending Pavilion, they naturally had to get revenge, and it would all start from here. The enormous monastery gate towered in front of them. Strand after strand of draconic energy flickered in and out of existence as they surrounded this place. It was a precious place after all. And today, they were still quite powerful, otherwise, how would they have the confidence to massacre Heaven-Mending Pavilion with the others and create such a bloody and terrible tragedy? Shihao stood tall and walked up alone. He peered into this ancient land. Hong! He reached out a hand. An enormous golden hand imprint formed in the void and immediately slapped downwards. Powerful winds surged and golden light shone brilliantly. Divine might erupted in all directions. The gate formed from two mountains was crushed to pieces and the great formation shattered. The explosion resounded through heaven and earth. Who dares? An angry roar sounded from inside. A bold and powerful male rushed out. In his hand was a broadsword that pointed forward. It's him, I recognize him. Back then, he cut off senior brother Lu Cheng's head. Yan Xian cried out loudly. Tears flew from her eyes. She immediately felt extremely emotional. I've killed too many to count. Who are you? And what kind of insignificant thing is that Lu Cheng? The middle-aged man's face was covered in a beard. Even though he saw that these visitors did not have good intentions and were quite powerful, he still didn't want to appear weak. You are even lower than a thing. Shihao didn't say anything else and slapped outwards. His palm was like a great golden millstone as it struck down murderously. It was incomparably terrifying. Dang! The broadsword broke, exploding on the spot. Pooh! Meanwhile, this individual directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were wiped out before he even had a chance to release a sound. This scene shocked everyone here. The Little Stone's reputation was truly not in vain. Tuoba family was an ancient family that naturally had deep hidden power. Great formations immediately began to flicker about and symbols surged to protect this place. Figures quickly rose into the air before hurrying over. It's you? Someone cried out loudly after recognizing Shihao. Currently, the Little Stone's name resounded through this world. Not only did everyone in the Wasteland region know about him, even the great sects feared his power. His rise to power was too fast, and no one could stop him. He had accomplished too many world-shaking feats during these past few years. Some of the clansmen were transferred to a different location, but things aren't looking good for the rest. One of the Tuoba clan experts' faces fell. At this moment, when he saw the individuals rushing over from the air, Xiao Tian's eyes became red. Even Shihao's eyes widened. When Heaven-Mending Pavilion was wiped out, these people were especially vicious and killed too many of their senior brothers and sisters. It's him. That old monster attacked Ancestor Mu Yen, causing Ancestor Mu Yen to cough out blood and retreat, eventually even forcing him to self-destruct when left with no other choice. Behind Shihao, a young disciple cried out with a trembling voice while pointing at a white-haired elder. What? Shihao's eyes immediately looked up. He began to seethe in anger. Ancestor Mu Yen taught him lightning techniques, and during a rainy storm, he brought Shihao up into the thunderclouds to gain experience and risked his life to obtain some lighting tribulation liquid for him. He could be considered Shihao's master in Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Kill, kill, kill. Shihao continuously said the word, kill 3 times. His head of hair stood on end as he released an intimidating gaze. He rushed forward like a violent dragon. He didn't hold anything back. The Kuan Peng technique was displayed. His fist covered the world and left all sides trembling. This type of boundless fluctuation was just too astonishing. Even if this Tuoba clan ancestor wasn't a king-level expert and was a supreme expert, he would still be blown apart. This strike carried Xiao's hatred. The killing radiance in his eyes turned into lightning, and the great hatred he felt made him go berserk. Hong! Xiao's fist directly caused that ancestor to explode. That ancestor wasn't able to put up a defense at all, and his many magical artifacts directly exploded into terrifying radiance. Endless golden light followed Xiao as he rushed past. An enormous and brilliant Kuan Peng shone resplendently around him, forming a shocking sight. They spread their wings into the sky together. The Tuoba clan experts along the sides of his charge exploded one after another, unable to stop him in the slightest. Large amounts of people fell, dropping down like rain. Along the path Xiao rushed through, a Kuan Peng spread its wings majestically, shattering everything in its path. Hong! At the same time, golden flames surged around it. Those individuals that fell were turned into ashes by the blazing flames. Everyone was incomparably shaken. They were all terrified. Xiao Tian, Xia Youyu and the others all shuddered as they watched his back. The little stone had risen to power after all. He was like a monarch that looked down on the world. His might shook the 8 regions. Xiao's body formed a Kuan Peng, releasing great fluctuations and dazzling golden flames that covered the world. This place became brilliant and dazzling, using the world as a cauldron, one's body as the flame. It was like cooking pot stickers as the figures in the sky dropped down with pili-pala sounds. Miserable screams rose and fell. Xiao, you bully others too far, an expert shouted loudly. His body blazed with silver radiance, turning the skies incomparably hot. There were holy flames everywhere. Another ancestor of the Tuoba clan appeared. He soared through the air and rushed over with a magical staff in hand. With a slight wave, lightning interweaved and silver snakes danced about in the sky towards Xiao. Bully others too far? Back then, when your Tuoba clan slaughtered heaven-mending pavilions people, you didn't even let 10-year-old children go. Why did you say this sentence then? Xiao roared. A stream of draconic energy rushed out from his throat. It carried symbols with it and surged with his rage as it rushed forward. Rumbling sounds rang through the air. Several figures exploded in front of him. They all turned into a bloody mist. This was just the spiritual essence he spat out, yet it already possessed such astonishing power. Normal experts couldn't stop its power at all. They were shaken until their bones broke and their flesh split apart. Their bodies died and their Tao vanished. The silver lightning that was rushing over was also scattered. Couldn't even approach his body. You are the emperor of a country, yet you act like this. By wiping out my Tuoba clan, do you not fear the people calling you ruthless? Be careful not to destabilize your stone country's foundation. The elder's face became downcast. While speaking, he waved his magical staff and activated the mountain-protecting divine formation. Tuoba family almost founded a country back then and had a powerful guardian spirit in the past. It naturally had astonishing backing. Below, the mountain region swelled upwards. Bluestone shone, resonating with the stars in the sky. The various mountains and boulders around Tuoba clan immediately turned into stars. This was a stellar formation. Every single boulder corresponded with a great star, making this place look like a sea of stars. The stellar splendor above the 9th heaven gathered and emerged here. Who in this world can berate me for killing those that ought to be killed? Xiao shouted. A golden ancient war chariot appeared beneath his feet. It moved through the air like a streak of lightning and rumbled with noise as it directly entered the formation. Meanwhile, he held the divine magical sword in his hand. He hacked outwards, sending out astonishing fluctuations. Sword energy roiled as it swept out, crushing everything in its way. Regardless of whether it was the war chariot or the magical sword in his hand, They were both stone country's treasures and left behind by deities. They were perfect for destroying similar level great formations. Electrical radiance danced about and stellar splendor interweaved. This place shone with such brightness that it was hard to look directly at. There were symbols and beams of light surging everywhere. Waves of energy rose and fell without restraint. Kacha. On the ground, there were a few formation platforms that released sharp sounds. Boulders cracked apart one after another. The formation that had been arranged in the ancient era had been worn down over the passage of time and finally became unstable. After so much time had passed, even deities would grow old, let alone the formations deities arranged. Without repair or protection, there was no way it would be like how it was before. In the end, the great formation collapsed. Enormous rocks exploded one after another, losing connection with the stars in the sky. They couldn't be compared to Stone Country's imperial palace. This was, in the end, still just an ancient family. The golden war chariot crushed past, and the magical sword in Xianxia's hands hacked down. This Tuoba clan ancestor released a large cry. A silver lamp emerged above his head and began to burn with a simple and ancient energy. He pointed towards Xianxia, and then a streak of silver flame flew out from the lamp towards Xianxia. This was a clan protecting supreme treasure, as well as a divine magical artifact. This silver flame was extremely terrifying, burning until even the space around it began to distort. Quickly reached Xianxia. Xianxia remained extremely calm. How could he lack magical artifacts of this level? This time, he activated the country protecting black and ancient divine halberd. The moment he activated it, divine light surged and overflowed into the heavens. This great halberd flew outwards, scattering the silver flame and then rushing towards that ancient lamp to confront it. Chi! The silver lamp shone, sweeping out the boundless sword energy, but it didn't affect the great halberd at all. It was quite extraordinary, but it was still not comparable to the most powerful weapon of Stone Country. Dang, the great halberd descended. The surging silver flame was everywhere, filling the air with stellar specks. Xianxia was completely unharmed, but everyone else in the Tuoba clan was horrified. How were they supposed to defend themselves? That ancestor also cried out loudly. His expression was deathly pale. This was an unimaginable disaster. With a hong sound, great flames ignited, lighting up all the buildings of the ancient Tuoba family. Even more people were directly struck by the scattered silver light, turning into torches that burned into ashes. This was divine power. Normal cultivators couldn't defend themselves against it at all. Xianxia did not sympathize with them. He had seen many of these people that had slaughtered about before. During the battle of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion back then, they were cruel and merciless. Their hands were covered in blood. And today, it was finally time to resolve karma. Xianxia brandished his sword. An enormous streak of sword radiance swept outwards, directly turning the Tuoba ancestor into light. It was as if a small chunk of snow had been swept through by a blazing furnace, burning it into nothingness in an instant. As of now, this battle no longer had any suspense. Behind Xianxia, Xiao Tian, Zhou Yuhao, and the others were all dumbstruck. It wasn't that they didn't know the current Xianxia's power shook the world, but even when they personally witnessed this battle, they still found it a bit hard to believe what was happening. The powerful Tuoba clan was breached today just like this. Meanwhile, no one died from their side at all. Xianxia himself swept through everything alone as if the world was in his palm. That silver lamp was shattered. The silver flame wreaked havoc, covering everything with heaven overflowing flames. Xianxia put away the magical sword, great halberd, and war chariot. He also restrained the radiance he himself gave off. The one surnamed Xie, hand over your life. Someone inside Tuoba clan went mad, and with no regard for his own life, he rushed out through the fiery light to kill Xianxia. His eyes even became red. Even you guys can feel anger? Back then when you massacred Heaven-Mending Pavilion, did you all imagine that this day would arrive? Xiao's expression was cold. Then his body became brilliant, and every single inch of his flesh erupted with sword energy. At his side, green grass took root in the void, stalk after stalk. They were like divine swords as they covered the sky. Sword intent overflowed into the heavens. Pu-piu sounds rang out incessantly. Those that rushed over were all slaughtered. Blood splashed out in all directions. No one could block this sword energy. It's them. Precisely them. Xianxia cried out loudly. She recognized many people. They were all murderers that slaughtered the senior brothers and sisters at her side with sinister expressions. During this battle, Tuoba clan was breached and silver flames ignited this place. Xianxia was iron-blooded and merciless, killing every single person that attacked Heaven Mending Pavilion in the past. However, he still didn't feel at ease. There were still others below, including women and children and people that had never attacked. He didn't kill them off and instead turned around and backed off. Everyone stood in the distance, watching as the Tuoba clan burned within raging flames. They all felt complex emotions. Even though they killed the murderers, it was still hard for them to smile. After all, there were still the elders, as well as many young disciples that weren't even able to grow up that passed away. Their vivid faces appeared in their minds. However, they were now all dead. There was another secret earth in the Tuoba clan that contained a bit of the clan's inner secrets. Due to the recent times being rather chaotic, they made preparations just in case. However, this wasn't much of a secret and was found out by Xianxia and the others. They hurried over and wiped out a group of experts. From this point on, Tuoba clan lost their foundation and was completely ruined. In fact, several dozen years from now, they completely retreated from the world of cultivation, and this powerful family completely ceased to exist. This is Lion Mountain? Xianxia was astonished. After the battle ended, they made their way through more than 100,000 li of mountains and forests. When they were passing an enormous mountain, they saw a stone stele with the two words Lion Mountain carved atop. This mountain range was quite vast, but they were all incomparably tall and lofty. Go, let's take a look inside. Xianxia revealed an excited expression, because he thought of the nine-headed lion. This should be its home. Before heading for the higher realms, he wanted to see these old friends. When he entered this region, less plants could be seen, and the mountain region became more bleak. There weren't many weeds, only a few enormous trees suitable for the golden lion race to wander about. Who is it? Halt! Someone shouted loudly as soon as he arrived. Several massive golden lions ran over. Fur covered their temples. They were extremely majestic and powerful. I came to see a friend. Pass a message onto Jin Hong for me that his sworn big brother came. Xianxia transmitted sound. The nine-headed lion's name was Jin Hong, but because its bloodline was rarely seen and special among its race, it had always used its clan's name to refer to itself. Only Xianxia and a few others knew its name. If normal people saw these enormous lions, they would definitely fall weak on the floor. They were like small mountains. The pressure they exuded was just too great. Wait here. The lion turned into a gust of wind and left. Soon after, a golden-haired youth hurried over. He looked extremely heroic and full of essence energy. His golden pupils were dazzling. This was precisely the nine-headed lion, and he had long turned into human form. He had fought a great battle against Xianxia in the 100 Shattering Mountains, and their friendship could also be considered to have been achieved through fighting. Xianxia! When they met again, both of them felt rather moved. They had separated before the Great Calamity, and at that time Huolinger, Yunxi, Flamecrow, Second Baldy, and the others were there. In the end, some departed for the higher realms while others stayed behind. I said I was going to pay you a visit again quite a while ago and dragged it all the way until today. Xianxia laughed and said. The nine-headed lion invited them into the mountain. They saw a few enormous lions along the way that were like golden mountains. Xiao Tian, Xia Youyu, Zhou Yuhao, and the others were all filled with curiosity after coming here, because the nine-headed lion race had a great reputation. The most well-known legend was that they were one of the 10 great mounts. During the ancient years, deities and giants all liked to ride on these golden lions. This was true regardless of whether it was in the higher realms or lower realm. Meanwhile, nine-headed lions became terrifyingly powerful after growing up. There were quite a few legends of divine lions defeating their owners and devouring deities. Their potential was endless. Lion Mountain lacked grass, but there was still a variety of plants. There were spiritual medicines on the rocky cliffs and between the mountain cracks. They had been nurtured here for many years. They were all rare and precious old medicines. The Nine-Spirit King also came out. He was also the king of a race and had a respected position. However, Xianxia was now the emperor of Stone Country, so it was not too rude for it to personally come. Xianxia had met the Nine-Spirit King, Flame Crow King, and others during Hualinger's gathering in Fire Nation Imperial Capital, and even obtained a few pointers from them as well as quite a bit of experience. The Nine-Spirit King has become a supreme expert? Xianxia was astonished. He then congratulated it. I only recently advanced after the great calamity passed. The Nine-Spirit King nodded and said. Soon after, Xianxia felt that something else was wrong. There were other supreme expert auras inside Lion Mountain. Could it be that there were others that broke through in this race? It really wasn't simple. He directly asked about it. Nine-Spirit King frowned, and Jin Hong's expression became a bit unnatural, revealing some anger. In the distance was an ancient cave that surged with golden multicolored light. Dense mist curled up around this place, and powerful divine might fluctuated outwards. A slight sound of snoring could be heard. There was a creature that was talking in its sleep. Bring wine. This was an expert that was currently asleep, continued to mutter. The aura of a supreme expert was spreading out from his body. Who is this? Xianxia asked. An expert from the higher realms. The nine-headed lion said through clenched teeth. Anger surfaced onto his face. What? Not only was Xianxia shocked, even Xiao Tian, Xiao Youyu and the others' expressions changed. Bring over alcohol, this creature said as it snored. It was surging with vitality and had a powerful build. One could feel its great life force even from far away. What is going on? Xianxia asked. Nine-Spirit King showed a rather unpleasant expression. He gave that ancient cave a look. His light golden hair danced about. The nine-headed lion Jin Hong spoke through clenched teeth. He came here to select and bring back the powerful experts to the higher realms to serve as mounts for deities. Xiao Tian, Xiao Youyu, and the others were shocked. The rumors really were true. Deities were quite fond of golden lions and liked to have them as their mounts. However, for the golden lion race, this was a type of humiliation. They were clearly a race with endless potential, so how could they be willing to serve as mounts? If not for the fact that the Nine-Spirit King had just become a supreme expert and wasn't this higher realm's supreme expert's opponent, he would have flipped out a long time ago. With their race's temperament, they wouldn't have endured it for so long. Wake him up. Does he truly think that our lower realm is a medicinal field or some pasture? Is this some place for them to randomly plunder? Xianxia was naturally going to interfere. Forget about the fact that his relationship with the nine-headed lion was close. Even if it was just a regular relationship, he would still take action. The ancient cave was quite deep. This was a precious place, an area where the Nine-Spirit King would normally cultivate in isolation. There was stone liquid surging underground. Even though it was just a puddle, it was still natural spiritual medicine. Apart from this, the cave had rare golden spiritual essence that would erupt with golden light from time to time. For the golden lion race, this was the most ideal place for cultivation. Xianxia was immediately amazed when he walked into the ancient cave. He found out that the arrogant and domineering supreme expert from the higher realms that drowned himself in wine and meat all day was a large tortoise. Its 4 legs were facing the sky, revealing its white belly. The shell on its back flickered with black golden radiance. It laid on its back just like that without any care about its image. Xianxia was truly a bit speechless. This large tortoise appeared before him just like this. It truly was a bit unusual and unexpected. He originally thought it would be some extremely vile and incomparably savage existence. Yet it was just a drunken turtle. It was still a supreme expert in the end, so as soon as everyone got closer, it woke up. However, its eyes were still closed. It muttered, Nine-Spirit King, you just broke through, so you shouldn't look for trouble. Hurry up and bring some of your clan's most fragrant wine over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The big tortoise threatened while reaching out a claw with its eyes still closed. It grabbed a copper cauldron and scooped towards the puddle formed from stone liquid before drinking quite a bit. Xianxia raised his hand. A golden hand imprint condensed in the void and then crushed down. The big tortoise immediately retreated with a so sound. It widened its eyes, sensing danger. It was like a black pot as it stood there, staring at Xianxia. "What are you?" It was quite alarmed and asked loudly. "The one that will deal with you." Xianxia pressed forward. The imperishable battle clothes appeared on his body and flickered with dark light. "Youngster, do you know who I am?" The big tortoise widened his eyes and loudly berated with an arrogant look. "Aren't you just a turtle?" Xianxia sneered and took action again. His palm and fingers formed a golden color, and with a wung sound, it slammed downwards while releasing terrifying fluctuations. The big tortoise was extremely flexible. Its legs stood on the ground, and with a so sound, it moved out of the way and didn't face it head-on. 9 Spirit King, Xiaoyu, and the others all backed up, leaving this cave. A battle between supreme experts was a terrifying thing. The entire mountain ridge might collapse at a single wrong turn. "Audacious! You aren't kneeling after seeing this god. I came from the higher realms and is not someone a person like you can offend." The big tortoise berated. "Even a turtle dares to boast so shamelessly. Even the deities have been completely wiped out, let alone someone like you." Xianxia's golden palm imprint condensed. It covered the sky again and slowly smashed downwards. "How can anyone deal with the experts that lit their divine flames? You cannot speak nonsense." The big tortoise berated. Xianxia was speechless. He felt that this good-for-nothing definitely drank too much and didn't know the way back or what happened in the outside world. Hong! The large golden hand descended, erupting with a rumbling sound. The large tortoise's expression changed. Symbols flickered around its body, forming a tortoise shield that was brilliant and resplendent to block this golden palm imprint. Dang! The sound that rang out was like a divine bell as it rumbled outwards, resounding through the entire mountain range and ringing through everyone's ears. The power that was released was powerful to the extreme. The great tortoise released a muffled groan and staggered backwards. However, it was not injured. Xianxia was astonished. The golden palm imprint was powerful to the extent where normal supreme experts couldn't block it and would inevitably be blasted apart. This tortoise's defensive strength was astonishing. That shield was sturdy and unbreakable, actually enduring Xianxia's heaven-defying strength and blocking the extraordinary power of his flesh. The turtle's speed was extremely fast. It turned into a black and white streak and smashed into the walls of the cave before rushing out as fast as lightning. It was unexpectedly going to flee. "Come back!" Xianxia shouted loudly. He used the Kuan-Peng movement technique to chase after it and block the way out. The big tortoise opened its mouth and released an expanse of dark light, forming a pool of water. There were 18 bone beads inside, each and every one green and sparkling. They all shone to suppress Xianxia. Xianxia extended out a finger, releasing heaven-connecting sword energy. Every single streak of sword radiance struck down on the bone beads. Meanwhile, he released a sea of blood energy, and with a roar, he struck towards this big tortoise. Dang, dang. The noises were ear-splitting. The big tortoise's armor was sturdy, and as it was being beaten, it hid into its shell without daring to come out. A hong sounded. Xianxia activated the power of the Kuan-Peng to support his physical body. Every inch of his flesh turned a golden color. When his palm and fingers descended this time, the large tortoise finally couldn't take it any longer. "Stop! If you have something to say, we can talk it through." Even though there was a shell separating it from Xianxia's palms, it was still shaken until it coughed out blood, making it truly scared. "I admit defeat." This turtle didn't have much of a backbone, crying out and making a big fuss from within its shell. It expressed that it would yield and had long put away the 18 bone beads. Xianxia didn't have the intention of taking its life. This fellow was quite capable of taking hits, so having it by his side wouldn't be a bad choice. After all, he was just in need of someone to ask about the affairs of the higher realms. Before sure how even said anything, it began to noisily cry out with pili-pala sounds and spilled everything. Everyone was stupefied. This fellow was just a bit too scared of dying. I came from Purple Manor Mountain. The Lord of the Mountain is known as the Six-Armed Taoist, and I am a black tortoise that was raised in a spiritual spring outside the mountain gate. There was a koi fish that wanted to enter the lower realm and find a few mounts for our sect, and I longed for a taste of the world of mortals, so I volunteered to bring it down into the lower realm. There was not even a need to ask about anything. It was terribly honest. That six-armed Taoist had appeared before, during the second calamity, to hunt deities and catch supreme experts. It had even visited the Western sect to threaten it, making the Zhang Six Golden Body reveal itself as a result and confront it. Rumors had it that the six-armed Taoist's inheritance in the lower realm declined, and it was related to the Western sect. It seems like you are quite good at running. You should just be my mount from now on, Xianxia said. I am a turtle, and even though I learned a few wind riding techniques, I am not suited to be a mount, the big tortoise cried out. Xianxia's chest shone, and an expanse of symbols swept out, landing on its body. It immediately shrunk to the size of a palm, scaring it until it cried out for its life. Xianxia grabbed its tail and held it upside down. If you still don't act honestly, I'll directly cook you. I will play my role perfectly. The big tortoise gave its guarantee. In the future, I'll call you Third Blackie. Xianxia gave it this name. Nine Spirit King, Xiao Tian, and Xiaoyu were all speechless. This tortoise didn't seem like a supreme expert anymore, and this guy's naming sense was quite unreasonable as well. The big tortoise naturally grumbled about this unfortunate name. It didn't like it and spoke out in protest. Big Red Bird, Second Baldy, Third Blackie, you guys are ranked just like that. How great does that sound? You better like it even if you don't. Xianxia threatened. The big tortoise completely collapsed. What kind of rotten name was this? If it knew that there were still the Xian's name Harry Ball and Unicorn's Little White, it would have definitely been stupefied. This youth's naming sense really wasn't all that great. He unexpectedly subdued a turtle. For Xianxia, this was quite a good harvest because he needed to go into the higher realms, and he could ask it many things. Are you going to leave this well and ascend onto the path to heaven? The nine-headed lion was astonished. I came here just to give you my goodbyes. Xianxia nodded and said, when the time comes, I'll bring the Flame Crow, Rainbow Wan, and the others to send you off. The nine-headed lion spoke with a bit of disappointment and frustration. It wanted to go to the higher realms as well. Good. I'll be able to see a few other old friends then. Xianxia nodded. Southern Meteor Divine Mountain was rumored to be a place where an ancient divine existence dwelled. It was a restricted land in the wasteland region that was even more terrifying than an ordinary archaic divine mountain. Xianxia bid farewell to the nine-headed lion and brought Xiao Tian, Yen Xian, and the others here. They sat on the back of a large tortoise and used it as transportation. This mountain seems a bit evil. Will we be able to enter? Zhou Yuhao's heart was beating quickly. Up ahead, steep and imposing mountains linked up together. They were covered by the clouds above, as if it was white immortal energy that filled this place. It is a different era already. Xianxia spoke. He had the black tortoise carry everyone inside. A misty scenery appeared before them in the mountain. Walking inside would easily make one lost and unable to find their path of return. Xianxia brought out a war chariot, and it began to rumble with noise. This was a divine artifact, and they used it to move through the mist. The divine striking stone in his hair shone as well. It understood the formation and gave instructions on how to advance. Inside the beautiful mountain peak, ancient trees towered and large boulders laid about. There was even a silver stream pouring downwards. However, the white mists only got denser and made things more indistinct. This also added to this place's mysteriousness and immortal aura. Sigh! An aged sigh sounded. Everyone was astonished. Inside of this secluded, restricted land, a voice suddenly sounded beside their ears, making them break out with goosebumps. Hao was quite calm without showing any expressions. He stood on the big tortoise's back while staring forward. Little friend came after all. I knew that there was karma to be repaid. The aged voice sounded again. Head forward 100 zhong. Turn left, and then ascend to the mountain peak. Hao said to the black tortoise. The dense fog scattered. A large and imposing mountain that was entirely black emerged before them. Everyone made their way up smoothly without encountering any obstacles. An elder appeared at the very top. His hair was as white as snow, and his body was hunched over, supported by a wooden staff. His eyes were muddled and his skin sagging. He didn't seem to possess much vitality. Behind him were more than 10 graves. They had long produced wormwood, making them appear rather grim. Hao found that the elder had just burned paper here, offering sacrifices for these ancient graves. These are... Xia Yoyu was incomparably shocked when she saw those burial mounds. The place where deities are hidden naturally have deities buried. They were all fellows that had survived since the ancient era, but they all died one after another. The elder released a long and drawn-out sigh as he pointed at these dozen or so burial mounds. Hao's eyes flickered with radiance. He didn't expect to be greeted with this type of scene as soon as he entered Southern Meteor Divine Mountain. What was the purpose in being led straight into the ancient burial ground of deities? The mountain was quite majestic, and it was entirely black in color. Over 10 ancient tombs rested side by side at the top where ancient deities rested. Are they all dead? Xiao Tian asked with a soft voice. 2 of them lived up to the modern times, but they still couldn't hold on any longer. They passed away in meditation several years ago and were buried here as well. If you all came here a few years ago, you might have been able to see them, said the elder with a smile. His hair was entirely white, and his skin was dry and starting to darken. Most of his teeth had fallen off, and the gray Taoist clothes he wore were filled with an aura of antiquity, as if he had experienced the baptism of endless years. Hao didn't dare to underestimate him and carefully took precautions. He knew that this elder wasn't simple. If he acted carelessly, a slight mistake might result in his defeat. Are you one of the ancient deities? He calmly asked. How can that be? So many years have passed, who could hold on for that long? If I was one of them, I would have been lying in these tombs a long time ago already. The elder shook his head and denied. Xia Yoyu didn't believe him. With her powerful spiritual senses, she could tell that this elder's cultivation realm was extremely high and far above hers. Only his vitality was a bit scattered, so he currently didn't release a terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, Zhou Yuhao, and the others were acting similarly. They felt somewhat fearful when they faced this elder. His lifespan is even longer than mine. He's an old evil spirit. The black tortoise spoke up at this moment. It stood up on 2 legs and stayed to the side, truly looking like it was carrying a black pot. When everyone heard this, they all shivered inwardly. They felt more and more like this elder wasn't simple. While holding the wooden staff, the elder laughed involuntarily and said, After the 3 calamities passed, there was also an undying existence that searched through the heavens, hunting down experts with their divine flames lit. If I was unordinary, would I still be alive? You are too modest. It is precisely because of the fact that you are alive that proves you are powerful and terrifying. Hao spoke. What? Is he truly that formidable? The black tortoise didn't have any moral principle as expected. When it heard this, it moved behind Hao with a so sound and didn't dare say anything else. Everyone else felt their bodies become chilly and their minds heavy. Little friend, you divine eyes are like lightning. This old one just didn't want to draw attention to himself. Since you have already noticed, I won't hide it anymore. My cultivation is indeed unordinary, and I ignited a divine flame. Ignited a divine flame? Yen Xian cried out in alarm. This elder was formidable as expected. It was so close to reaching the realm of deities. Was it truly a deity that had survived since the ancient times? The elder chuckled and said, There are so many deities in the world. Where would you find so many deities? Back then, I just got lucky and found some natural opportunity. He said things as they were. He was the descendant of one of Southern Meteor Divine Mountain's experts and not an ancient individual. However, he wasn't far from being one either. He had lived an extremely long time until this era. His body was already dried up and his divine flame had extinguished. He didn't show any hostility and appeared rather undisturbed. Will a divine flame even extinguish after becoming a deity? Xiaotian asked. This was a question that quite a few of them were wondering about. But of course, with the passage of time, one's constitution will begin to decline and everything will head downhill. All will dry up, including the divine flame. The elder sighed. He gave another example, bringing up the heaven-mending pavilion's old vine. Back then, it was extremely powerful and known for its matchless divine might. However, after experiencing the ancient times and living until the present age, what else could it do? It still lost its vitality, its body withering up and its cultivation steeply declining. As for the divine flame that burned vigorously in the past, it was even more like a candle facing the wind, even less powerful than the divine flame of someone who had just ignited it. When one reached that state, there was not much difference when compared to a supreme expert. I truly am lacking in manners. I was able to meet a true deity who, after experiencing 3 great calamities and the sweeping of the undying existence, still ended up safe and sound. Admirable, Xianxia said. What true deity am I now? Even my divine flame has gone out. The elder laughed bitterly and shook his head. He didn't cover things up at all. When the great calamity descended, for the sake of living, he took the initiative to scatter his divine flame and return to being ordinary. He even made his cultivation fall until he became a king-level expert. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but feel moved. This elder was quite courageous. Without doing this, how could he pass through those disasters? If he wasn't caught, he would have been killed. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't wish to reach for a higher level, yet he dared to do this, crippling his own cultivation. Senior, you should have already returned to the supreme expert level, right? I fear that there might still be a day when the divine flame will be lit again. At that time, you will be like a monarch towering above this world. Xianxia said. I ate a stalk of holy medicine, as a result barely avoided death and reached the supreme expert realm. However, if I want to light a divine flame, I fear that there is no hope left in this lifetime. To rekindle after it has extinguished will be 10 times harder. Moreover, with my vitality withered and gradually aging, where will I find the energy to accomplish such a thing? The elder shook his head. Dare I ask for Senior's great name? Xiaoyu asked. Just call me Southern Meteor. I was born in this mountain, and I will die here, so just use this mountain's name. The elder sighed and said. Everyone revealed a look of shock. Southern Meteor Divine Mountain. The elder used this name. Was he sighing of being past his prime, or was he recalling fondly of the past? Perhaps it is a type of pride? What is the purpose of Senior waiting for me here? Xianxia asked. I know why you came, but that person has died already, said the elder. He brought out a special sparkling stone that recorded a portion of the scenes from the great calamity that year. Southern Meteor Divine Mountain's experts had previously gone to fight a great battle against Heaven-Mending Pavilion and returned wounded. When the great calamity descended, they couldn't avoid the calamity and were captured. If the enmity of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion is settled just like this, it would be a bit too easy. Xianxia said in a downcast voice. There are only a few old and weak individuals. The place where deities are hidden has long declined. Little friend, please see for yourself. Are you really going to cause trouble for them? The elder asked. He reached out a large hand and scattered the mist. Several enormous mountains appeared in front of them, and there were creatures moving about them. Xianxia swept his eyes through this scenery and found that it truly was as the elder said. This place had declined. There weren't any terrifying experts. In addition, the experts that took action back then had already encountered disaster, so he couldn't take his anger out on this place. Based on what the elder said, that wasn't Southern Meteor Divine Mountain's will and was instead that person's individual actions. Let's leave. Xianxia didn't want to slaughter the innocent either. Xiaotian and the others released a light sigh. Their enemies had clearly already encountered disaster, so why did they feel so dejected? In the end, their sex deceased couldn't be revived either. I see that little friend is wearing the imperishable battle clothes. I have a phoenix-patterned rock, so I'll just bestow it upon you. Perhaps you will find some use for it and merge it into the battle clothes. The elder who called himself Southern Meteor suddenly spoke. And this is... Sure How was astonished. When he received it and took a look, he found that the entirely scarlet fist-sized rock had many phoenix feather-like traces. This type of rock was extremely rare and utterly priceless. If it was added to a precious artifact, it would undergo transformations and perhaps nirvana like the phoenix's rebirth in flames. It was extremely miraculous. It could be said that even if it was the higher realms, this type of wondrous stone would still be a priceless supreme treasure. One might not appear even after thousands of years. Many thanks to Senior. Finally, they left just like that. The battle they had anticipated never happened, and what they experienced was only disappointment and frustration. Even though How obtained a supreme treasure that wasn't bad, he still sighed. They then headed for Mount E. This was similarly a formidable restricted land. The expert here had once served as the guardian spirit of Little Western Paradise. Unfortunately, with the descent of the Great Calamity, the vegetation here became sparse and scorched earth could be seen everywhere. An unexpectedly great battle had erupted here. There were still creatures here, but there weren't supreme experts, nor were there any experts with their divine flames lit. They had all been suppressed during the great disaster, unable to escape. Truly is a pity. How shook his head. He gazed into this mountain range and stared distractedly. In the past, how many people could enter this place? Not even supreme experts could do so. However, now, there was no place under the heavens he couldn't step foot in. He could experience everything completely. You should be sighing about life that is as lonely as snow. Don't you feel that this lower realm is quite colorless without enemies? The war goddess asked with a smile. It's not funny at all. How shook his head. He couldn't even get revenge if he wanted to. The powerful Mount E was far from how it was in the past. Those creatures that had taken action had long vanished from this world. Was the lower realm truly without experts? How thought about this question. His pupils flickered and erupted with divine splendor. He gazed into the horizon and contemplated for an extremely long time. Since our enemies are all dead, it saves us the trouble of dealing with them ourselves. There's nothing bad about that. This foretells the future glory of our heaven-mending pavilion. In the future, we will work hard to rebuild it, Xiao Tian said. The little stone overlooks the world and sweeps through all his enemies. We will rebuild heaven-mending pavilion. Isn't this quite good? Xia Yoyu smiled as well. After they spoke these words, everyone's moods improved again and they threw aside their disappointment. I hope it is as such, Hao said to himself. If nothing unexpected happened, he was going to tread on heaven's path and leave the lower realm. The final stop, Western Tomb Beast Mountain. If one were to be asked what place in the wasteland region was suffused with the most energy, then it would definitely be this place. This was an enormous tomb with the name Western Tomb. The ones buried here weren't mortals or ordinary cultivators, but instead archaic vicious beasts and divine birds. After the endless passage of time, it was unknown just how many powerful vicious beasts and divine birds were buried here. This was an incredibly large cemetery. If one were to trace back the history of this place, they would go back to the archaic era. The Kuanpong was still alive then and ruling the world, and the other members of the Vicious Ten had showed themselves as well. Too many great battles had taken place in the past, both in the cage and in the higher realms. Countless powerful existences fell, and they were all buried here. You have to understand that those vicious beasts were all deities. There were even more who were divine kings and heavenly deities, existences powerful enough to make people tremble. They were unimaginably powerful. Any one of them could devour the 8 wastelands. Apart from this, there were a few other vicious beasts and divine birds that fell. They also chose to be buried here. Over time, the energy here became more and more heavy, just like a ghost world. Meanwhile, the creatures guarding the cemetery, over time, became filled with a power that could not be ignored. They established the sect Beast Mountain. This was precisely the origin of Western Tomb Beast Mountain. They gradually approached this place. One could tell that this mountain range was special with just a look. They were like enormous tombs, and every single mountain was like this, vast and boundless. There isn't much energy, Zhou Yuhao frowned. When they arrived, the world was bright with the sun suspended above. Sunlight was abundant, and not much deep chilliness could be felt. And this place is quite strange. Rumor has it that sometimes, the yin energy would overflow into the heavens and be even greater than the yang energy of the outside world most of the time. The war goddess said. Inside the mountain range, the grass was abundant and ancient trees stretched into the sky. They had all lived for thousands of years, some close to reaching 10,000 years of history. They were astonishingly thick. These trees haven't developed essence yet, but they are still quite rare. Xia Yoyu said. Is that Beast Mountain? Xiao Tian pointed towards the side. There was a mountain peak that was rich with spiritual essence to the side of Western Tomb. Purple energy rose and surged continuously like dragons. One could tell with a look that this was a cultivation pure land. Next to some key locations, there will oftentimes be divine pure lands with unexplainable profound natural luck. Yan Xian said. Sure Hao and the others paid Beast Mountain a visit and found that there were only a few shrimps left. The experts on the mountain had all fled after hearing about Tuoba family's disaster. They fled into Western Tomb. We are going inside. In the end, they still advanced, proceeding into the endless mounds and entering this strange place. Hong. After advancing more than 10 li, this world seemed to change. It made everyone's minds shake. Everything became different. They were astonished. The hills disappeared, and what appeared before them was a great wilderness. There were countless vicious beasts and divine birds moving about. It was an astonishing scene. Crazy winds stirred about. High above in the sky, a great golden-winged pung streaked across. Its wings seemed like clouds as they covered the heavens. Symbols were everywhere and terrifying to the extreme. On the ground, a Pishio surrounded by endless bloody radiance leapt from one mountaintop to another. It then pounced murderously towards the golden-winged pung. In another direction, a black true ho roared. It immediately caused 2 of the 3 moons in the sky to fall. Even further out, the body of 1,000-hand existence shone. It sat on the mountain cliff and used its body to tear apart a pure-blooded white tiger. On the west side, a Zhuyan stabbed an iron rod towards the sky, crushing the heavens and striking down a few powerful deities. Illusions, they aren't real, Xiao Tian said. A flame python slithered about on the ground. With a hong sound, its enormous body brushed past Xiao Tian and sent him flying into the sky and almost killing him on the spot. Sure Hao was astonished. He immediately gathered everyone and displayed his divine might to protect them. The black tortoise cried out in alarm and said, This might not necessarily be an illusion. The legends might be true. This place has already formed a real world. What? Even the war goddess couldn't help but cry out in fear. This place was too terrifying. It was like an archaic world where endless races lived side by side and powerful creatures were everywhere, engaging in intense competition. Sure Hao was astonished. He felt as if something on his body was slightly vibrating. He quickly reached out his divine senses, and he was immediately shaken. It came from the 2 pieces of sparkling white damaged bones. They were glowing slightly, as if they were calling out to something. True primordial record? His body shook. The true primordial record was too important for Sure Hao. He first came into contact with it during his youth, and he was able to establish the most stable foundation in Stone Village because of this bone text. However, based on the Willow deity's words, the divine guidance piece he obtained wasn't complete, and only the bone text and simple diagrams were recorded. There should be another 10,000 spirits diagram. He already received parts of the 10,000 spirit diagram and was only missing the final corner. He hadn't collected the whole thing yet. Sure how brought them out and pieced them together. They were like fine white jade, and right now they were trembling gently. Gentle and pure white radiance shone from its surface. Could it be that the final corner is here? Sure how's heart was moved. This bone was too important, because the true primordial record would provide extraordinary benefits for him. When he used this power as his foundation, he was able to clearly sense type of force that changed the decaying to wonderful. However, it was far from the greatness he imagined. The Willow deity had also said that the main reason was because he was missing the 10,000 spirit diagram. Was an opportunity before his eyes right now? Sure how thought over this matter deeply. There were many bones of archaic vicious beasts and divine birds buried here, and it wasn't too far-fetched to say that the true primordial record might be here. What is wrong? Xiaoyu asked. When she saw him looking at the white jade like bone pieces in his hand in a daze, she was a bit confused. Nothing. Sure how snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for his mind to wander. You said that this place would form a world. What is going on here? Sure how asked the black tortoise. Nearby, a Taotai roared and a Xianxia howled through the air. It was extremely terrifying. Based on what you all said, this is the burial ground of archaic vicious beasts and divine birds with no lack of divine kings, heavenly deities and others buried here. This type of lineup is powerful to a ridiculous level. Third Blackie's expression was extremely unnatural. It looked around and was truly scared that those powerful creatures would pounce over. Even though it was a supreme expert, it was still scared and felt fearful inwardly. Based on what the black tortoise said, with so many powerful creatures buried in the same place, it would definitely create some huge problem, regardless of whether it was intentionally done or if the ancient people were negligent. The cultivation levels of these creatures all start at deities. Those are all overlords of their areas and elites of their races. Even the worst of them lit their divine flames, so even if they died in battle, their wills would not scatter. When Zhou Yuhao heard this, he shivered inwardly. He looked at the savage wilderness around him, as well as the enormous bodies of those beasts, and felt great fear inside. For creatures like these, any one of them could easily take his life if they came over. I heard that there is a void god realm in these 8 regions. That is a place formed from the spiritual power of deities, a strange world that was created. The black tortoise said, "What are you trying to say? This place might be similar to the void god realm, forming a realm of its own," said the black tortoise. "What? Impossible!" Xiao Tian cried out in shock. Void god realm was something formed from the spirit. It used the natural laws as its framework, and it contained unfathomably deep and complex mysteries. How could a cemetery behave similarly? That type of world, formed from spirit, isn't the only one. The higher realms is even more extraordinary, and one can use it to carefully study the boundless and unknown area, said the big tortoise while curling its lips. Based on what it said, there were True Ho, Xianxia, White Tiger, Thousand-Armed Existence, Taowu, and other creatures buried here. They were all divine kings or heavenly deities from endless races that were incredibly powerful. Their wills were still here, and were turning into spirits. So they've pretty much turned into malicious spirits? Wrong. They are heroic spirits, powerful wills that have been nourished inside places of heavy yin energy, maintaining various qualities of themselves during their life. The black tortoise corrected. It was precisely these powerful heroic spirits, these wills similar to the consciousness of deities, that interweaved and formed this bizarre world that was similar to the structure of the void god realm. To open a world, how ridiculous of a thing is that? The war goddess' head began to hurt. She was starting to feel scared. They were able to witness this scene for themselves, but these were all powerful archaic existences. Any one of them could easily slap a supreme expert to death. Fortunately, due to the heavy yin energy here, everything that was created is most similar to a ghost world and not a yang world. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't be able to sense us, said the black tortoise. In addition, only the basic instincts of these spirits remained, so they weren't like how they were before. It was impossible for them to carry out normal reasoning like a person. The undying existence actually overlooked this place, Sure How said to himself. There is no way to find this type of place without personally entering it. It is like the void god realm, where unless you enter yourself, it is a virtual world of an unknown origin. In addition, based on the Black Tortoise's speculation, this world shouldn't have opened for that long, or else some boundaries would have appeared and exposed its existence. This place is extremely dangerous. I'll send you guys out first, said Xianxia. Just now, a flame python had only involuntarily brushed by Xiao Tian, yet he was heavily injured. If they headed even deeper and were smashed into by those creatures, then it would truly be hard for them to escape alive. We've all entered already, so let's take a look together. Perhaps there might be some great opportunities, Xiaoyu said. They didn't want to back off now. Unlike the Void God realm, even though this was a place created by heroic spirits, the amount of space it occupied wasn't that great and extremely limited, but it was quite compact. They had all semi-materialized, giving them substance. After proceeding another li, they saw a stone tablet that had 3 words carved on it. Western Tomb World. It really did form a world as expected. It even has its own name. The Black Tortoise cried out. It then felt rather uneasy and gave its surroundings a look. Be careful. We don't know if this stone tablet was set up by the creatures of Beast Mountain or if the heroic spirits truly developed intelligence like a person. They might be capable of thought and set up this stone tablet on their own. Xianxia said. It should be those from Beast Mountain that did this. If it was the latter, then there would be great problems. Suddenly, golden multicolored light flashed past. A leopard rushed towards them with speed that was too fast. There was no way for them to evade this creature that had turned into a golden streak of lightning. Peng the Black Tortoise was blasted flying. It cried out miserably again and again. Even someone as powerful as itself with astonishing natural defensive strength from its turtle shell still spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't a normal leopard. There was a single horn on its head, and there was no hair on its body. Instead, golden scales covered its body. When it roared, divine flames surged about it. It was extremely powerful. This was only the result of it unintentionally smashing into the tortoise. If it truly attacked, no matter how hard the Black Tortoise's shell was, it would still end up being shattered. It rushed past them, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A roar sounded behind them. A monster with a human head but bird body flapped its wings before rushing over with extreme speed and flying past this place. Everyone was stupefied. Exactly what kind of place did they enter? Unbelievable! The divine existences buried here are just too powerful. Even though the world formed from their spirits isn't large, it is ridiculously terrifying. The Black Tortoise chattered endlessly. It crawled up and wiped away the blood from the corners of its lips. It was scared. Do you all still want to keep going? Xianxia asked them. Now everyone began to hesitate. It was just too dangerous. Even though those creatures weren't purposely attacking them, the sudden occurrences still placed them in great danger. What kind of smell is this? There are fragrances wafting through the air. The Black Tortoise moved its nose about. It's quite fragrant. Could there be holy medicine and divine fruits here? Everyone was greatly stirred up. They were originally going to give up and turn tail, yet they were roused up at this moment. They headed forward together with Xianxia at the very front. He wore the imperishable golden battle clothes on his body and used his powerful divine senses to lead the way. Hong! An enormous claw descended, trampling apart an enormous tree by their side. Terrifying winds blew past them as it rushed past. It was a Xianxia with terrifying eyes that were like lanterns. It was moving about and just happened to pass by. It then rushed into the sky and flew into the clouds. Everyone became much more careful. After encountering terrifying existences several times and narrowly avoiding harm, they finally reached their destination. There was a tree in front of them with no other vegetation around it. The ground was completely bare. Its leaves were silvery white and flourishing with radiance. There was unexpectedly lightning that crackled about. This thing is lightning tree. The Black Tortoise was astonished. When the war goddess and Xiaoyu heard this, they were shocked as well. They recalled that this was a rare wondrous medicine recorded in bone texts. It would produce lightning fruit, and if those were devoured, one would be able to release lightning. If one was extremely lucky, one might even be able to grasp the natural laws of lightning. There are fruits on the tree. The tree wasn't short, reaching several zhang in height. Its branches and leaves were lush and flourishing, and one could vaguely see a few fruits that shone like little suns. Lightning was taken in and sent out from them. However, after everyone revealed pleasant surprise, they all hesitated again. This wasn't a real world, but instead the Western tomb world. Could these things be eaten? It has party materialized, so there is some substance, as well as the energy of the natural laws. It should be edible, Xianxia said. He did not expect to find such rare precious medicine here. Let me try. The black tortoise licked its lips. It was extremely excited because if it could eat this stuff, then it might comprehend some more divine might. It impatiently rushed forward, but it was still quite careful. It spat out a streak of light that immediately pulled down 4 fragrant fruits that curled with lightning radiance. Not good, hurry and retreat, Xianxia reminded. The black tortoise could sense danger even if he hadn't shouted out. It immediately put away the 4 lightning fruits before quickly backing off. However, it was still too late. Several finger-sized golden bugs flew outwards. They released chong-chong sounds as they descended with a speed similar to lightning. Dang! A loud sound rang through the air. The black tortoise's body was struck by a 3-inch-long golden bug. It unexpectedly directly flew out and spat out blood from its mouth. Everyone's expression changed. What kind of bug was this? Not even a supreme expert could stop it. This was just too terrifying. Was this a creature from the archaic era? Even the creatures on the tree were ridiculously powerful. If their group had been born in that era, how were they even supposed to survive? With a schwa sound, Xianxia gathered everyone, and then he rescued the black tortoise before fleeing as fast as he could. Dang! Another bug rushed over, one that was even more powerful than the previous one. It unexpectedly penetrated a bit through the black tortoise's shell, causing blood to flow out. At the same time, that bug erupted with lightning radiance. The mysterious tortoise cried out miserably before flying outwards. Xianxia caught one and then leapt into the air, using the Kuan Peng technique to quickly escape. However, the third bug was even more astonishing. It unexpectedly caught up, truly moving like a streak of lightning. It was also a bit larger than the others, being roughly the size of a palm. Without a doubt, if this bug's attack landed, the turtle shell would definitely be penetrated. No one would be able to stop it. This golden-fleshed bug still rushed over. The black tortoise wasn't able to move out of the way, and a portion of its shoulder was pierced through. The tortoise shell couldn't stop this attack. Piu sounded. It released a miserable cry. Wang! A light sound rang through the air. Inside Xianxia's hair, the emperor butterfly awoke. It suspended itself in midair and released a light cry. It really was quite strange. That savage golden-fleshed bug immediately trembled before turning around and leaving, deciding not to chase after them anymore. Everyone was shocked. They quickly headed for the distance to find a quiet place to rest. There were actually lightning bugs. Too dangerous. The war goddess sighed and said, "Those were lightning bugs?" The black tortoise's face immediately fell when it heard what she said. Its body trembled, and then it released a breath of relief. It felt as if its life had just been renewed after a great calamity. It thought of something that it had heard. There was an instance when many powerful deities went to pluck a rare precious medicine. Yet in the end, they were chewed to death by a type of bug called lightning bug. Damn it! Isn't this the Western tomb? Isn't it a space between void and reality? How could there be this type of bug here? It was furious, but at the same time it rejoiced. Those bugs were definitely still young and not fully matured. Otherwise, a strike from them would have completely penetrated through its body, and it would have been blasted apart by lightning. Can this stuff be eaten? Everyone looked at the lightning fruits. If they were edible, it would definitely be an unimaginable natural luck. The lightning fruits were shaped like plums. However, silvery light flickered about its surface and lightning interweaved about. Powerful energy rippled through its surface. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even though this was good stuff, it was hard to say whether it could be eaten or not. This was Western Tomb, a world formed by heroic spirits. It wasn't a large world. However, if they gave up on such an opportunity, it would be too much of a waste. It was truly too dangerous just now, and the black tortoise almost encountered a disaster. Lightning bugs. Just their name alone proved how unordinary they were. They possessed lightning speed that wasn't inferior to the earth withdrawal great divine ability. This existence was extremely terrifying. Its maturation process was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the stage when it initially lit its divine flame, and below that, known as childhood. Of course, the so-called childhood stage might already be several hundred years of cultivation. If one continued upwards, they would be able to kill deities. One could imagine just how terrifying it was and the astonishing potential it had. Igniting its divine flame was still only considered an immature stage. This type of stage division proved just how powerful this race was. Everyone looked at the Emperor Butterfly with strange expressions. What kind of creature was this? It unexpectedly made the powerful lightning bug retreat. "Let me risk my life then." The black tortoise spoke and picked up a lightning fruit. It wasn't that it was utterly fearless and wanted to place itself in danger. With how greedy for life and afraid of death it would have ran away a long time ago. The main reason was because it felt that there should be nothing wrong with eating this. "Aya! It hurts so much!" the black tortoise cried out. That silver-colored lightning fruit shone in its large claws and erupted with lightning that almost fried it into scorched charcoal. That area was already turning black. Everyone's expression changed. It hadn't even eaten it, yet it already ended up like this. If the fruit had ended up in its stomach, perhaps its belly and intestines might be directly blasted through. At this moment, the black tortoise hesitated as well. But in the end, it still clenched its teeth and used its precious technique to tear off a small piece of the fruit, refining it bit by bit in its mouth. Chi! As soon as that little piece of lightning fruit entered its mouth, it immediately turned into a streak of lightning, blasting the black tortoise until it cried out miserably. Black smoke began to emit from its mouth. It immediately flew outwards horizontally. Everyone was stupefied. They were all horrified. When it crawled back up, its face swelled up like a pig's head, and its lips were even split with blood flowing outwards. The scorched black teeth in its mouth almost fell out. This suffering really was self-inflicted. Everyone couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Damn it, it hasn't matured yet. Otherwise, the lightning wouldn't be so ruthless. It could directly be turned into symbols and be directly absorbed. It muttered resentfully. This time, it no longer dared to chew on it and tossed it aside. "Whoever wants to eat it, take a bit yourselves," it said while grimacing in pain. It was hurting so much that tears almost came out. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Not even a supreme expert could eat it, so who dared to try? "Let's leave first. This place is too dangerous," Xianxia said. The medicinal efficacy of this lightning fruit was too powerful. They had to find a safe place first. Everyone nodded. After experiencing that disaster just now, they all understood that this wasn't a place where they could casually break through. There were many creatures more powerful than the lightning bug. After all, that golden-fleshed bug hadn't even matured yet. Meanwhile, the Taotai, Fei, and other well-known vicious creatures from the archaic times still appeared from time to time. This was a demonic land. Soon after, they walked out from the Western Tomb world. As expected, "It's not a true fruit," said Xiao Tian. When they walked out, even though the lightning fruit continued to glow, it was no longer made of fruity flesh and instead a type of energy. All types of symbols surrounded it. "Who wants to give it a try?" the black tortoise asked. "I'll give it a go." Xianxia sat down and circulated the swan and eye technique. Lightning interweaved and surged within him, and then they wrapped around the lightning fruit, tearing off a piece and sending it into his mouth. This was a fruit that was made up of energy. It flickered with numerous symbols. As soon as it entered his mouth, it turned into blazing electrical radiance that rushed around violently. However, the swan and eye technique had already been activated, guiding this electrical radiance and seizing those symbols into his body. Xianxia suffered from the shock waves, making his body tremble. However, it was still nowhere near as unbearable as it was for the black tortoise. Good stuff. There are natural laws of the lightning Tao inside. Hao's pupils shone, and then he sent the entire fruit into his mouth. With a hong sound, he was immediately submerged with an endless lightning and symbols. They all engraved themselves on his flesh. Hao was in quite a miserable state. His hair stood on end, and his entire body was scorched black. He continuously jerked about as he stood there. Everyone was astonished. The situation was extremely bad. If he can stick it out, he might be able to obtain quite a bit of natural luck. Those are lightning symbols, a type of great divine ability, the black tortoise said in envy. In addition, it couldn't stay calm anymore and felt that it should try a bit harder. It tore off an even smaller piece of the fruit flesh and sent it into its mouth. Hong! The black tortoise cried out miserably. Its shell's defensive strength was astonishing, but that didn't mean its flesh was tough and undying. Even though it was a supreme expert, it was still completely scorched black by the lightning. His body trembled violently. Wait! There are problems. Suddenly, Hao shouted. Apart from being surrounded by electrical radiance, there was a faint layer of black light that surged. It was full of a deathly aura. Why didn't you say so earlier? The black tortoise's expression changed. Clearly sensed its body corroding. There was a strong aura of death that had pervaded its flesh. Everyone became terrified. This lightning fruit had been plucked from the western tomb, and sure enough, there were major problems with it. There was a thick, deathly energy accompanying it. Hao and the black tortoise both stopped moving. They sat there while trying their best to fight and neutralize the deathly energy inside their bodies. That layer of black light was extremely strange. They were like maggots that crawled between the bones of toes, and no matter what they did, they couldn't get rid of them. It was as if they grew on their bodies and were continuously extending. Even individuals as powerful as Hao and the black tortoise were unable to move a single step. Their entire bodies turned black, as if they had entered the underworld. Their bodies lacked life force, as if their entire being became ghost-like existences. The situation became more and more severe. Towards the very end, Xiao Tian, Xia Yoyu and the others were forced backwards. That black light was too terrifying, corroding everything around it. At the entrance to the western tomb world, a pair of deep eyes opened. An enormous snow-white tiger emerged. It was cold and expressionless as it stared at Hao. White Tiger King? Xiao Tian cried out in alarm. How could he not know who this was? This was one of Beast Mountain's leaders. It should be the White Tiger Supreme Expert. Xia Yuyu was startled. Worry emerged on her beautiful face. She glanced over at Hao and the black tortoise who were currently trying to fight off the deathly aura. It was clear that this white tiger had endured silently, and only when the great calamity had passed and this world became safer did it break through. Otherwise, its strength would have entered this cultivation realm a while ago. Bringing about your own destruction, the white tiger released a thunderous roar. Killing intent surged into the heavens. The white tiger attacked. It was one of the world's most powerful bloodlines and regarded as a vicious beast and also a divine beast. Even though this one's bloodline wasn't pure, after reaching this cultivation realm, it was still far more powerful than normal creatures. It opened its enormous mouth, and then an expanse of Gung golden sword energy that could control the world's golden spiritual essence swept out. This was an innate divine ability. Rumbling sounds rang out as it hacked over chaotically. Forget about everything else. Just this type of power alone could heavily injure a normal supreme expert. Everyone was shocked. During the destruction of the heaven-mending sect, Western Tomb Beast Mountain was part of the main force, and this white tiger was even more so one of the leaders. Everyone came back to carry out revenge, yet were they going to be killed instead now? Everyone worked together to stop it, but it was completely useless. The Gung golden sword energy descended onto Hao like thunder. Chi! Hao opened his eyes and pointed outwards. A swan and eye roared outwards that carried hints of purple within its golden body. It was incomparably large and collided with the sword energy, causing it to scatter apart. Already about to die, yet you still possess such fighting strength. Admirable, said the white tiger. Its eyes became more and more cold. It backed up a few steps and observed Xianxia. When it confirmed that the death energy had invaded his body and the black light was shining with more and more vigor, it said, "You really are daring, even daring to touch the things of the Western tomb world. Once the light of death enters your body, it would be hard for even an individual who lit their divine flame to survive." It wasn't speaking empty words. There were many divine kings, heavenly deities, and others buried in the Western tomb world, and the black light they produced upon death wasn't something that could be removed. It could even curse a creature that had lit its divine flame. If a supreme expert was infected, they would undoubtedly die. Surviving members of Heaven Mending Pavilion, I originally already backed out, but you all don't know the difference between life and death, truly wanting heaven to forget about you. The white tiger spoke coldly. His pupils shone with blade-like coldness. It stared at Xianxia and said, "You have been so astonishing recently, but aren't you just looking for death?" It opened its mouth again, spitting out divine radiance to attack Xianxia. Even though it believed that he couldn't neutralize the black light, it still felt that it was better to make sure and prevent him from even trying to dissolve the death energy. Many of those old things from Heaven Mending Pavilion were personally killed by yours truly. I turned their skulls into wine cups and kept them by my side all the way until now. It seems like the head of an emperor is about to become a wine cup today as well. The white tiger spoke arrogantly to intentionally anger him. "You deserve to die." Xiao Tian and the others brought out their magical artifacts and attacked. Those that aren't supreme experts are all just trash that can't take a hit. Right at this moment, an old lion appeared at the entrance of Western Tomb World, as well as an enormous elephant. The old lion was entirely white. It opened its mouth and roared, displaying the shocking lion roar divine ability. All of those magical artifacts scattered, and some even directly exploded to pieces. Western Tomb Beast Mountain's 3 leaders had all arrived. Among them, the old lion had also just stepped into the supreme expert realm. It had cultivated for several hundred years and achieved profound results. Wang! Suddenly, Xianxia stood up to face them. His entire body shone, and indescribable symbol fluctuations diffused from his body. The dark light in his body had all been forced out. What? The white tiger, lion, and enormous elephant all cried out in alarm. Even existences with their divine flames lit would die off, so how did he do this? Xianxia's chest bone shone. The reincarnation force was strange and unmeasurable, completely reversing the deathly light. In addition, he grabbed the black tortoise and used this chance to cleanse its body. "You saved me the time of seeking you all out. Just a lump of death energy, what a trifling thing. Just now, I was just immersed in a state of cultivation, trying to comprehend the lightning symbols. You..." The white tiger was frightened and furious. It turned into a sphere of white light and immediately tried to flee into the Western Tomb World. It shivered all over, feeling that the little stone was too strange. He was completely unaffected even after eating the lightning fruit of the Western Tomb. "Still want to leave?" Xianxia's entire body surged with electricity. The lightning symbols merged with the swan and eye precious technique, and with a hong sound, an enormous streak of lightning hacked out. The white tiger's courage faltered. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't outspeed this streak of lightning. Electric radiance continuously rushed outwards, making its hair stand on end. It seemed like they had to settle it all with a battle. Hong! Electrical radiance poured out like a sea. 5 streaks hacked down continuously, making the white tiger cry out miserably. 5 streaks of lightning radiance lined up together, and all of them struck down on its head. At this moment, its eye sockets began to split, and its head exploded. Its brains scattered everywhere, and then everything was scorched black. Its body quickly turned into charred coal, completely dying on the spot. The old lion and enormous elephant wanted to escape, yet in the end, they were hacked by a streak of blade radiance formed from electricity. These 2 leaders were hacked into halves, both of them dying violent deaths. "So powerful! You really did obtain some natural luck after all." The lightning fruit symbols were refined by you after all. The black tortoise was shocked and jealous. It had just escaped a tragedy and no longer dared to touch those fruits. This really is good stuff, Xianxia said. Meanwhile, the others were all speechless. Even those with their divine flames lit would die by the death light, so how could ordinary people endure it? In addition, even the power of that lightning was not something that normal people could endure. Xianxia carefully inspected the lightning fruits and noticed that the symbols inside of them were all the same. Eating one and eating two didn't make much of a difference. It hasn't ripened yet, and there is death light inside of it too. Yet it allowed my lightning precious technique to improve so greatly. If it was a true lightning fruit, what would the results be like? Xianxia said softly. He felt that if it was a true lightning fruit, it might be able to make the Swan Knee's precious technique break through its limit and upgrade it to an even higher level. By then, it would truly be unrivaled. Then just head for the higher realms. That place is boundless and infinite. Things like the lightning fruit and other divine wondrous medicines definitely aren't few and can be picked easily. As long as you are powerful enough and encounter natural opportunities, you can obtain them. The black tortoise tempted. It wanted to return. There are still some fish that escaped the net. I will deal with them. You guys wait here, Xianxia said. Xiao Tian, Xia Youyu and the others nodded. They really couldn't do much to help here, so staying outside was the best choice. Xianxia brought the black tortoise with him into the western tomb world and carefully searched about. They finally found the other experts of Beast Mountain and killed them all without mercy. In the skies, all types of divine birds flew about. When they spreads their wings, the heavens would be split apart. On the great earth, vicious beasts roamed about, smashing apart great mountains and shattering the divine moon with their roars. This scene was too terrifying. What is that? The black tortoise shrunk its head into its shell. It was scared for its life and didn't want to die. There was unexpectedly an altar in front of them. There were many bones displayed around it that made it seem like a place to offer sacrifices. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. The true primordial record in the palm of his hands shone, producing a reaction. He saw that there were a few bones on the altar that were quite special. One of them was quite small, only a corner. It was sparkling white like jade. This was precisely what he needed. True primordial record, 10,000 spirit diagram. It really was here. Xianxia's heart continuously pounded. This was what he wished for the most, and he never expected to find it here in Western Tomb. The altar was extremely tall and formed from piled black stones. White bones were arranged in large amounts below, forming a large pile. If one looked at them carefully, they would find that they were all quite terrifying, releasing heaven overflowing murderous energy. Archaic vicious beasts and divine birds' bones? Xianxia was shocked. He had previously heard that the bones of the divine kings and heavenly deities that were buried here had all decayed, and that there weren't any true precious bones left over. It seems like he might have some harvest now. The bone texts were erased, said the black tortoise. Xianxia nodded. Those bones did not have symbols and couldn't be turned into precious artifacts. Their toughness was the only special thing about them now. You want the bones on that altar? The large tortoise's eyes shone with a thievish look. It also began to drool. The pieces of bone displayed at the very top of the altar were quite special. One of them was golden, an arm bone that shone with powerful symbols. Could definitely be turned into a supreme treasure. In addition, there was a head bone that was like a crystal. It was sparkling and translucent, and the eye socket was incomparably deep. It was strange and difficult to describe. When one continued to stare at it, they would feel as if their souls would be sucked in. In addition, there was an eyeball on the altar that still carried blood. Even though endless years had passed, it still hadn't dried up, making it look extremely sinister. The final piece was naturally the true primordial record Xianxia desired. If he could combine it with the pieces he had on him, then it would create the complete 10,000 spirit diagram. There aren't any dangers, right? The black tortoise asked. This fellow greatly feared death. When they entered this place, it was always hiding behind Xianxia's back while sticking its head out. You have a hard shell covering your body. So what are you scared of? I was just thinking of using you as a shield, said Shihao. My fine hairs are all standing on end. Please don't scare me like that. It straightened its body with the giant black shell on its back. Carefully took precautions and backed up. Do you even have fine hairs? Shihao shot it a look. He also took precautions. No matter how he looked at this place, it seemed a bit sinister. The only thing to be glad about was that this place was rather quiet. There weren't many divine birds or vicious beasts here to wreak havoc. It seemed like a pure land. Shihao walked forward. He gave the large tortoise that was sticking its head around and stepping where he stepped a look before grabbing it and using it as a shield in front of him. Turtle killer. Help. You cannot do this. Shut up. As soon as he advanced, Shihao's entire body became tense, his skin becoming as hard as copper. It was because a wave of killing intent swept over like a blade. A normal cultivator would not have been able to handle this and be hacked apart. Below this altar were all the bones of archaic vicious beasts and divine birds. Even though the symbols had been wiped out and they could not be made into precious artifacts, they still possessed an indescribable and strange energy. This wave of energy merged together with the chaotic arrows that show over. Ordinary cultivators would have definitely been blasted apart. So scary. They are all already dead, and these are just the energies left behind by them, yet it still possesses so much power. If they were alive, just how powerful would they be? Shihao said to himself. Some of the giants of the higher realms rose above the others precisely during the archaic battle. I reckon that these creatures were the powerful experts that fell back then. The black tortoise said. Shihao didn't say anything. If what it said was true, then the bones here were even more terrifying. He carefully looked around. After making sure that there were no symbols or formations, he then released a sigh of relief. He displayed his precious technique, sending out a streak of light out from his palm towards the altar. He didn't dare touch it directly. He first seized the true primordial record bone because this one was the most important. It wouldn't be too late to grab the other 3 bones later if nothing unexpected afterwards. A scarlet-red little bird materialized. It landed on the altar, picking up the sparkling white bone with its mouth before quickly flying over to Shihao's side. Nothing strange happened. It wasn't dangerous, the black tortoise said happily. However, Shihao felt his blood run cold. When the little bird formed from symbols flew back, the eyeball that was sticky with blood actually moved and stared at him. This was definitely not the eye of a human. It was the size of a face, and the blood on its surface still had luster and did not dry up. Right now, it appeared incomparably evil and strange. Shihao sensed a great fear. With a raise of his hand, he transferred the little bone piece from the scarlet little bird's mouth to his palm before turning around and leaving. At this moment, the black tortoise also noticed that the eyeball was moving slightly. It couldn't help but cry out, "It's looking at me." The scalp felt like it was going to explode. Even though it didn't have fine hair, it still felt layers of goosebumps appear on its body. It immediately shrunk in size and jumped onto Shihao's back. Shihao grinded his teeth in irritation. He grabbed it with a single motion before quickly fleeing. "It's looking at me. Its pupils are too deep. Why do I feel like my soul is going to disappear?" The black tortoise was horrified. It had already looked away, yet it still felt as if it was looking straight at it. Shihao also felt scared and upset. He had turned around a long time ago, but he felt as if that bloody eye was looking at him as well. To be more precise, it was staring at his soul. Shihao pierced through the skies, not wishing to stay here a second later. He used the Kuan Peng technique and moved as fast as he could to break away from this place. It was too strange and terrifying. Hong! However, a loud sound rang through the air, almost making him go unconscious. Blood trickled out from his mouth and nose. He had suffered an unimaginable injury. Behind him, the altar was swaying. A mysterious force was spreading outwards, and this entire world was about to collapse. Damn it! What is this? Even when the Kuan Peng emerged, it wasn't as terrifying as this, right? Could it be that one of the great, archaic, vicious existences is sealed here? The black tortoise cried out with great fear. Waves of black light surged from the altar behind them, An expanse of ripples diffused outwards. They could see that the boulders, ancient trees, and other things in its way all crumbled and turned into pieces. Xianxia only turned around and looked once, and it already made him feel like it was too hard to defend against. It wouldn't be enough even if creatures that lit their divine flames came. He tried to flee as fast as he could, and he even brought out a supreme magical artifact to deal with the incoming attack. Oh! That magical artifact immediately turned into ashes, as if it was just ashes scattering into a lake. Couldn't provide the slightest hindrance. That ripple hadn't arrived yet, but Xianxia was already coughing out blood. Blood was flowing from all 7 apertures, and all of his bones released jiebang sounds. There was a formless type of pressure that was too terrifying. He had never encountered this type of powerful force before. If he was struck by that ripple, his body and spirit would definitely be wiped out. In addition, right at this moment, the heavenly deities and divine kings in front of him roared. The great golden-winged Peng, Tru Ho, Tao Tai, and other creatures were startled, and they all swooped over. They weren't capable of human thought, but they seemed to have been stimulated by something. They rushed over together murderously and were incomparably terrifying. The black tortoise's face started to turn green. His hands and feet trembled. How were they supposed to escape now? This was like an inescapable final blow. Hurry up and toss that bone away. Otherwise, we are dead for sure. Cried out loudly. Xianxia sighed. Even if he tossed it away, it would be useless because that ripple wouldn't stop. It was about to reach them. His Kuan Peng technique could be considered one of the fastest in this world too. But that black ripple was about to catch up. Right now, his eyes were even becoming blurry from the blood that was flowing out. Right now, not only did he bleed from his 7 apertures, his body was splitting apart too. This was all brought about by the wave of formless pressure. Meanwhile, the black tortoise cried out with great fear as well. Even though it had long retreated into its tortoise shell, that shell actually began to release sounds. Cracks emerged on its surface. It was about to break apart. Oh! A Tao Tai swooped over. It was about to collide into them. Xianxia never expected the calm altar to immediately do something like this, creating such a crazy and dangerous situation. A wang sounded. He opened the bronze precious case and rushed inside. He truly had no other way and could only flee inside. In that instant, the precious case closed, and that formless pressure finally disappeared temporarily. What kind of place is this? The big tortoise looked around and sized it up with great curiosity. It suddenly cried out, "There's a woman here. This really is a magnificent house built for a beloved woman." Fairy Yuchan was here too. Xianxia didn't feel relaxed keeping her in the imperial palace. If she escaped, there would be no end of trouble. When Yuchan's second body saw how sorry of a state he was currently in, how he jumped in while covered in blood, she revealed a look of shock. Even someone as powerful as the little stone unexpectedly suffered serious injuries. When she saw the large tortoise that was about to break apart, she felt even more strange. This combination left her quite confused. After Xianxia entered, he didn't say a single thing. He took out a handful of black jade-like sparkling sunflower seeds and tossed 4 or 5 into his mouth at once. His body immediately shone and surged with divine force, allowing his body to quickly recover from his injuries. These are demonic sunflower seeds. This is going against the heavens. You even dare to eat this kind of stuff? Those are all descendants of supreme beings. The black tortoise looked like it had seen a ghost. It spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at him with a look of disbelief. Xianxia directly tossed it 4 or 5 of them. This should be enough for it to quickly recover its divine force and recover its broken body. The big tortoise naturally licked its lips as it rushed over to devour them. It continuously exclaimed natural luck as it did so. Demonic Sunflower Garden had an illustrious reputation in the higher realms. Who dared to eat their seeds? When this stabilized a bit, Xianxia brought out the 3 ruined bones. Before he even pieced them together, there was a light of primal chaos that was emitted. The 3 pieces of bone rushed out on their own and continuously trembled. Xianxia was astonished. He discovered that this bone was sparkling and pure without any cracks. It was perfectly restored. It really was strange. Possessed a mysterious power. How was it broken before? Who destroyed it? You have to understand that even the little pagoda longed after it, saying that this bone was sturdy and immortal, as if there was no power that could destroy it. Hong! The bronze precious case's word trembled violently, and the space inside trembled violently. Regardless of whether it was Sure How, Big Tortoise, or Yuchan's second body, they were all shaken up, feeling as if Judgment Day was coming. Finally, with a ka-cha sound, the interspatial precious case became transparent. They could actually see what was going on in the outside world, meaning that it was going to break apart. What? Sure How was shocked. The bronze walls that were almost completely transparent showed that right now, a crystalline skull was chewing down on this bronze precious case. It appeared quite relaxed as it was about to directly chew through this small world. It was precisely one of the strange bones on the altar. The crystalline skull's power was actually this ridiculous. Apart from this, there were still those black ripples that also almost destroyed the bronze precious case and invade inside. We're finished. This divine tortoise hasn't lived long enough. Yet my body and soul are going to be destroyed. The big tortoise cried out miserably. Yu Chan's expression changed. She never expected to meet this type of calamity. Exactly what did this little stone end up doing to cause such a strange skull to attack him? Suddenly, the 10,000 spirit diagram that was currently releasing chaotic light floated upwards. With a tremble, Tautai, vermilion bird, True Ho, and a myriad of other creatures emerged. This bone enlarged, as if it was a magnificent painting scroll. It spread out into the void and floated there. Outside the bronze precious case, that skull and the black ripples seemed to have sensed something. After hesitating for a moment, they unexpectedly backed off. After who knew how much time had passed, Sure How finally snapped back to reality. This bone was the size of a palm. When it landed in his hands, it didn't reveal any luster. It was white and warm. The 10,000 spirit diagram has this type of mysterious force? Sure How was incomparably shocked. Could this be an unmatched magical artifact? However, it didn't really seem like one. After obtaining a new lease of life, the big tortoise released an AO-woo sound and almost began to cry. Sure How rolled his eyes. He had never seen a supreme expert that was so scared of death. Fairy Yu-chan was shocked. She looked at Sure How and then looked at that bone. Her beautiful eyes flowed with radiance. It was unknown what she was thinking. Let's hurry and leave. I do not want to stay a second longer in this Western tomb world. This turtle is truly terrified. I don't want to pay with my life, the black tortoise urged. When Sure How emerged from the bronze precious case, the outside world was already completely quiet. In the end, he was more frightened than hurt. He brought the big tortoise out from Western Tomb. When he lowered his head and looked at the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is the greatest gift I obtained before leaving the lower realm." Sure How, you finally came out. What exactly happened just now? It was as if the end of the world was coming. That Western Tomb world erupted with chaotic light. It was too terrifying, Xiao Tian said. Xia Yoyu and the others carried looks of shock as well. They had heard all types of roars that were incomparably terrifying. This place has many strange things. In the future, don't come here again, Sure How said. He gave a simple recount of their experiences, but he didn't mention the 10,000 spirit diagram. It was still better if this kind of stuff was not revealed. Otherwise, who knew what kind of disaster it would invite? While carrying suspicions, he once again visited the Beast Mountain that wasn't far and asked the creatures there when Western Tomb World appeared. He finally obtained an answer. It hadn't appeared too long ago. It was just a cemetery in the past, but now it had formed a world. As expected. Not simple. There has to be an extraordinary secret here, or else it wouldn't have created a world. The black tortoise cried out. Regardless, Sure How didn't want to come back again. He brought everyone far away. Sure How and the others stood atop the ruins of the heaven-mending pavilion for a long time. They finally delivered revenge to their great enemies. However, while feeling joy, everyone also felt endless sorrow. The great sect of the past was now a place where weeds grew and wild hares scuttled about. Dead trees towered in the air, and the sound of crows rang through the air in a bleak and withered manner. People have to move forward. The old heaven-mending pavilion has already been destroyed, but a new one will replace the old and everything will turn for the better. I believe that the deceased elders' souls would feel gratified. Someone said. Everyone gazed into the distance. There were many people who were cleaning up the scattered rocks, weeds, and debris. The construction had started a long time ago. They were going to rebuild the monastery gate and reconstruct heaven-mending pavilion. After paying their respects, burning some paper, and scattering some wine, everyone left this place. Xianxia entertained them at the imperial capital and showed them the hospitality of a host. He also reserved a place for them to stay. 2 days later, the 9-headed lion brought the flame crow, sable, rainbow luan, and the others to see him. This could also be considered an early send-off, because they didn't know when he was going to ascend into the heavens. Xianxia was lost in his thoughts. He thought about all the various things he encountered. All types of feelings welled up from laughter to bitterness. Did it come from his unwillingness to leave? This fellow Xianxia back then was extremely dishonest when he went to the heaven-mending pavilion to participate in their entrance selection, making several elders' veins pop in anger and their beards to almost disappear from their angry clawing. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Don't say any more." Xiao Tian became nervous, because the topic was shifting over to him. Even now, when he thought of the power of those hammers, he would go mad. Ha ha! The times of sincere youth, what great memories! It is worth recalling. The war goddess roared with laughter. Her golden battle clothes shone, and her beautiful appearance carried signs of drunkenness. Her eyes seemed rather lost. "There are some things better left unremembered," muttered the 9-headed lion. It thought of the first time it encountered Xianxia. It was even more unfortunate than Xiao Tian, being chased around and beaten by a 9-year-old brat that shouted noisily about eating roasted lion heads. He even wanted to make it a mount. Just thinking about it made it shed tears. All of you say that little big bro was quite naughty, but why do I feel like he is quite sincere and honest? Qing Feng interrupted. Pooh! A few people immediately spat out the wine in their mouths and continuously coughed. They truly didn't agree with this statement. It's still Qing Feng that understands me. Xianxia laughed loudly. How thick is his skin to be able to say this? Everyone shot him a look of disdain. Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, Huzi, Snot Baby and the others came as well. Some were studying how to command soldiers, some experiencing the mortal world, others were here to cultivate. They were all invited over tonight. These are the childhood companions I grew up with, Xianxia introduced. He felt deep affection towards his childhood companions. Everyone knew that Xianxia was gathering everyone here like this in hopes that they would become acquainted and help each other out in the future. Little how is the higher realms that great? Do you really want to go that badly? Dazhuang felt a bit emotional. When he brought up this subject, everyone became quiet. This gathering might be the last time they ever met. Man and heaven were forever separated, and it was hard to connect the two realms. The road of cultivation is a path where one has to continue forging ahead in the face of hardships and danger. I want to jump out from this well and give the outside world a look, Xianxia said softly. In reality, there were other reasons too. When he saw how the giants of the higher realm descended and treated the 8 regions like medicine fields and pastures, it made him feel a raging flame within his heart that was about to surge outwards. He wanted to jump out of this place. There will be a day when he would change all of this. He also wanted to chase after the willow deity's footsteps and see it. Leaving is good too. This is a cage, a place where the higher realms imprison their criminals and great vicious existences. The higher realms is the true world where one wouldn't be shackled up and where one could possess true freedom, said Xiaoyu. Freedom is only in the mind. There are struggles everywhere. The old guard Peng 9 sighed from the distance. I will come back. There will be a day when I'll come to see you guys, Xianxia said. Don't take too long, as time is ruthless. If you wait until you stand at the top of the world and turn back then, there might not be much left along your path, said the war goddess. Her sparkling white and charming face revealed a rare sentimental emotion. Sure Hao became vigilant and earnestly nodded his head. Once he left, it might be many years before he returned. There were too many things he was reluctant to leave, but he had to depart from this place. However, he didn't want to find out after coming back in the future that his old friends had long left the world, and that there were only cold winds and the crying of crows left to greet him. Time is without pity. If one earnestly devoted themselves to cultivation, many things would disappear and be forgotten. When one tried to recall them again, all the people and things of the olden days might already no longer exist. Little Hao, we really can't bear to see you go. If you head for the higher realms, we'll be separated like men and heaven. When we grow old, you will still be a young immortal, Erming said, his face turning a bit red. Those from Stone Village were quite simple and down to earth. These were companions he grew up with, comrades who he stole from the nests of vicious birds and captured mountain beasts with. Their emotions were deep, and there were too many things that left them feeling reluctant to part. Don't feel sad. I will definitely return, Sure Hao promised. It'll be hard for you to come down once you go up. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Her eyes flickered about. She touched cups with Sure Hao and said softly, "We don't want you to leave either and wish to see you rebuild the sect to its former glory. This is a gathering, so everyone should be happy. Let's all raise our cups. There will definitely be a day when we all meet again," Sure Hao said. Light ding sounds could be heard. Wine splashed outwards. Everyone touched cups and shared drinks. "Can we meet once more before you leave?" someone said. "All right." Sure Hao earnestly nodded and seriously agreed. It was because he also felt reluctant inside, and he was also quite worried. He feared that this meeting would become the last one. For who could be certain of what the future held? The higher realms was a place of endless races and heavenly talents. Geniuses came forth in large numbers and exceptional talents rose up. It was a place with too many powerful individuals. Even if he went up, he still might be submerged underneath. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. Where there were rivers and lakes, there was gratitude and grudges. He felt that the higher realms sounded beautiful and magnificent fairyland, but the battles there might be even more terrifying. That would definitely be an extraordinary stage where heaven-warping geniuses clashed. Sure Hao promised that when he was truly going to leave, he would meet everyone again and carry out one final farewell. Everyone was drunk, filled with joys and sorrows. Their minds were filled with complex emotions as they departed from Stone Country capital. The next morning, the multicolored clouds of sunrise shone resplendently. Golden splendor shone brilliantly. Sure Hao opened his eyes. His eyes began to shine, putting away all of the disappointment and reluctance he felt. He began to burst with life again, his Tao heart firm and unwavering. Since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, there were things to be gained and things to leave behind. He couldn't allow his momentary shift in mood to affect his path. He was going to rise up and advance bravely on his own path of great Tao. Will turning back someday in the future be worth it? He asked himself softly. At the very least, I can't regret it now. His voice became resolute. He summoned Peng Nine and asked about his progress and impressions in guiding Qingfeng. He is an excellent successor, intelligent, kind-hearted, and a person of great character. Peng Nine replied. Qingfeng's innate talent was quite high. Regardless of whether it was in the cultivation of precious techniques or in learning the matters of Stone Country, he showed great intelligence. However, when he heard this assessment, he began to mutter to himself irresolutely. He shook his head and said, "It is precisely because he is too kind that I am worried. Qingfeng's nature leans towards a more gentle and weak side. I fear that he would be indecisive and bring harm onto himself due to not acting fierce enough." Peng Nine nodded and said, "This can be nurtured. One's nature decides their fate while fate can be changed. He is still young, so his nature's flexibility is quite high." Sure Hao wanted to hand over the position of emperor to Qingfeng, because it was Qingfeng who suffered in his place while imprisoned in the second ancestral land. Because of that, he really wanted him to become the Stone Emperor. However, he didn't want to make Qingfeng carry a great responsibility either. He wanted him to be able to be happy, peaceful, and do what he wanted to. This made him feel like making him the emperor was rather contradictory, so he didn't know how to deal with this. In the end, he didn't make a decision and instead asked Peng Nine, "How is his cultivation going?" "He is currently learning Stone Country's clan protecting divine ability, the Swan and I precious technique. His progress isn't bad." Peng Nine said, "Let's not talk about everything else. I'll lend him a hand in cultivation first," said Shi Hao. He called Qingfeng over and brought out a lightning fruit. This was the best wondrous medicine in accompanying lightning cultivation. The fruit contained innate lightning symbols. However, this fruit had not matured, so its power couldn't be compared to that of a true lightning fruit. In addition, there was deathly energy of deities contained inside of it that would refine a person to death. If one forcefully devoured it, they would undoubtedly die. In reality, even an existence that had its divine flame ignited would find it hard to refine and face the risk of dying. What was rather fortunate was that Shi Hao's supreme being bone was extraordinary and the natural divine might could dissolve the deathly energy. As such, he was going to help Qingfeng. Qila, lightning interweaved. Qingfeng almost faced a crisis as soon as he took in a fingernail-sized piece of the fruit. The power of this lightning was explosive as expected. Shi Hao protected him at his side, operating the Swan Knee's precious technique to neutralize it, allowing this type of divine power and foundation to enter his flesh, and for its symbols to engrave themselves onto his bones. This was an extremely long process. After all, Qingfeng wasn't Shi Hao. His cultivation was much weaker, so even with Shi Hao protecting him at his side, it was still a slow process. Several days later, Qingfeng released a long roar. When he moved about, lightning danced about with great brilliance. This wasn't a type of precious technique to be displayed, but rather a type of instinct. When he moved his hand, a large amount of lightning would appear to slaughter an enemy. Excellent. With this as your foundation while cultivating the Swan Knee's precious techniques, you will produce twice the effect with half the work. In the future, you might be able to break through the limit of the lightning Tao. Shi Hao nodded. Then he left towards a palace park. This was where Qin Hao resided. They rarely met lately, and ever since he came to Stone Country he didn't speak much. There were many things weighing down on his mind. Shi Hao wanted to ask him whether or not he cultivated lightning techniques. If he had, he would give him one of the lightning fruits as well. However, Qin Hao had unexpectedly left, leaving behind a letter saying that he returned to the mysterious region's Immortal Mountain. Shi Hao frowned, feeling quite uneasy. After all, he had just brought Qin Hao out from there. How would the Qin clan feel? He brought the black tortoise with him and activated the ancestral altar to break through space. Of course, it couldn't directly cross regions, so they still needed to break through the boundary between regions. They hurried on their way, and eventually, Shi Hao arrived in Immortal Mountain. He turned into a mosquito with the 72 transformations, and by relying on the divine striking stone's knowledge of formations, he advanced. That altar is shining. The divine striking stone cried out in alarm. In the depths of Immortal Mountain was an altar that had been rearranged. It could connect to the higher realms. It was nurturing the supreme precious bone in Qin Hao's body. They found that out back then when Shi Hao and the little pagoda caused chaos here. "Older brother, you came?" Qin Hao seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. The main reason was because Shi Hao formed a human body after coming and didn't hide his aura. "I came to see you. You have your path and I have mine. You should leave." "I won't return to Stone Country," said Qin Hao. Shi Hao looked at the formation and the altar, feeling a bit uneasy inside. It could still establish a connection with the higher realms? Shi Hao frowned. He walked a circle around the altar while feeling rather uneasy. This place was quite bizarre and abnormal. It was entirely scarlet red with many notches on its surface. It normally required sacrifices, and one could sense a vague blood scent here. One could tell with a look that large amounts of life force were required to preserve this altar. "Is this for your good?" Shi Hao asked softly. Towards his little brother, there were certain topics he couldn't speak too heavily about. After all, there was a barrier between the two that had not been removed all this time. This is my path. My Tao is not something you can understand. Hurry and leave so no one finds out that you are here. Xianxia said indifferently. This altar can connect to the higher realms? Xianxia asked. He gave him a look. It can. Xianxia replied. Xianxia frowned. The God-sealing battle has already separated the connection between heaven and earth, so how could there still be a connection? You don't need to worry. This isn't for dealing with you and is just a bone casting a projection to nourish my flesh and bones. It is unrelated to you, and no one can use it to come to the lower realm. Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia knew that his little brother won't change his mind no matter what. He nodded, and then brought out a lightning fruit that already had its deathly energy dissolved and said, This is for you. If you studied the lightning Tao, it will provide great benefits for you. Xianxia's eyes radiated, and after hesitating for a bit, he said, All right, and received it. Xianxia warned him that he had to be careful when absorbing it and that he couldn't rush it. If Xianxia needed, he could help him refine it into his body. Xianxia shook his head in refusal and did not accept his help. Xianxia turned around and turned into a bug before silently departing in the direction he came from, not startling Immortal Mountain's people along the way. The main reason was because the creatures that had their divine flames lit had all vanished from this place. Then, Xianxia returned to the wasteland region and used the Imperial Palace's ancestral altar to directly arrive in Stone Village. Willow deity laid down a formation here, and there was a large altar in the village that linked up to the outside world that made it much easier for Xianxia to come back and forth. You are saying that he returned to Immortal Mountain? Xianxia frowned. Qin Yining's beautiful brows frowned as well. She naturally knew what her second son was trying to do. It truly might be good for his growth, only if he continued like this, he would have an unbreakable relationship with Immortal Mountain again. The husband and wife lived in Stone Village during this period of time, feeling calm and extremely peaceful. For them, this was a land of great beauty, a rare place of happiness. They knew that their peaceful days were over and that they had to pay Immortal Mountain a visit. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel at ease. Ayo, little Uncle How came back. Bright us to steal from vicious bird nests again. I want a flame luan. It's so pretty and powerful. Little Uncle How, I want a snow-white silver-scaled leopard. They're so brave and strong like dragons. I heard that they are really loyal when they grow up. Xianxia stayed in the village for a few days to satisfy the children's requests. He then left. Soon after, Xianxia and his wife returned to Stone Country Imperial Palace, telling him that Xianxia needed that altar. He had to stay there to become the most powerful he could be. Why is that so? Xianxia asked. He wasn't too clear on the details regarding these plans. It'll take a while to explain. It involves quite a great secret, said Qin Yining. She began to slowly tell him about the details. When they returned this time, they unexpectedly discovered that the internal dispute of the Immortal Mountain had settled, and that Qin Yining's side of the clan had returned, moreover obtaining a decisive victory. The representative of this bloodline was precisely Qin Yifan, someone who Xianxia had previously met. It was precisely the projection he encountered in Immortal Mountain that was sitting under the tree among the rain of flowers, that calm and peaceful deity. Meanwhile, Qin Yining also talked to her parents in the higher realms through that altar and learned about a few truths she was previously unaware of. Immortal Mountain had a bone that was mysterious and unfathomable. It was speculated to have been sealed up and never touched. There is a bone like that? Xianxia was astonished. He had never heard of such a thing before. It isn't the lower realm, and instead, Qin Yining looked towards the sky, naturally hinting towards the higher realm. That bone was not produced from the Qin clansmen's bodies and instead had an astonishing background, unexpectedly coming from the mysterious uninhabited area, the same boundless place the higher realms giants couldn't even explore deeply into. Immortal heavenly deity had explored inside as well and managed to barely survive with his life. He unexpectedly found a piece of bone. This bone was displayed on top of an ancient altar, and after who knew how many tens of thousands of years passed, it still carried wisps of blood and a bit of life force. This was simply a miracle, something that others found hard to believe. One has to understand that once a bone separated from the flesh, there was no way it could still live after the endless passage of time. It would inevitably slowly dry up. Someone as powerful as him couldn't see through it, and not even his divine techniques could damage that bone in the slightest. He naturally treated it like an immortal treasure and researched it in every way possible, but was still unable to make sense of the bone texts on its surface. He could only sense that this bone was incomparably powerful, and that if it could completely display its strength, even he himself might be directly killed under its power. After that began the Supreme Being Nirvana project, Qianxia said. When Hao heard it up to this point, he could naturally guess a few matters. He was a bit amazed that inside of the mysterious region that covered 90% of the higher realms, a place where not even the powerful sect masters could enter, there was actually this type of bone. It was terrifying and strange after all. That vast and uninhabited area really is mysterious and terrifying. You gifted your younger brother that lightning fruit, something that others had once seen before in the uninhabited area. Lightning radiance covered that area like a sea, forming an unbelievable and astonishing sea. There are countless treasures in the depths of the uninhabited area, a place where divine ancient medicines often appear. However, it is just too dangerous, Qianxia said with a sigh. Forget about other people, immortal heavenly deity almost died when he barely entered for a short period of time. For him to be able to discover that altar and bring that bone back was his natural luck, but he really barely escaped with his life. Meanwhile, other giants of similar statuses, for example from Zhulu Academy and Natural Luck Academy, were quite unfortunate. When they went to investigate this place, they all ended up dying and having their Tao being wiped out. Hao's thoughts were all over the place as he listened to this. That place where both horror and danger coexisted contained tremendous opportunities, enough to make others fly like moths to a flame. When I gave birth to you and the higher realms found out that you had a supreme being bone, they felt that this was a chance, that perhaps mine and your father's bloodlines could nurture that bone. Qianxia continued. There was no way such a powerful bone could be directly transplanted into Hao's body. It had to be done so slowly that he could continuously adapt to it. After all, immortal heavenly deity had continuously studied it all this time and was able to make quite extraordinary progress. He felt that he could carry out an initial transplantation to revive that bone. The blood on that bone had been refined into Hao's body at his birth, and then projections of that bone would be cast onto his chest every day. Ever since his birth, everything went smoothly. The blood on that bone had been completely absorbed by Hao, and they mutually nurtured each other. It flowed within his body with greater and greater life force. In addition, after casting the projection of that bone down for so many years, the vessels to accommodate the bone began to form, and it seemed like it was going to be on the verge of success. This matter was tied to too much. Immortal heavenly deity feared that the bone would release fluctuations that draw the attention of other higher realm experts when it was transplanted. So he kept Hao in the lower realm. It was clear that it was nearly time. They might be able to transplant the true bone into Hao's body now. Hao opened his mouth and wanted to say something. This might allow Hao to immediately soar into the heavens and allow him to move unhindered through the higher realms. However, what was immortal heavenly deity truly after? You have to understand that this bone was obtained by him after risking his life, almost casting away his own life in the process before he brought out that bone from the mysterious area. He himself wanted to use it all along, but never dared to risk the dangers himself. Implantation is not what the heavenly deity truly wishes for, Qianxia explained. Immortal heavenly deity only wished for the symbols on that bone. Only, he couldn't obtain it and needed the bone to truly revive before there was a chance to do so. If Hao grasped it in the future, he could share the information the bone contained with the heavenly deity. Moreover, immortal heavenly deity wouldn't take the risk himself. He was already in his declining years and his blood energy wasn't as flourishing as before. Even though his appearance was young, his flesh had long withered, and implanting that bone might clash against his body. A single mistake would wipe out both his body and spirit. If it's like this, then I am a bit more at ease. Hao nodded. The only thing he still felt uncomfortable about was whether that bone's transplantation would truly be successful. Xianxia might not be able to handle it and completely explode. Right now, that bone was situated between the higher and lower realms in the void, casting down its projection day after day to conform with Xianxia. It was about to truly descend. Will someone from the higher realms come? Xianxia asked. It is easy to go up, but coming down is hard. There is no way for the heavenly deity to descend, and he can only communicate through the altar and use it to guide him on how to complete the process, said Xianxia. It was clear that this would be extremely risky. This was why the husband and wife were so worried and immediately returned to the mysterious region out of fear that Xianxia would die from this process. There was a type of worry that was difficult to suppress. Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, they were both their children. If any of them were in danger, they would immediately feel worried and troubled. That was Xianxia's decision, and not even Xianxia and Xianxia could change his opinion. This was his path. He wanted to experience that type of supreme Tao. For the sake of a bone, is it worth it to undertake such risk? Xianxia said softly. He knew that it was useless no matter what he said. This might be a bone of everlasting life, an immortal bone. If one pries into its secrets, they might find out how to gain eternal life, Xianxia said. After all, when immortal heavenly deity saw it in the mysterious region, it had already been displayed on that ancient altar for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Yet the blood on it continued to remain bright red and full of life force. This defied normal reasoning. This was impossible unless this bone had some secret force that allowed it to coexist with heaven and earth, and allowed it to possess immortality. Xianxia nodded. He began to long for the higher realms more and more. He wanted to explore the mysterious area and see everything for himself. Then Xianxia found out that after the great battle ended last time, immortal heavenly deity suffered extremely serious injuries and almost died in the higher realms. The other giants weren't in the best of shapes either. What about that undying existence? Xianxia asked his parents. A few days had already passed. He wanted to learn more about the situation. I knew you wanted to know about this and specially asked for you, said Xianxia. The undying existence was powerful as expected. It stirred up enormous chaos after ascending from the south all the way north, fighting the entire way and rousing up a great storm. Rumor has it that the great giants that hadn't appeared since the archaic era were disturbed, taking action to suppress him. He has undying characteristics. Even though he suffered serious injuries, he forced his way forward and killed 2 of his enemies before ultimately being forced into the mysterious area. Xianxia was dumbstruck. The undying existence was powerful after all, stirring up such a great disaster as soon as he went up. Only now it would be hard for him to live. However, you have to be careful. If you go to the higher realms, do not bring him up, or else you will find enemies all around you. Xianxia warned. Xianxia and his wife departed, their hearts clouded with worry, fearing that Xianxia might not be able to support that immortal bone and fall as a result. They loved and cherished both their sons greatly. Father, mother, you two should leave first. If I leave this realm, I will visit you to give my goodbyes, Xianxia said. He understood his parents' feelings and had them hurry over to look after Xianxia. Our child, we will go to the higher realms as well. We won't be separated. Our entire family will reunite, Xianxia said. However, there was no way they would go up together. Due to Xianxia overturning Immortal Mountain, a great storm was raised. Their clansmen bore great hostility against him. When we enter the higher realms, we'll break away from the Qin clan and join you, Xianxia said. Mother, you don't have to do that. Xianxia shook his head. Finally, the couple departed for the mysterious region. In the central heavenly palace, Xianxia sank into a state of silent contemplation. Before leaving, there were still other things he had to do so that Stone Country was powerful enough and he wouldn't leave behind any worries. I need to refine pills, Xianxia said. The main reason Stone Country was able to become as powerful as it was today was because of its most important inner secrets, the ancient pill formulas. They could increase one's strength and allow cultivators to break through the restrictions of their natural talents. After he left, Stone Country needed to possess absolute military strength to protect itself from everything. Otherwise, there would be great turmoil. Peng Nine spoke out and said, "Your Majesty, there aren't many spiritual medicine." In the past, Stone Country was in great chaos, and many kings broke into the restricted areas of the imperial palace, and some princes and princesses were even more restless, moving out large amounts of items from the treasury. Fortunately, there was still an inner treasury. As for the spiritual medicine gardens, they weren't able to escape their hands and ended up being almost completely plucked clean. No harm. Weren't there a few feudal vassals that had reflected after rebelling previously? Have then send over a few spiritual medicines. Sure How coldly said. Understood. I will do as you say. Peng Nine said. He now possessed absolute strength. Before the great calamity, he was about to become a supreme expert already, and now he had long smoothly advanced. Several days later, an unending stream of all types of spiritual medicines were sent over, and Stone Country Imperial Palace's medicine field immediately began to release great fragrance. Beautiful flowers released their brilliance and splendor. Could be said that this place became an extremely magnificent sight. A shining mist that was as thin as smoke wafted about. This was the release of spirituality, the swirling of the medicine herb's essence. So fragrant! Qingfeng appeared and sat down to train. Sure How walked around the garden and looked at all the spiritual medicines. He released a sigh. When one stood from this height, the ability to move large amounts of resources was indeed unimaginable. For the sake of some stalks of spiritual medicine, he had experienced great hardships. He searched carefully in the 100 shattering mountains and fought great battles against others for them. Now, as the Stone Emperor, just a few days after issuing the order, the various types of spiritual medicines he needed were all gathered. It was just too great of a difference when compared to the past. A silver medicine cauldron that flowed with a layer of precious splendor was carried over from the treasury. It was extremely ancient, but it wasn't covered in dust. It looked like it had just been created. When he opened the lid, waves of medicinal fragrance already wafted out as if a fresh batch of spiritual pills had been refined even though he didn't start refining medicines yet. This was without a doubt a precious cauldron that had refined medicine for many, many years. It had long been suffused with unimaginable medicinal characteristics and had become a valuable pill Dao treasure. In addition, this was a magical artifact refined by a deity. Peng Nine introduced that this was the divine object used specifically by Stone Country Imperial Palace for the refining of medicine. Its inheritance was long-lasting and had existed since the ancient times. Sure How nodded. This medicinal cauldron was formidable, a true divine grade object. When used to refine medicine, the success rate would be increased greatly. It was also rich with medicinal essence that had long seeped into the cauldron's walls. He knocked on it a few times, and with a ding sound, an incomparably clear and melodious beautiful sound rang out. How does it compare to Stone Country's Black Cauldron? Qingfeng asked. That cauldron is extremely mysterious. I cannot see through its level. Sure How shook his head. Stone Country's origin came from that Black Cauldron. He had researched it before after his strength increased, but he failed to see through it. Still lacking a few wondrous medicines, Sure How said softly. He wanted to refine the little rebirth pill that would enable a king-level expert to break into the supreme expert realm, but it required over 100 spiritual medicines inside of a single furnace before it could be refined. Only a few of the medicines were just too rare, and even if they searched through the world under the heavens, it would still be hard to find them. Controlling a country didn't mean that he could do anything, and it didn't mean that he could find all the medicines he needed. Sure How had a few stalks of wondrous medicines in his collection. For example, the golden grass, flowing time gold, purple star orchid, and others. He obtained them from the medicine capital and right now he brought them all out. However, he was still lacking a few. I am missing yellow spring bamboo. Rumor has it that this stuff had appeared before in Western Tomb, but I didn't see any last time I went. Sure How frowned. He wouldn't go there again no matter what others told him. That place was too strange, and there were too many mysteries. The eyeball on top of Western Tomb World's altar was also covered in blood that seemed to be immortal. It was truly horrifying. In addition, there was a crystal skull and a golden arm bone that appeared to be quite special. They clearly didn't belong to the same individual. They were extremely sinister. Xianxia sat within the medicine field and inhaled the refreshing fragrance. He looked at the sparkling and resplendent spiritual medicines one after another and began to feel a bit reluctant to pick them. Finally, he used the Tao flame to warm up the silver medicinal cauldron and began to refine medicine. He only plucked the flowers and leaves from these medicines and definitely wouldn't harm their roots, so that they could grow back in the future. He didn't have to worry about them being completely exhausted. The great silver cauldron began to shine, and stalks of spiritual medicines were added one after another. The symbols on the cauldron's walls swirled about, releasing a dense mist that was like immortal energy. What an amazing sight! Qingfeng was astonished. Xianxia refined medicine while giving pointers to Qingfeng about how to refine spiritual medicines and how to control the flame. He didn't enter the cauldron to refine himself. Along with his deeper research and understanding, he became able to directly refine the pill and didn't need to enter the cauldron himself to absorb it. During this entire process, Xianxia had no choice but to be a bit distracted. He watched the Emperor Butterfly like he was looking at a thief. This little thing was an absolute glutton, and it would like nothing more than to be allowed to jump into the medicine field to wipe this place out. Even though there were a few wondrous medicines missing, there were a few stalks inside the medicine garden that were rarely seen and could substitute for them. Xianxia felt like it could succeed. This medicine is so strange. Its leaves are turtle-shaped and shining black. Its name seems to match too. Turtle leaf orchid. Qingfeng had gained quite a bit of knowledge. Fragrances wafted through the air. Dense mist surged, making this place a bit indistinct. A golden little figure was sitting while chanting scriptures. This is... Xianxia was astonished. The medicine cauldron has a spirit. That is the medicinal characteristics essence that has condensed into a void spirit. There was someone who always chanted scriptures while refining medicine since the ancient time, which allowed the cauldron to gain intelligence, P28 said. Xianxia continuously put in medicines, many of them extremely precious. Among them, the ancient scarlet vine was the most precious. This exceeded the normal spiritual medicines and had a chance of becoming a divine medicine. Blood phoenix vine was an extremely rare medicine. Even if one searched all of the lower realm, they wouldn't be able to find more than a few. A stalk that reached this stage was even more rarely seen. It was entirely scarlet red, and its sparkling and translucent body that was less than a meter long was like a blood phoenix spreading its wings. Its leaves and stem emitted dazzling multicolored radiance. This was a precious medicine P28 protected that day, and right now, it had become one of the Imperial Palace's most precious medicines. It even had a chance of becoming a divine medicine. Xianxia cut off a piece and placed it into the medicinal cauldron. A hong sounded, and scarlet multicolored light dyed the entire sky red. A blood phoenix spread its wings and took to the air, creating a shocking sight. Dang! He put the lid on and began to refine the medicine with his own Tao flame. A day later, the cauldron rang with dang-dang sounds and the lid slightly opened. Golden light flickered and precious energy surged into the sky. 3 golden pills rolled around inside, continuously striking against the walls of the cauldron as if they had life. They were sparkling and translucent. Success! Xianxia shouted happily. He brought out 3 jade containers and quickly stored them away. The little rebirth pills were successfully refined and already put away. There was still a fragrant medicinal fragrance spreading from the cauldron. Multicolored mists continuously floated about. When he calmed down, Xianxia began to refine pills again, another day, another batch. This time, there were 3 golden pills as well. The bright and resplendent pills surged with auspicious multicolored light from within the medicine cauldron. With this, the pill refining concluded. There wasn't enough medicine to continue, and if he went any further, it would hurt the medicine field's spiritual medicine roots. What a pity that this holy medicine 5 origins tree has been lifeless this entire time. Otherwise, I would have been able to pick a few of its leaves. Xianxia said softly. This was the holy medicine he brought back from Immortal Mountain. Even though this was the case, he was still quite satisfied. With 6 golden pills, he could keep one for himself, give one to Qingfeng, and then still have 4 left over. This would be enough for Stone Country to have several supreme experts. I need to find some way. If I could make one more furnace, then I can gift it to my relatives. Sure Hao invited the War King over to have him protect this place. Several days later, this powerful king-level figure smoothly became a supreme expert. Don't worry. Under my guidance, there won't be any issues in having Qingfeng succeed the position of emperor, said the War King. Now that he was a supreme expert, he had enough vitality and could intimidate the world. He could now fully support Qingfeng's growth. Peng Nine also nodded. He had reached this cultivation realm a while ago. Sure Hao handed the remaining 3 little rebirth pills to them and told them that it could create 3 more supreme experts. As for who they should be given to, they needed to carefully consider before handing them out. However, there was definitely no lack of candidates. When the imperial palace was broken into, there were several old nobles that were seething with anger and stood at Sure Hao's side, fighting with him for Stone Country. Now, Sure Hao could help them become supreme experts. Sure Hao himself didn't immediately take the little rebirth pill, because he had spent these few days meticulously studying the 10,000 spirit diagram. He wanted to comprehend a few things before devouring it so that the effects would be even greater. He then went on a trip to Fire Nation. The previously grand and imposing capital city had already been turned into ruins. The new city was reconstructed in a different place. Currently, Fire Nation was still experiencing conflict. Battles were still being carried out for the title of emperor. Sure Hao didn't participate, nor did he want to interfere. The Fire Emperor had led a few people into the higher realms. The remaining people that fought over the title of emperor didn't have much relationship to Hualinger. Heaven-swallowing sparrow? Xianxia, are you guys still alive? Sure Hao drove an ancient war chariot quickly through the sky. Great rumbling sounds resounded through the great wastelands. He had people searching this whole time for that vicious bird and evil beast and trying to find out if they had escaped the calamity or not. Back then, when the mountain treasure appeared, the 4 great experts fought over it. The heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia were incomparably vicious and slaughtered all things within 100,000 li and devoured everyone inside that area. Sure Hao really wanted to find those 2 vicious existences and kill them. He still remembered those twin little younger sisters that discussed what type of beast milk tasted the best. However, when those 100,000 li of land experienced that genocide, he was never able to meet them again. He didn't know if they were still alive. In addition, the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Xianxia were the main culprits of Heaven-Mending Pavilion's destruction and brought about damage that was quite horrifying. What about that Paixio? Could it be that it died? Apart from this, he was also looking for a Paixio. It had eaten his grandfather's arm back then, and Sure Hao wanted to get revenge for his grandfather. He had looked all around the wasteland region, and even sent others out, but he didn't obtain any results. I have to leave in the end, Sure Hao said softly. He muttered to himself, feeling that he should give a certain place a look. There was still a great opportunity there that he didn't know if he could take advantage of. Sure Hao then entered the Void God realm. He smashed out with his fist, shaking this world and causing the space around it to distort. This was a power that exceeded this realm and was used to call out that domain emissary. What is the purpose behind this? He was formed from natural laws, a cold and heartless existence. I have 8 pieces of the bronze book, still missing 2 before I can obtain a world-shaking precious technique. I want to know what kind of record I have to break to obtain the last 2 pieces, Sure Hao said.